Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Become an Ancestor in Immortal Cultivation World. Chapter 1. Dongzhou Chiguo, Qinghai County in the north, East Street. An ordinary two-story wooden building is located at the end of the street, with the words, Spirit Medicine Pavilion, written on the plaque on the door. Pedestrians passing by looked in a hurry and did not dare to stop in front of the store because they heard that there was an immortal master in the store and were afraid of offending the immortal master and causing disaster. On the second floor of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, in the elegant hall, a young man wearing a green shirt, tall and handsome, was looking at the 3 charcoal black pills in the alchemy furnace with a frown on his face. Alas, it failed again. This blood-vitalizing pill is so difficult to refine. Looking at the empty spirit medicine box, Lin Sheng suddenly felt heartache. These spirit medicines were saved by him frugally, but they were worth more than a dozen low-grade spirit stones, but now they were all wasted. You must have failed to control the heat, so I made a furnace of useless elixirs. I really want to roast you and eat you. Lin Sheng glared at the spirit fire toad lying next to the elixir furnace. Goo goo. The palm-sized spirit fire toad trembled in fright, and the 5 fire storage bags on its back shrank in size. HMPH. Lin Sheng snorted coldly and looked away, muttering to himself, am I really not suitable for alchemy? Among the hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals, the 4 arts of formation, weapon, alchemy and talisman are the most difficult to master. If there is no inheritance, practitioners can only rely on a large amount of materials to accumulate experience. Even if there is inheritance, unless they are talented and intelligent people, it will still require a lot of energy. Lin Sheng has been transmigrating for 3 years and has opened dozens of pills. Except for the inferior pills, all the rank 1 pills have ended in failure. I'm not good at refining pills, and I'm not good at practicing. I'm just mediocre. Lin Sheng shook his head, looking at the cracked pill furnace in front of him, and fell into memories. 3 years ago, Lin Sheng got very drunk. When he woke up, he came to this world. It was a soul-piercing thing. The original owner was also called Lin Sheng. It took 3 days for Lin Sheng to completely absorb the memory of the original owner. This world is completely different from the blue star in the previous life. The sky is round and there is no concept of the universe at all. Above the sky, there is turbulence in space. What is it like to transmigrate to the immortal cultivation world? Lin Sheng was naturally excited. A person cannot escape death in his life. Now that he has the hope of immortality, he is naturally excited. As an orphan, he has no care for the original world. Now that the transmigrate is here, the original owner still has some background. He is a direct descendant of the Lin family, a cultivating family. Because of his average qualifications, he was sent to Qinghai County to be a shopkeeper. This so-called Immortal Cultivation family is actually a qi refining family, and there is no major overhaul of the foundation building. There are quite a few such qi refining families in this world. 3 years later, Lin Sheng was still stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining, unable to break through to the middle stage of qi refining. The technique he practiced was the family technique, qi and training technique, which could reach the realm of foundation building. The qi refining stage is divided into levels 1 to 10. Levels 1 to 3 are the early stage of qi refining, levels 4 to 6 are the middle stage of qi refining, levels 7 to 9 are the late stage of qi refining, and level 10 are the great perfection of qi refining. Lin Sheng is now a monk in the early stage of qi refining. If he cannot break through to the middle stage of qi refining before the age of 20, he will remain in the qi refining realm in this life. Only by breaking through to the middle stage of qi refining before the age of 20, and breaking through to the late stage of qi refining before the age of 40, can one have the opportunity to impact the realm of foundation building. The lifespan of a mortal is only a few years, and the lifespan of a qi refining monk is only 20 or 30 years longer than that of a mortal. If he breaks through to the foundation building for major repairs, he will have a lifespan of 200 years, truly transcending mortals. Under normal cultivation, Lin Sheng is still expected to break through to the qi refining late stage. After all, the spirit root in his body is the middle grade golden spirit root, and his cultivation speed is not too slow. The only pity is that his golden spirit root also contains a little bit of the 4 attributes of wood, water, fire, and earth. If there are no other 4 attributes, it is the high-grade golden spirit root, or if the 5 attributes are the same, it is the supreme grade 5-element spirit root. The cultivation speed is different. It's such a pity that Lin Sheng had to say with emotion, fate has its way with people. In addition to the traditional 5-attribute spirit root, there are also variant spirit roots, such as Yin spirit root, Yang spirit root, Thunder spirit root, etc. These spirit roots can achieve twice the result with half the effort in some special exercises. Lin Sheng's second brother, Lin Hao, is the Wind and Thunder mutant spirit root. Therefore, most of the family resources were allocated to Lin Hao, and Lin Sheng could only play a role as a shopkeeper. Although the qualifications are average, shouldn't the transmigrator's standard equipment be a plugin? Lin Sheng waited for 3 years, but still did not wait for the plugin to appear, as if he was just an ordinary cultivator. If the only one that is special is the alien beast Spirit Fire Toad, Lin Sheng glanced at the Spirit Fire Toad next to the alchemy furnace. Could it be that you are my plugin? The Spirit Fire Toad that was taking a peek trembled and quickly looked away. As a rank 1 beast, it was still somewhat intelligent. It could still hear the malicious tone of its owner. The Spirit Fire Toad is an exotic beast cultivated by Lin Sheng's mother during her lifetime. The species is rare, but its combat effectiveness is low. At rank 1 level, it can only store and breathe fire. If it can be cultivated into a rank 2 exotic beast, it can control fire and attack enemies, becoming a big boost. But if you want to cultivate a rank 1 beast into a rank 2, the simplest way is to swallow the rank 2 beast core with the same attribute, and there is a certain probability of advancement. Alien beasts are different from monster and spirit beast. Monster's bloodline is the most mixed, while spirit beast's bloodline is relatively pure. Alien beasts are the mutations of some spirit beasts. Because of their bloodline mutation, the bloodline barrier is thicker. Ordinary beasts have different bloodlines. Monsters may be able to break through with just 1 beast core, while exotic beasts require 3 or more. The rank 2 monster corresponds to the foundation building monk, and Lin Sheng can only think about killing monsters and taking elixirs. Qinghai County is located in the northern part of Qi State, adjacent to the Shiwen Mountains in the north. The environment is harsh and the spiritual energy is thin. Lin Sheng feels that he is already very good if he can ensure that his level does not decline in such a bitter and cold place. If it weren't for the Shiwanda Mountain to the north and the occasional monks who came here to look for opportunities, Lin Sheng would no longer be here. Although the Lin family is only a small family, there are still several stores in Shushanfang City in Qi. After all, the head of the Lin family is a Qi refining Dzogchen monk. If there is a foundation building overhaul in the family, then it is a big family, and its words have weight in Qi State. After sighing slightly, Lin Sheng put the Spirit Fire Toad into the Spirit Beast bag and pushed the door open. Qinghai County is just a city for mortals. The Lin family has planted 2 flags here. In addition to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion on the East Street, the other one is Zuimengfang on the West Street. Placing a flag is to enclose the land. Qinghai County is a bitter cold land with few monks. There are no other cultivating families competing with the Lin family for this land. Zuimengfang, as its name suggests, is a place for fun. In front of Zuimengfang, Lin Sheng raised his head, glanced at the bright plaque, and walked straight in. Lin Sheng did not come here to have fun. He was unwavering in his heart towards the Tao. How could a mere pink skin seduce him? Entering the hall, waves of fragrance hit your face, making you intoxicated. Many men have been drunk in 2s and 3s in the hall, all of them are strong mortal martial artists. Lin Sheng shook his head and surrendered. At the Tomb of Heroes of Wenwen Township, he could only see the feasting in the hall, but not the white bones in the ground. 5th brother, what brought you here today? A woman with a plump figure and charming eyes came up to her, twisting her soft waist. Looking at the charming woman in front of him and feeling the fluctuations of her spiritual energy in the middle stage of Qi refining, Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Aunt Yan, I want to borrow some spiritual stones from you. Ling Shi. Lin Yan was so charming that she gave Lin Sheng a look. 5th brother, your salary in the clan is higher than mine. Lin Yan was a collateral member of the Lin family. Her original surname was Bai, but she later changed her surname to Lin. However, Lin Sheng was a direct member of the Lin family, so her status was higher than that of Lin Yan. Lin Sheng's father was the 5th eldest, known as Lin Laowu. Later, he died in the war. The title of fifth eldest son fell on Lin Sheng, who was 15 years old at the time. Because of his youth, the tribesmen often called him the fifth brother. Lin Sheng showed a wry smile. The salary within the clan has been spent long ago. As you know, Aunt Yan, I have been refining elixirs recently. Lin Yan looked helpless. Fifth brother, even if I lend you spiritual stones, what's the use of a dozen spiritual stones? You are the middle grade spirit root. You should focus on your cultivation. Improving your own realm is the fundamental thing. Lin Sheng looked at Lin Yan, whose face was so pink that it looked like she could squeeze out water, and thought to himself, you practice Meigong, and you also practice the art of picking and nourishing. You pick up these strong martial artists every day, and there are piles of bones under the house. Of course one can improve one's realm in this bitter cold place with thin spiritual energy. Lin Yan seemed to have seen what Lin Sheng was thinking, and smiled charmingly. Fifth brother, how about you change the dual cultivation method? In my shop, there are several sisters with profound skills, who can definitely help you break through the middle stage of qi refining. Quote. Haha, farewell. Lin Sheng chuckled, turned around and left, completely ignoring the calls behind him. What sisters? They are clearly a group of witches who practice the art of tonic. If he wants to practice with them, wouldn't they be a wolf in the tiger's mouth? After leaving Zuimengfang, Lin Sheng went straight out of the city. Passing through a bamboo forest, an unknown small temple appeared in sight, and wisps of smoke rose from the courtyard. Lin Sheng opened the ajar door of the temple and walked in. 2 young monks of 7 or 8 years old were busy chopping wood and making a fire in the courtyard. One of the older monks saw Lin Sheng and his eyes lit up. Brother Lin, are you here? Lin Sheng smiled, took out a bag of candy from his arms and handed it to the young monk. Where is your master? Master went to the city to beg for alms. The 2 young monks couldn't wait to peel off the sugar coating and put the dark candy into their mouths. Then he showed a happy expression. It's so sweet. Is it sweet? The candy from Qinghai County had a peculiar earthy smell that Lin Sheng couldn't get used to. He touched the young monk's bald head and said, I'm going to burn incense sticks. Then he walked towards the temple. On the altar stands a 7-foot Buddha statue. The upper body of the Buddha statue is naked and densely carved with Sanskrit characters. Lin Sheng picked up 3 sticks of incense from the altar, lit them with some fire control skills, and with a pious look on his face, bowed 3 times and inserted the incense into the incense burner. Before transmigration, Lin Sheng was a staunch materialist warrior. Since transmigrating, especially when transmigrating into the world of Shenxia, he has always entered temples and worshipped statues, regardless of whether they are Buddhas or demons or immortals. He just wants peace of mind. Haha, my little friend is quite an interesting person. A burst of hearty laughter came from behind. Lin Sheng turned around and looked at the old monk who walked into the hall. He was in the middle stage of qi refining. He was wearing a golden cassock and holding a Buddhist bead. He had kind eyes and a pair of big ears, which was particularly eye-catching. Lin Sheng hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry for bothering you, master. I have nothing to do today, so I came here to offer incense. The monk sighed with a smile on his face. If these Dongzhou monks are as pious as my little friend, the Taoism of our great Buddha temple can be passed down. Do you know that the monk is a monk from the great Buddha temple in the Northern Territory? It is rumored that the demon Tao in the Northern Territory is so powerful that it oppresses the decent ones and has no choice but to send preachers to other immortal cultivation worlds. There are hundreds of thousands of mountains between the North Territory and Dongzhou, where monsters are active, and there are many dangerous peaks and dangerous places. Few monks can cross the hundreds of thousands of mountains, and I don't know how the monks came to Qinghai County. Every monk has his or her own secret, and Lin Sheng has no interest in getting to the bottom of it. Do you know that it is a joke that the monk wants to preach in Dongzhou? There are big sects in Qi, Yu and Zhao in Dongzhou, and there are countless small sects. How can we allow the flag to be planted in the big Buddhist temple? In this bitter cold place, do you know if a monk can open an unknown small temple and secretly recruit a few disciples? Qinghai County has a population of tens of thousands. How many children can have spirit root? Blackstone City further south has a population of hundreds of thousands and holds a spirit testing conference every year, but monk Jafu obviously does not dare to go. Lin Sheng understood in his heart and smiled without saying a word. Monk Zihu sighed with emotion and then regained his solemn expression. my little friend, please come into the inner room to talk. The poor monk has picked a few kilograms of new bamboo leaf tea, and I also invite my little friend to taste it. Thank you, master. I would rather obey my orders than I am respectful. Lin Sheng is not afraid that monk Jafu has any evil intentions. Firstly, he has known monk Jafu for 3 years and often communicates over tea. Secondly, as a direct descendant of the Lin family, he still has a life-saving trump card. I understand that the old monk does not dare to act rashly. Cultivation as an immortal is not just about fighting and killing, there is also some worldliness. This tea is very good. Lin Sheng sipped the tea lightly. He didn't drink it at all, he just touched his lower lip. Moreover, he didn't understand tea. He could only judge whether the tea was good or bad based on the concentration of spiritual energy. And this bamboo leaf tea is an ordinary product, with no spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Monk Jafu smiled and said, if you like it, little friend, take some back with you before you leave. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, a gentleman does not take what others like. Master, you should keep this bamboo leaf tea for yourself. Did you know that the monk showed regret on his face, as if missing Lin Sheng as a tea friend was a great regret in his life? Little friend, I see that you have stayed in the early stage of chi refining for a long time, and your heart is devoted to my Buddha. How about you practice Buddhism in my great Buddha temple instead? I accept the kindness of the master. Lin Sheng refused without thinking. He just wanted to pray to Buddha, but he didn't want to become a monk. It was strange today. Why did everyone he met asked him to change his religion? Kung Fu. Do you know that the monk is unwilling to give up? It's a pity that the Dharma of our great Buddha temple is a supreme and wonderful method. It can move mountains and fill seas. It is extremely powerful and can directly reach the gold core realm. You, a chi refining monk whose body is half buried in the earth, tell me that your Dharma is extraordinary. Lin Sheng was scornful in his heart, but there was a look of regret on his face. The clan's destiny cannot be violated. If you violate it, your soul will be destroyed. This is the poor monk Meng Lang. Monk Zhuo showed a look of regret and said no more. If the soul is destroyed, it is natural to fool the old monk. The cultivating family relies on unity. How can you expect the clan members to repay the family if you cast a forbidden curse on the members of your own family? Lin Sheng is not sure whether the foundation building family will cast a forbidden curse, but his family definitely does not do this. However, the monk obviously does not understand the family situation in Dongzhou. According to the atmosphere of Demon Dao in the Northern Territory, he casts a forbidden curse. Maybe it's a common thing. The Buddhist method that can be practiced to the gold core realm is definitely better than the Lin family's chi entrainment technique, but the monk obviously won't give it away for free, so Lin Sheng just thought about it and then forgot about it. Now he just wanted to break through to the middle stage of chi refining. This was the top priority. Afterwards, the two exchanged their cultivation experiences and gained a lot. Lin Sheng stood up and left. Monk Jafu did not break through to the middle stage of chi refining until he was 43 years old. This shows that his qualifications are extremely mediocre. He can only stay at the middle stage of chi refining in this life. In a few decades, he will probably turn into a handful of lowest. With my middle grade spirit root qualifications, I'm afraid I can only practice to the chi refining late stage. This is really unacceptable. Lin Sheng was walking on the street, feeling sad. Suddenly, a dirty little beggar appeared from the roadside and knelt in front of Lin Sheng. Sir, please give me some food, my sister is starving to death. Lin Sheng glanced at the little beggar expressionlessly and left straight away. The wine and meat smelled stinky, and there were bones frozen to death on the road. This world is so cruel. If the monk hadn't been transmigrated to him, he would have been one of the frozen bones on the roadside elements. The little beggar looked at Lin Sheng's back as he walked further and further away, his eyes becoming more and more desperate. Alas! Feeling the gaze behind him, Lin Sheng sighed softly. After all, he couldn't treat ordinary people like grass. People who practice Taoism may become inner demons in the future if they go against their will. Lin Sheng came back, threw a few gold ingots in front of the little beggar, then turned and left. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The little beggar was full of excitement and kowtowed desperately. After several movements, his forehead was already stained with blood. For Lin Sheng, Worldly money is just an external possession, and gold ingots are just what he collected casually when he was transmigrated. Throwing a few gold ingots calmed his mind. As for whether the little beggar could keep the gold ingots or whether he would be killed because of the gold ingots, he didn't care about Lin Sheng. Spirit Medicine Court. When Chao Shengsheng's maid saw Lin Sheng coming back, she hurriedly greeted him, "Fifth brother, you are back. Sister Lin Yan just sent some spiritual stones," the maid said as she took out an exquisite wooden box from behind the counter. Lin Sheng opened it and saw that there were 15 low-grade spiritual stones inside. 15 low-grade spiritual stones are probably Lin Yan's salary for 1 year, and Lin Sheng, as a direct lineage, has 35 low-grade spiritual stones for 1 year. You lend me a year's salary. This is quite a favor. Lin Sheng thought to himself and put the spirit stone into his storage bag. The pretty maid looked envious when she saw the storage bag. Storage bags are not common among qi refining monks. Most of the qi refining late-stage monks have spare money to buy storage bags. Even Lin Yanlian's storage bags, there are no bags. Lin Sheng naturally saw the envious look of the maid and smiled slightly. Work hard, the income of the store will increase, and I will also give you a storage bag. The maid looked excited when she heard this, and her pretty face turned red. I will definitely do it well. Lin Sheng nodded with satisfaction and went to the elegant hall on the second floor. Painting cakes is that simple. This maid is a member of the Lin family's side clan, with mediocre qualifications. She is currently only a first-level qi refining monk, and she usually helps Lin Sheng. Spirit Medicine Pavilion usually doesn't do much business. After all, it is a bitter cold place with very few monks. But once a monk enters the store, he will inevitably make a lot of money. After all, there is only one Qinghai County within 100 miles, and there is only one monk store in Spirit Medicine Pavilion in the county. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion mainly sells some elixirs that replenish spiritual power, detoxify and replenish qi. The quality is poor. They are all inferior elixirs that have been eliminated in Fang City. But when these low-quality elixirs arrive in a bitter cold land, their value will immediately change. Independent cultivators who have seen the world naturally disdain these low-quality elixirs, but there are many independent cultivators in this world who have never seen the world. This is what the Lin family does. People's business. Qi replenishing pills may only cost 20 spiritual crystals in Fang City, but in Qinghai County, the price will at least double. Don't want to buy it because it's too expensive? Then go somewhere else. Blackstone City, 500 miles to the south, sells it cheaper, but there are countless rogue cultivators along the way, so you should be careful about your luggage. Before the Lin family came to Qinghai County, there were still some independent cultivators doing this kind of business, but it was not very stable. After all, independent cultivators were to a certain extent rogue cultivators, and the business started to get fierce. After the Lin family came to Qinghai County to plant their flag, which independent cultivator would dare to do this kind of business? Is it not giving the Lin family face? If you can't defeat those big families, can you still defeat a few low-level independent cultivators? Although the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is just a 2-story building, there is a rank 1 formation inside. With the rank 1 formation, Lin Sheng dares to fight against the qi refining late-stage monks. What's more, there is also a Zuim Fang on West Street, and the 2 flags of the Lin family are not just pulled out by some cats and dogs. To some extent, Qinghai County is the Qinghai County of the Lin family. In the elegant hall, Lin Sheng recategorized the remaining assets in the storage bag. Including the spiritual stones borrowed by Lin Yan, there are currently 17 low-grade spiritual stones and 50 spiritual crystals. Spirit crystals are the product of breaking low-grade spirit stones. Generally, 100 spirit crystals are exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 bottle each of blood replenishing pill and qi replenishing pills, 3 detoxifying pills, 1 barrier breaking pill, several rank 1 spiritual talismans, and 1 rank 2 supreme grade Yin Thunder talisman. The Yin Thunder talisman is the trump card given by the family to Lin Sheng to save his life, inspiring afterwards. It is equivalent to a full-strength strike from a monk in the early stages of the foundation building. Finally, there is Lin Sheng's greatest asset, the low-grade law weapon Qingfeng sword, which is 2 feet long and glows with a green light. The law weapon can only be activated by the foundation building overhaul. The qi refining monk can barely activate it a few times. With Lin Sheng's third-level Qi refining cultivation level, he can only use all his mana to activate the Qingfeng sword to strike once. Qi refining monks are completely different from foundation building overhauls. It is impossible for a group of Qi refining Dzogchen monks to deal with an initial foundation building overhaul. In this world, killing people across major realms simply does not exist. Apart from these, there are only some sundries left, such as alchemy furnace, white brush, spiritual paper, etc., and of course the formation flag that controls the rank 1 formation of the spirit medicine pavilion. The formation is called the Golden Light Formation, which can trap and kill Qi refining late stage monk. The above are Lin Sheng's own assets. Then he took out another storage bag from his arms. Inside were the store's assets, including 53 low-grade spiritual stones, 310 spiritual crystals, and rank 1 inferior products. Several bottles of elixirs, and several rank 1 talismans. Now that Lin Sheng has been in Qinghai County for 3 years, the first batch of inferior elixirs in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion have begun to fade. It's time to hold a promotional campaign to get rid of these inferior elixirs that have lost their medicinal properties. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng took out 5 low-grade spirit stones from the store's storage bag and put them into his own storage bag. It is reasonable for the inferior elixir whose medicinal properties have faded to suffer some loss. Once these elixirs are disposed of, it's time to restock them. Let's give the clan a heads up in advance. Lin Sheng took out the messenger pigeon from the spirit beast bag, tied the messenger to the pigeon's leg and let it fly. The Lin family is located in the hinterland of Qi State and is too far from the north, so messages can only be sent through the spirit beast. The messenger pigeon is a special spirit beast that is fast and invisible. Except for foundation building overhauls who have cultivated spiritual consciousness, Qi refining monks are generally not aware of it. Even if the messenger pigeon is stopped on the road, it is not serious. The transmission notes are encrypted in a special language. There is no original script. Even if the messenger pigeon is obtained, you will not know what it means, and important information will not be conveyed through the messenger pigeon. If the carrier pigeon does not fly back after a week, it proves that there is indeed a problem on the road. Then just release a carrier pigeon again. Because of the convenience of carrying messages, messenger pigeons are generally kept in captivity by cultivating families and are not rare. When Lin Sheng first came here, he roasted one and ate it. Needless to say, it tasted really good. Once the business matters are taken care of, the next step is the private matters. As an immortal cultivator, the most fundamental thing is your own strength. Although your family can provide you with protection, you may be casually praised by a passing foundation building overhaul one day who is in a bad mood. Breaking through the midterm of Qi refining is imminent. The family's Qi and training technique emphasizes neutrality, peace, and step-by-step. The speed of practice is a bit slower than that of the same level of exercises, but it is better because of its solid foundation and powerful magic power. Lin Qingyan, the first ancestor of the Lin family, was a foundation building major and left behind the Qi and training technique. However, the younger generations are not very successful. More than 500 years have passed, and still no one has been able to break through to the foundation building realm. Now the Lin family has declined into a second-rate family. A first-rate family should have the foundation building overhauled, and a second-rate family should at least have a Qi refining Dzogchen monk in charge. Now the head of the Lin family, Lin Konglong, is 80 years old. As a Qi refining Dzogchen monk, his time is running out. If no one is born to carry the banner after his death, the Lin family will be completely kicked out of the Immortal Cultivation family. Fortunately, Lin Hao was born in Lin Sheng's generation, high-grade Feng Lei Yi spirit root. If he didn't get cut off halfway, he would have no problem cultivating to the Qi refining Dzogchen. If he was lucky enough to get a foundation building pill, he would become a foundation building overhaul. It's not impossible. Under Lin Hao's light, Lin Sheng seemed a bit mediocre. A family cannot put its eggs in one basket. Although Lin Hao was fully trained by the family, Lin Sheng also had to come out to experience, so he was thrown to the less dangerous north of Qi State. If Lin Hao was cut off halfway, Lin Sheng would, but they have to come out and carry the banner. The Lin family is not just Lin Sheng and Lin Hao. There are also several young men with average qualifications in the collateral line. However, according to the ancestral training of the Lin family, the head of the family can only be the direct bloodline, so it is either Lin Hao or Lin Sheng. Sanbo can live for more than 10 years even if he dies. If his vitality is damaged by fighting with others, this time will have to be cut in half. 3 years ago, Lin Hao was already in the middle stage of qi refining. He joined the Evergreen sect for 3 years. Now it's time to reach the late stage of qi refining, right? Lin Sheng thought to himself that with Lin Hao supporting him in front, he was not under great pressure. If Lin Hao can break through to the foundation building and practice under the protection of the foundation building overhaul in the future, it would be wonderful to think about it. The Lin family is very united, and the relationship between Lin Sheng and Lin Hao is also very good, which is completely different from the intrigues of other big families. What's more, Lin Sheng is still a transmigrator. He doesn't know anything else, and his best one is Go. If you ask him to come to the front, he won't be happy. Although you say this, you cannot let go of your own cultivation. Everything in the Immortal Cultivation world is still based on your own strength. Monks in the qi refining stage will all learn spells that match their own spirit root attributes. They don't have to be good at it, but they have to be good at it, and Lin Sheng is no exception. The spell that Lin Sheng majored in was the Golden Light technique. He used his magic power to transform the enemy into a golden light spell and hit it at the enemy. This spell can generally be purchased in Fang market. In addition to the Golden Light technique, he also learned the Fire Control technique, Water Control technique, Mu Chun technique and Deep Earth technique. He also learned all the 5 elements techniques. I can't say I'm good at it, I can only say I know it well. Lin Sheng combined these 5 spells and gave them a fancy name, Little 5 Elements Technique. He then printed them into secret books on bamboo slips and sold them in the shop at a high price, waiting for a big wronged person who didn't know the dangers of the world. It has been 3 years, but the bamboo slip secret book of the Little 5 Elements Technique has not been sold. It seems that after years of precipitation in this Immortal Cultivation world, there are really not many fools left. Lin Sheng took out a low-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and began to practice the qi refining technique. According to the salary of 35 low-grade spirit stones given to him by his family every year, he could definitely practice to the middle stage of qi refining. Monks in the early and middle stages of qi refining can rely on low-grade spiritual stones to obtain spiritual energy for practice. However, at the late stage of qi refining, the spiritual energy provided by low-grade spiritual stones is no longer enough for practice, and they have to find a place to practice spirit vein. The Lin family land is built on a piece of rank 1 high-grade spirit vein. According to the family plan, it is time for Lin Sheng to return to the family after he reaches the middle stage of qi refining. However, Lin Sheng was influenced by the novels about cultivating immortals in his previous life and tried to use medicine to become an immortal. He used all the spiritual stones to buy alchemy materials from traveling merchants. After refining more than a dozen furnaces of useless elixirs in 3 years, Lin Sheng finally had to accept the fact that he had no talent in alchemy. Lin Sheng abandoned his distracting thoughts and began to practice quietly. The spiritual energy entered his body. After practicing for a week along the route of the qi and training art, his magic power increased slightly, but most of the spiritual energy was still dissipated in the air. The intermediate spirit root's ability to absorb and utilize spiritual energy is still limited. If it is a high-grade spirit root, most of the spiritual energy entering the body will be absorbed. A person's spirit root has already determined his future achievements and how far he can go on his path to immortality. I've already transmigrated, so why can't I transmigrate into Lin Hao? Single quote. No, Lin Hao is too dazzling and doesn't suit my style. I have to live till I grow old. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng suppressed his distracting thoughts and practiced quietly again. 7 days passed in a flash. Lin Sheng opened his eyes. 10 low-grade spiritual stones had turned into dust. He had already felt that his body had reached the limit of the 3rd level of qi refining. It would be useless to absorb more spiritual energy. The meridians in his body could no longer hold any more. That's a lot of mana. Without any hesitation, Lin Sheng took out the barrier-breaking pill from his storage bag and drank it. The barrier-breaking pill was a pill that the clan had prepared for him to break through the small realm. It was only effective for qi refining stage monks. For Lin Sheng's middle-grade spirit root qualifications, a barrier-breaking pill is enough to break through to the middle stage of qi refining. After the elixir entered his abdomen, Lin Sheng felt a heat wave ignited in his dantian, washing the meridians in his body. He quickly took out 2 low-grade spiritual stones and began to absorb the spiritual energy. With the effect of the barrier-breaking pill and the absorption of a large amount of spiritual energy entering his body, Lin Sheng easily broke through to the 4th level of qi refining. The meridians in his body also widened, and more spiritual energy was converted into mana and stored in the meridians. Is this what it feels like in the middle stage of qi refining? It's amazing. Lin Sheng looked inside himself with his spiritual consciousness and observed the mana surging in his meridians. Compared to him in the early stage of qi refining, his mana was at least doubled. His combat power used to be 500, but now his combat power is at least 1000. Lin Sheng looked proud and withdrew his spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness of the qi refining monks can only look inside themselves, but they cannot yet release their spiritual consciousness externally. The external spiritual consciousness can only be mastered by the foundation building overhaul. Then Lin Sheng took out the Qingfeng sword and poured mana into the sword body. He could feel that the Qingfeng sword, which could only manage 1 blow before, could now hit with all its strength. Although it was only 1 blow, the lethality was different. What have I been doing these past 3 years? What a waste of time. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng stood up and kicked over the alchemy furnace in the hall. The alchemy talisman of the 4 arts formation of immortal cultivation is really harmful to people. If I had used all the spirit stones for cultivation, I would have reached at least the 5th level of qi refining now. I regret it. But it's not too late to stop now. You have achieved a breakthrough. It's time to celebrate. Let's go to Zuim. Cultivation of immortals also requires a balance between work and rest. Lin Sheng felt at ease and convinced himself. As soon as he reached the stairs, he happened to see the maid coming upstairs. 5th brother, here comes a qi refining monk who is very talkative and says he wants to buy all our elixirs. Buy them all. Lin Sheng looked surprised. This was a big customer, the kind that you wouldn't meet even one in a year. Quick, prepare tea. In the elegant hall on the 1st floor, Lin Sheng, with a friendly smile on his face, poured hot tea for the thin young monk wearing an actor's mask at the table. I am Lin Sheng, the shopkeeper of Lin Yao Pavilion. What do you call fellow Taoist? 3 claws. The young monk's tone was stiff and he glanced at the tea on the table indifferently. It turns out to be the 3-clawed fellow Taoist. I'm disrespectful. I wonder what fellow Taoist wants to buy. Lin Sheng got straight to the point. For a monk with this kind of attitude that rejects people thousands of miles away, too many polite words would be unsightly. Elixir talisman, I want as much as fellow Taoist has. Sanjiao looked at Lin Sheng. The actor's mask obscured his face, and Lin Sheng could only see his sinister eyes. That's not a small tone. Are you here to cause trouble? Lin Sheng thought to himself, his tone still cordial. Although my spirit medicine pavilion is small, it has many elixir talismans. Fellow Taoist wants to buy them all, haha. After hearing this, Sanjiao took off a storage bag from his waist and threw it on the table. There are 50 low-grade spiritual stones here, are they enough? Lin Sheng's heart moved and he picked up the storage bag and checked it. There were indeed 50 low-grade spiritual stones in it. 50 low-grade spirit stones are undoubtedly a huge sum of money for the monks of the qi refining stage, and many people are willing to take risks for it. This man took out the spiritual stone in a grand manner. How can he act like a cultivating muggle? Is it possible that this person is a qi refining late-stage monk and has deliberately hidden his realm, revealing the realm of fishing in the early stages of qi refining? If they have not practiced special secret techniques or are ahead of a larger realm, monks in the same realm cannot detect the cultivation realm that the other party has deliberately concealed, and can only rely on spiritual energy fluctuations. Although Lin Sheng was surprised, he had no other thoughts. After all, the Lin family was open for business. Even if you have some evil thoughts, you have to wait until the transaction is over, or at least wait until the person leaves the store and goes far away. What are fellow Taoists thinking? There was a rare hint of ridicule in Sanjiao's tone. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely. Fellow Taoist can spend such a huge amount of money at once, which really shocks me. But I want to empty out the inventory of my Lin family's spirit medicine pavilion with 50 low-grade spirit stones, but it's still a bit short. Lin Sheng deliberately emphasized the word, Lin family, to remind the monk in front of him that he might have ulterior motives. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Sanjiao's eyes. What if we add 50 low-grade spirit stones? Another storage bag was thrown on the table. There is definitely something wrong with this person. Lin Sheng was now very sure. It was impossible for ordinary qi refining monks to take out so many low-grade spiritual stones at once. Lin Sheng, whose name is Three Claws, has never been heard of in the north. He must be an independent cultivator. Since he has so many spirit stones, he must be a rogue cultivator. Because the qi refining monks with no background are relatively poor, they almost always spend the spirit stones they have. Firstly, they are afraid of being robbed by rogue cultivator. Secondly, spending money can also improve their own strength. After all, cultivating immortals and hundreds of arts, the money is where to spend. There are too many rogue cultivators, all of them are desperados, but Lin Sheng is fearless. Under the golden light formation of the spirit medicine pavilion, he can fight as long as the foundation building is not undergoing an overhaul. Will the Three Claws in front of me be the foundation building overhaul? Obviously he can't be. Would a rich man rob a beggar on the roadside of his money? Although I don't know what your purpose is, it's unlucky for you to meet me. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and carefully checked the 2 storage bags. He found no hidden restrictions and put them into his own storage bag. Based on the current inventory of elixirs and talismans in the spirit medicine pavilion, even at a premium, they are only worth 70 low-grade spirit stones at most, but Lin Sheng obviously has no intention of returning the excess spirit stones. He took out the spirit medicine pavilion's asset storage bag from his arms, collected the spirit stones inside and threw them to Three Claws. These are all the assets in my spirit medicine pavilion, fellow Taoist. Lin Sheng looked at the Three Claws with a smile. His right hand hidden in his sleeve had secretly grasped the formation flag. As long as the Three Claws dared to riot, the golden light array would be suppressed directly. Sanjiao opened the storage bag and checked it before nodding. Yes, thank you fellow Taoist. I'll take my leave then. It's interesting. Do you accept this? Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. Seeing that Sanjiao was about to leave, he suddenly had a new thought. Fellow Taoist, stay here. Huh, what's wrong, fellow Taoist? Sanjiao turned around and looked at Lin Sheng, with vigilance in his eyes. I think fellow Taoist is not a Northland monk, right? Lin Sheng took a sip of tea. Haha, so what if it is, so what if it isn't? Sanjiao replied with a sneer. I wonder if fellow Taoist has ever heard of the Little 5 Elements technique. Lin Sheng pretended to be profound. Little 5 Elements technique. Sanjiao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He had indeed never heard of this technique. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. In ancient times, there were powerful people who created a shocking divine ability called the Great 5 Elements technique. When you practice the 5 Elements technique to a high level, you can use the 5 Elements divine light to brush against the enemy. Law Weapon Spirit Treasure. As long as the treasure weapon is made of the 5 Elements materials, it will be forcibly taken away. It is extremely terrifying. Times have passed, and the Great 5 Elements technique has disappeared in the long river of history. But 3,000 years ago, a strange man appeared, calling himself 5 Elements Perfected Being. He was inspired by the Great 5 Elements technique and created a new method called the Small 5 Elements technique. At this point, Lin Sheng's words stopped abruptly, and he picked up the tea and drank lightly. What about the Little 5 Elements technique? Sanjiao became interested. Although the Small 5 Elements technique is not as powerful as the Big 5 Elements technique and cannot capture the enemy's treasure weapon, it can still have a slight influence. It should be noted that in the fight, an oversight can eliminate the path of life and death. Lin Sheng continued to make up random things. Is there really such a technique? I've never heard of it. Sanjiao obviously didn't believe it. Of course you haven't heard of it, because I made it up. Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly happy in his heart, and said with a leisurely expression, fellow Taoist is not from the north, so naturally he has never heard of such divine ability. My Lin family is a prominent family in the north and has been in existence for thousands of years. Naturally, we know many secrets of monks. Haha, I heard what fellow Taoist said. Does your shop have a collection of this infinitely powerful little 5 elements technique? Sanjiao sneered, his words full of sarcasm. That's right. Lin Sheng very quickly took out the bamboo slips from the storage bag and threw it on the table with a snap. His movements were even more graceful than when he threw the storage bag with 3 claws before. You really guessed it right. The Lin family really has a collection of this little 5 elements technique. The air suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. After a long time, Sanjiao laughed twice and said in a bad tone, fellow Taoist, do you think I am a stupid cultivator? Why did fellow Taoist say this? Lin Sheng pretended to be confused. If you don't believe it, fellow Taoist, please take a look. The bamboo slips contained the first few sentences of the Tao Te Ching. Lin Sheng shamelessly plagiarized them and burned them into the bamboo slips. No matter how high your level of cultivation is, whether you can read or understand it, but the main mantra is the Great Tao, let me ask you whether it is wonderful or not. Sanjiao snorted coldly, took the bamboo slips into his hands, and spread them out in the air. I'm quite cautious. Is it possible that I will also install traps in the bamboo slips? Lin Sheng secretly cursed, but this idea can be entertained. Seeing a few sentences on the bamboo slips, a trace of hesitation flashed in Sanjiao's eyes. These sentences seemed indeed mysterious, as if they contained great Tao. How is it, fellow Taoist trusts me? Lin Sheng looked proud. Just chi refining xiaoshou, I can't scare you to death. Single quote. After thinking for a while, Sanjiao questioned, I see that what is written on the bamboo slips does not look like the divine ability formula, but it looks like a scripture. Of course it's a scripture. Lin Sheng waved his hand and took the bamboo slip back. What's written in this bamboo slip is just a prologue. How can I just let you read the divine ability formula casually? Oh, there was an inexplicable meaning in Sandclaw's eyes. Can you tell me a few words about the true secret? Of course not. Lin Sheng refused without hesitation. Are you kidding? If you look at it, won't it be revealed? Single quote. Seeing Lin Sheng's decisive refusal, with a look of disbelief, Sanjiao hesitated and said, I wonder how much this method will cost. Lin Sheng reported a price that had been set long ago, 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The approximate price of a chi refining stage barrier breaking pill in Shushanfang City is 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Sometimes the price will be higher if the pill is scarce. Based on Lin Sheng's experience in breaking through the mid-chi refining stage, 3 barrier breaking pills may be needed to break through the chi refining late stage. So this is how the pricing of the little 5 elements technique comes about. If the business is done, the breakthrough level will be stable later. Haha, I didn't expect that I would have such an adventure in this bitter cold place. Hearing Lin Sheng's offer, Sanjiao suddenly sneered twice, then turned and left. Divine ability fellow Taoist should learn this spell by himself. Bar. Oops, the price is too high. Single quote. Lin Sheng was anxious and quickly persuaded him to stay. Hey, fellow Taoist, don't leave. If you are not satisfied with the price, we can discuss it again. Sanjiao didn't even look back. Fellow Taoist tried to trick me into using a few verses from scriptures that I don't know where to defraud. But he was really good at calculating. It's really ridiculous. Seeing the 3 claws disappearing at the door, Lin Sheng looked regretful. Oh, I'm still too impatient. The previous few sentences of the Tao Te Ching have clearly swayed the 3 claws. If the price is lower, maybe it will succeed. What a pity. What a pity. 5th brother, what's the pity? The maid saw Sanjiao leaving and walked into the elegant hall. It's a pity that my little 5 elements technique, why can't I meet the Ming master? Lin Sheng looked melancholy, took out the jade slip with the little 5 elements technique inscribed on it from his storage bag, spread it out and admired it. Little 5 elements technique. The maid was curious, but her master didn't say anything, and she didn't dare to glance at the jade slip. She lowered her head to collect the tea, and then quietly left. After a long time, Lin Sheng put away the jade slips and walked to the window. Should we leave? Single quote. Thinking in his mind, Lin Sheng took out the transmission talisman, said a few words and threw it out of the window. The transmission talisman circled in the air and then flew towards West Street. Lin Sheng didn't know the purpose of Sandclaw's trip to reveal his wealth, but no matter what the conspiracy was, as long as he didn't leave the spirit medicine pavilion or the golden light array, there wouldn't be much danger. Throwing out the transmission talisman, Lin Sheng just wanted to remind Lin Yan that in terms of safety, Zuim Fang was much safer than spirit medicine pavilion. Regardless of the fact that they are also protected by rank 1 formations, just a few chi refining late-stage witches are not something that ordinary chi refining monks can handle. I hope nothing happens. Lin Sheng looked at the transmission talisman disappearing into the horizon, and then took out the array flag to activate the golden light array. Golden light shrouded the spirit medicine pavilion, which was extremely conspicuous on East Street. Everyone stopped to see this strange scene, but no one dared to approach. Lin Sheng didn't care at all about mortal reactions. He was replacing the spiritual stones on the array plate, replacing a total of 5 low-grade spiritual stones in clockwise order. The spiritual power of the replaced spiritual stones has declined to varying degrees. After all, running the formation requires spiritual power. Even the silent formation consumes spiritual energy all the time. The spiritual energy in the bitter cold land is thin and can only be replenished through spiritual stones. Under normal circumstances, Lin Sheng did not activate the protective mode of the golden light array, but now that he had earned 30 low-grade spiritual stones, he felt a little uneasy, so he activated the golden light array for the first time. It's just a waste of a few spiritual stones. Anyway, it's the 3-clawed fellow Taoist who pays for it, and safety comes first. Single quote. Lin Sheng was thinking about taking out 3 messenger pigeons from the spirit beast bag. The messenger pigeons released 7 days ago have not flown back yet. I wonder if there was a delay within the clan. This time, Lin Sheng planned to release 3 messenger pigeons at once. Now the inventory in the cabinet was empty, and replenishment was urgent. If you earn 1 less spirit stone, you will lose blood. Zuim Fang. Lin Yan put away her transmission talismans thoughtfully, and spent hundreds of low-grade spiritual stones to become a mid-chi refining monk. This kind of thing is very rare in Shushanfang City, let alone in this bitter cold place. Lin Sheng's worry is not unreasonable. Thinking of this, Lin Yan took out a small red flag and raised it, activating the rank 1 red cloud array. What happened to sister? A female cultivator noticed the movement and came to ask. A group of rogue cultivators have arrived in the city. Go and inform the sisters not to leave Zuimengfang in the near future. Lin Yan ordered. What to do with the martial artists in those halls? Throw it out while you're still angry. 100 miles away from Qinghai County, there is a hillside called Dongjiaopo. A ray of light fell from the sky, it was Sandclaw. The fluctuations of spiritual power revealed around him at this time were clearly the cultivation of chi refining late stage. Why did it take so long? A figure walked out of the shadows at the foot of the hillside. He had a rough appearance, a red face and a bald head, and a tall and burly figure. He was carrying a dark coffin, and there was a faint scratching sound coming from the coffin. Where is the boy? There was a hint of vigilance in Sanjiao's eyes, and he took a few steps back to distance himself. The person carrying the coffin in front of me is a disciple of the 10,000 Corpses Valley of Jiao State, nicknamed Fierce Corpse, a chi refining Dzogchen monk, who is murderous and prefers to make human corpses. Brother Big Corpse looked playful. The boy hasn't returned yet, can you buy anything? Sanjiao still looked wary, took out the storage bag and threw it at the murderous corpse. I bought it, but the quality is poor. The ferocious corpse took the storage bag and asked, is there a tail coming with you? He didn't mind a few more refined corpses. Sanjiao shook his head. No, the store owner couldn't wait to activate the formation, looking like a coward. Haha, this cultivator in the north is also cautious and interesting. The murderous corpse opened the storage bag with a grin, and then frowned. Why is the quality so poor? Sanjiao responded coldly. That's already settled. The bitter cold in the north cannot compare to the Jiao Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. The ferocious corpse said nothing more, took out a blood-replenishing pill and threw it into his mouth to taste it carefully. After a moment, he slowly said, the efficacy of the medicine is more than 30% lower than that of pills of the same level. How many spiritual stones did you spend? 100, Sanjiao said stiffly, obviously in a very bad mood. 100, haha, the murderous corpse chuckled. Which store? BD Lin family. BD Lin family. The murderous corpse looked confused. He had heard of the Lin family of Yu Kingdom, but he had never heard of the name of the Northland Lin family. It's just a low-end family. Maybe the name of the Lin family in the north is just made up. Sanjiao said casually. Forget it, let's wait until the boy comes back to discuss it. The murderous corpse nodded, turned around and walked into the shadows. Three Claws did not follow the murderous corpse into the shadows under the hillside, but found a shaded area outside to meditate on nurturing spirit. An hour later, a blood cloud floated over the horizon. The blood cloud swayed on the hillside for a while and then quickly fell down. From the blood cloud, a 3-foot-tall boy walked out. He had red lips and white teeth, and a pink and tender face. He looked very cute. Where is the murderous corpse? The boy looked at the 3-clawed man under the shade of the tree with an unkind look, and his voice was as hoarse as an old man's. How's the progress? The 3 claws of nurturing spirit closed their eyes and asked in reply. Master, let me ask you where the evil corpse is. The boy's eyes revealed a fierce light, and his chi-refining Zochin cultivation suddenly erupted. Sanjiao's eyes were slightly cold, and chi-refining late stages cultivation level was also explosive. Compared with the 1000 Corpse sect's disciple Ziaji, he was not afraid of the independent cultivator boy. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. If I don't come forward, boy, will you still have to fight with the 3-clawed fellow Taoist? The murderous corpse walked out of the shadows and looked at the boy sideways. If he couldn't find any good players among the independent cultivators, he really wouldn't want to find this boy with an abnormal mind. It is said that this boy was trained and raised by his parents with all the poisons in the world since he was a child. Although he is 70 years old, he still maintains the appearance of a child. Snort. The boy glared at Sanjiao fiercely, gathered his energy, took out a storage bag with bloodstains on it, and threw it at the murderous corpse. This blood. The corpse frowned slightly. It's from the store. The boy looked arrogant. The monks here are too weak, killing them is like slaughtering chickens. Who told you to do it? The murderous corpse's face turned cold, and the coffin on its back suddenly glowed with black light, and the sounds of creaking came one after another. The 3 claws also had a bad look on their face, blocking the boy's escape route calmly, as if they would attack boldly if they disagreed with him. You can kill me if you want. What do you want? A circle of red and green mist rose from the boy's body and enveloped his whole body. If you kill someone, you will inevitably be traced. How can you keep the secret of this place? The murderous corpse became more and more angry as he spoke, and the muscles in his body began to squirm and swell, and the voice in the coffin behind him disappeared. So what if someone is tracing it? This place is located on the border of Qi State, with little information and a long journey. It would take half a month for anyone to come here. You said that the secret realm can be opened in 7 days. Could it be that you lied to us? The boy glanced at the 3 claws on the side, and calmly took out 2 monk heads from the storage bag. The heads are of a man and a woman. They are in very good condition and do not show any signs of decay. Their appearance is somewhat similar to that of a boy. This is the middle-grade law weapon that the boy obtained by taking the heads of his parents through poison rituals. Hearing the boy's words, Sanjiao's heart moved slightly, and he calmly took out a small sword, which seemed to be pointed at the boy, but in fact it was locked on the murderous corpse. Locked by the 2 vague chi forces, the squirming and expanding muscles of the vicious corpse shrank back again. Although he was not afraid of the 2 people in front of him, he was not willing to fight and waste his mana before the secret realm was opened. Independent cultivator is independent cultivator, it will never become a big deal. The murderous corpse snorted and opened the storage bag to check, and the coffin behind him made scratching sounds again. The tense atmosphere calmed down with the words and movements of the vicious corpse. Hee, we independent cultivators are really no match for fellow Taoist sect background and 3 claws fellow Taoist. Do you think so? The boy grinned and put the poison spirit skull back into the storage bag and looked at 3 claws not far away. Of course it is, but we independent cultivator are willing to fight to the death for the opportunity. What do you think, fellow Taoist? 3 claws did not put the law weapon into the storage bag, but wrapped it around his back. It's very, very true. The boy agreed very much. The more he looked at the 3 claws, the more he found them pleasing to the eye. He didn't care at all about the singing of the 2 and the murderous corpse. He took out a painting from his storage bag and spread it out. The painting was a topographic map, which was vaguely similar to Dongjiaopo. Then the murderous corpse took out the elixir talisman and threw it on the painting. Water ripples appeared on the surface of the scroll and swallowed the entire elixir talisman. As the evil corpse kept throwing elixirs and talismans into the painting, the east corner slope on the scroll became clearer and more vivid, until finally the image in the painting shone with a dazzling golden light and stopped swallowing the elixirs and talismans. Is this a treasure hunt map? It's really magical. The boy came to the murderous corpse at some point and looked at the scroll floating in the air with great interest. Can this picture open the secret realm? Sanjiao stood a little further away, but his eyesight was very good and he could clearly see the image in the picture. The Immortal Cultivation world has many secret realms, large and small, either floating in the turbulence of the void or hidden outside the walls of chaos. The Immortal Cultivation world is not unique. The whole world is like a small boat, drifting in the long river of chaos. Occasionally, space turbulence will form after collision with other worlds, and world fragments will also collapse. After these world fragments were ingested and transformed by the Immortal Cultivator, Secret Realm was born. Secret Realm may be a cave mansion garden, a place of experience, or even ancient sect ruins. The appearance of every secret realm can trigger a war in the Immortal Cultivation world. With the passage of time, some great wise people evolved the space spirit patterns, and thus the treasure cultivating method was born, which is one of the hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals. The treasure map is made by Baosho and can find the secret realm. As for the principle of treasure hunting, it is through the space spirit pattern in the treasure hunting map that resonates with the secret realm in the void, so that the secret realm is revealed to the world. The elixir talisman thrown into the painting is a transaction with the treasure cultivator. Some treasure cultivators want spiritual stones, and some treasure cultivators want skills. They are not uniform. If Baosho had flourished, there would not have been so many secret realms in the world. The Baosho Dao only arose within 100 years. With the intervention of powerful monks, it soon disappeared in the long river of history, and the space spirit pattern also followed. Lost. Although the treasure cultivator is unique, there are still some treasure hunting maps handed down, and the trading formations burned into them are still running. Every time a treasure map appears in an auction, a group of monks will fight over it, because whoever takes the treasure map will seize the opportunity. This treasure hunt map of the murderous corpse was obtained from the storage bag of a chi refining monk. Fortunately, the transaction demand is for elixirs and talismans, not some ancient techniques or the extinct fairy grass spirit medicine. The murderous corpse traveled from the territory of Jiao State to the northern part of Qi State before feeling the fluctuations of the spatial spiritual pattern on Dongjiaopo. The murderous corpse put away the storage bag and looked at the boy. It will take 7 days to start the treasure hunt in Secret Realm. If anyone comes during this period, you can handle it yourself. Hee, don't worry, Taoist brother, if there is an attack, I will naturally deal with it. The boy changed his previous arrogant attitude. This is the best. The vicious corpse turned and walked into the shadow under the hillside. Because he had been refining corpses for many years, he didn't like the sun very much. Qinghai County, in the elegant hall on the second floor of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Lin Sheng looked at the gray sand on the ground with a thoughtful look on his face. 20 low-grade spiritual stones can only give me a little bit of magic power. If I want to reach the 5th level of Qi refining, I will probably need thousands of spiritual stones. Single quote. Unfortunately, most of the spiritual energy has dissipated, and the utilization rate is too low. Using spiritual stones to practice is ultimately not worth the gain, so it can no longer be wasted casually. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng took out the formation disc, and the golden light that shrouded the Spirit Medicine Pavilion for 7 days finally dissipated, and the mortals in the city also lost a viewing spot. The policeman who blocked the road to collect the viewing fee cursed and pulled down the blockade. Naturally, he did not dare to direct the obscene words in his mouth at the immortal master, so the common people had to bear it. 5th brother, the young man who was wandering outside the door a few days ago is here again. Outside the elegant hall, the maid knocked on the door. Come again. Lin Sheng was suspicious, walked to the window and looked downstairs. I saw a short-haired boy wearing linen clothes walking back and forth in front of the door, with a tangled look on his delicate face, and his eyes glanced at the closed door from time to time. The Qi refining level's aura fluctuations were vaguely visible on the young man's body. It was obvious that he was just a rookie who had just stepped into the Immortal Cultivation world. It's interesting. Invite him into the store. Lin Sheng ordered. Yu Dao opened a store to welcome customers from all over the world. There is no reason why he wouldn't do business when he comes to the store, even if he is just a kid on the first floor of chi refining. The maid opened the store door and was about to speak when she saw the boy running out like a frightened rabbit. The maid hurriedly chased him into the street, only to find that the boy had disappeared in a flash. In desperation, he raised his head and looked at the second-floor window. Fifth brother, he ran away in fear. I saw it. Lin Sheng's face was dark. He didn't expect to scare away the customers and earn a few less spiritual stones. But then he thought about it and realized that there was nothing for sale in the store, and Lin Sheng immediately felt much better. He took out a storage bag and threw it at the maid from the window. This storage bag is for you, and the spiritual stones in it are for Lin Yan. The maid took the storage bag with joy on her face. Thank you, fifth brother, you are so kind. Of course, a storage bag with 1 cubic meter of space can sell at least 5 low-grade spiritual stones. After all, I can't be a master of evil painting. Lin Sheng shook his head and sighed, leaving the window. Half a month has passed and the carrier pigeon still has not flown back. This makes Lin Sheng worried. Normally, the carrier pigeon should fly back within a week. How could it take so long? Thinking of the independent cultivator who spent hundreds of spirit stones 7 days ago, Lin Sheng felt as if a shadow was hanging over his heart. Until now, he didn't dare to leave the spirit medicine pavilion. In the past half a month, he had to burn incense at the unknown temple of Monk Jafu, but now he was delayed. The spiritual stones could no longer be wasted. Lin Sheng suddenly felt that there was nothing to do. He couldn't help but think of refining elixirs, and he felt a little anxious in his heart. It's a waste to use spiritual stones for cultivation, but it's not a waste to use them for alchemy, right? Single quote. It's just that now there is no alchemy material, otherwise Lin Sheng would have started it long ago. I don't know when those traveling businessmen will come again. Single quote. Speaking of travel merchants, we have to mention the market economy of the entire Immortal Cultivation world. Immortal Cultivation world is open to everyone's business in Fang City, which is generally controlled by families or sects. Those who do business for some people or black markets, usually short-lived trading places organized by a certain monk or a group of monks. Finally, there are the traveling merchants who circulate in the major Immortal Cultivation worlds. Their sources of purchase are the caravans of major families or sects. When they're selling wares, they're traveling merchants, and when they're carrying knives, they're rogue cultivators. However, these people also have their own rules. As a traveling merchant, they will never do anything like rogue cultivator. This is called doing what they do and loving what they do. The messenger pigeon did not fly back, and the group of traveling traders was nowhere to be seen. Lin Sheng couldn't help but worry that his caravan would not be robbed, right? While Lin Sheng was thinking wildly, he suddenly noticed fluctuations in the formation, and subconsciously used the Yin Thunder Talisman, causing bursts of thunder. No, 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 it's me, fifth brother, Lin Shaoji. A panicked voice came from outside the house. How to prove it? Lin Sheng smiled, but did not put away the Yin Lei Talisman. I am now slowly pushing the door open with my hands. Fifth brother, please take a closer look at my face. The door was slowly pushed open, and a handsome young man stood outside the door, but the young man's face was full of panic at this time. The Lin family members are not very qualified, but each one is more handsome than the other. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and put away the Yin Lei Talisman. Why are you the only one? Uncle 6 is at Aunt Lin's place. I ran over here first. Brother 5, you have made a breakthrough. Lin Shaoji's face was full of surprise and he circled around Lin Sheng. You're not bad, have you reached the 3rd level of chi refining? Lin Sheng smiled, took out a low-grade spirit stone and threw it to Lin Shaoji. Fifth brother, you are the best to me. Don't worry, if you and second brother compete for the head of the family in the future, I will definitely support you. Lin Shaoji happily took the spirit stone. Get out of here and I'll use you to push me forward. Lin Sheng's face darkened. Lin Shaoji scratched his head and showed a simple and honest smile. Lin Shaoji's original surname was Fang. His father died early and he changed his surname to Lin after his mother's surname. He was barely a direct descendant. There were several people in the same situation as him. Lin Xiaoji's mother is Lin Sheng's sister-in-law, an ordinary woman without spirit root. He also has two brothers named Fang, who are also ordinary people. Currently, the only direct lineage of the Lin family's immortal cultivators are Lin Sheng's third uncle, Lin Konglong, sixth uncle Lin Xingzang, seventh uncle Lin Fatai, and third aunt Lin Baichou. Others either died young or were ordinary people, some died of old age, and some are still alive, not only alive, but also gave birth to a bunch of ordinary people. If calculated based on the entire family, the Lin family is undoubtedly prosperous, but in terms of a family that cultivates immortality, the Lin family can be said to be thin. Fifth brother, let me tell you a secret. Do you know why it was Uncle Six who went out this time? Lin Xiaoji whispered. Why? After saying this, Lin Sheng was also a little puzzled. In the past, it was the seventh uncle's business to go out for a walk, and the sixth uncle Qi refining late stages 9th level cultivation was always guarding the clan. Because we are going to marry the Xiao family. Lin Xiaoji showed a mean expression. The Xiao family found a rank 1 spirit vein and was afraid that it would not be able to hold it, so they came to our Lin family. Lin Sheng was shocked when he heard this, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Don't tell me that Uncle Six is here to capture me and bring me back for marriage. Lin Xiaoji's smile faltered, and he raised his eyebrows and said, Brother Five, what are you thinking about? It is Uncle Seven who is getting married. Oh, that's good. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not him, anyone can get married. This is already an old tradition of the Lin family. His fourth sister, Lin Yulin, worked for a 150-year-old foundation building overhaul. Got a concubine. Fifth brother, you don't even know that Granny Xiao is over 50 years old, and seventh uncle still wants to marry her. Lin Sheng interrupted Lin Xiaoji's eloquent words with a wave of his hand. I don't care about these things, and you don't want to talk about it. I just want to know if you received the messenger pigeon I sent. I got it. It was delayed because of the marriage. Later I received your carrier pigeon. Uncle Six took us directly to Blackstone City to make a teleportation formation. It cost 12 low-grade spirit stones. I don't even know what to say. My store's annual income is only a few dozen low-grade spiritual stones. Lin Sheng was slightly speechless. That's different. Uncle Six is worried about your safety. How can any independent cultivator come up with so much money at once and still be in such a ghost place? Yes, Xiaoji is right. A middle-aged man with a dignified and resolute appearance suddenly walked into the room. It was Lin Xingzang, the sixth eldest son of the Lin family. Lin Sheng seemed to have known about Lin Shengzhang's arrival for a long time and was not surprised at all, but Lin Xiaoji was frightened. Uncle Lu, when did you arrive? Did you hear what I said before? Exactly every word. Lin Xingzang smiled slightly. Can you not tell Uncle Qi? Lin Xiaoji sounded a little unsure. No, Lin Xingzang refused decisively, and then looked at Lin Sheng with admiration. Xiaowu, did you know I'm here? Such a big spiritual energy ball appears in the formation, and I'm not blind or deaf. Single quote. Lin Sheng cursed endlessly, but with a faint smile on his face. I just noticed it by luck. It was quite an understatement. Lin Xingzang nodded with satisfaction. Now that you are in the middle stage of qi refining, please follow me back to the clan to practice this time. Lin Sheng was about to agree when he suddenly thought of what Lin Xiaoji had just said about the marriage, which was all caused by rank 1 spirit vein. Rank 1 spirit vein is needed for qi refining stage monks to practice. Every time it appears, it will provoke some wars in the qi refining family. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng was slightly frightened. The Lin family might be in a whirlpool at this time, and he had to think of a reason to refuse temporarily. If I go back, who will take care of the spirit medicine pavilion? Lin Xingzang heard this and looked at Lin Xiaoji, who was dejected. Me. Lin Xiaoji pointed at himself and immediately showed excitement. If he stayed in the store, wouldn't he have to face Uncle Qi? Lin Sheng shook his head. Xiaoji has never been exposed to business. I will take him for a while and teach him. Lin Xing looked thoughtful, and nodded after a moment. Okay, the situation in the clan is uncertain at the moment, so you can come back after a few days when things have stabilized. Hearing this, Lin Sheng felt a sense of shame in his heart, which disappeared in the next second. Save the land and lose the people, and everyone in the land will be lost. Save the people and lose the land, and everyone in the land will survive. Only when you are alive can you have a family. Single quote. Uncle 6, don't worry. No matter what happens to the Lin family, I'm still there. Lin Sheng looked solemn. Haha, okay. Lin Xingzhang smiled heartily and took out 2 red and white storage bags from his arms. The white storage bag is to supplement the elixir talisman in the store, and the red storage bag is the cultivation resource given to you by the clan. Under Lin Xiaoji's envious gaze, Lin Sheng took the storage bag. Uncle 6, I want to go back with you, will you not give me this red storage bag? Of course not, what's yours is yours. Lin Xingzhang smiled, but you can't line your own pockets with the store's income. How could it be? The store's income is all here. Uncle 6, please take a look. Lin Sheng took out the storage bag and handed it to Lin Xingzhang without changing his expression. There are exactly 100 low-grade spirit stones in the storage bag. According to the real assets, the spirit medicine pavilion should have 153 low-grade spirit stones, but some were consumed during the period. Rounding up to 0, there is only one left. 100. Lin Xingzhang took the storage bag and put it in his arms without opening it for inspection. Another trace of shame arose in Lin Sheng's heart, but it immediately disappeared as soon as he took a breath. What's wrong with the extra spiritual stones I earned through my own abilities and put them in my own pocket? Single quote. Lin Xingzhang stayed in Qinghai County for 7 days and then left to return to his family. The spirit medicine pavilion, which had been bustling for a few days, became deserted again. Xiaoji, I'm going to the temple to offer incense, will you go? Lin Sheng stayed in the spirit medicine pavilion for more than 20 days and was finally leaving the spirit medicine pavilion. Before leaving, Lin Xingzhang took his clan members to inspect the entire 50-mile radius of Qinghai County to make sure there was no hidden rogue cultivator gang before he left with peace of mind. If not, Lin Sheng felt that he could still stay in the spirit medicine pavilion for more than 20 days. Shang Shang, I won't go. Lin Xiaoji held the account book with a frown on his face. He couldn't read the store's previous accounts. 1 qi replenishing pills sold for 50 spiritual stones, but 1 bottle of qi replenishing pills only sold for 6 low-grade spiritual stones. Do you know that a bottle of qi replenishing pills only contains 15 pills, but the price is actually lower? A blood replenishing pill sold for 50 spiritual crystals in March, why did the price change to 30 spiritual crystals in August? I couldn't understand it even if I looked at it, and I didn't dare to ask, but it made Lin Xiaoji very worried. Seeing Lin Xiaoji holding the account book and hesitating to speak, Lin Sheng felt it was very interesting. Then I'm leaving. If you don't understand, don't read it. Just write it down again, and all the previous accounts will be wiped out. Then what will the clan do if they investigate in the future? Lin Xiaoji was a little worried. We'll have to investigate later. We'll wait until we find out. Lin Sheng said and walked towards the street. Then what should we do if we find out? Lin Xiaoji looked like he was getting to the bottom of it. If we really find out, we'll find out. What does your Lin Xiaoji's accounting have to do with me, Lin Sheng? Ah, Lin Xiaoji's eyes suddenly widened and he quickly chased out of the lobby, but Lin Sheng's figure had disappeared. The little nameless temple. Master, I'm here to bother you again. Lin Sheng put the incense into the incense burner and turned his head to see the 2 young monks beside him who were looking at him eagerly. He couldn't help but smile and took out a bag of candies and handed them over. The 2 young monks took the candies and ran away happily. Did you know that the monk was smiling? If it weren't for my little friend's golden aura, this poor monk would really think that my little friend is the reincarnation of my eminent Buddhist monk. Master has said that I recently purchased 3 taels of new tea, and I came here to invite you to taste it. Lin Sheng took out the tea that had been prepared from the storage bag. Every time he came to exchange his cultivation experience with the monk Jafu, he did not dare to drink the tea in the temple. If this continues, it will inevitably make monk Jafu unhappy. Now he has brought both tea and water, and all the tea sets are ready. Monk Zihu saw the tea in Lin Sheng's hand and his smile did not diminish. It's so kind, I would like to invite you into the inner room to talk about it. Please, Lin Sheng responded humbly. Dongjiaopo. The murderous corpse looked at the treasure map floating in midair with a gloomy face. At this time, the golden light on the treasure map had reached its peak, and space cracks were looming around the treasure map. Xieji, we have been waiting for half a month, why hasn't Secret Realm appeared yet? Could it be that you are stalling for time? The boy narrowed his eyes and spoke in a bad tone, with the law weapon's poisonous spirit skull floating on his shoulder. Three Claws stood next to the boy with a solemn face, holding the flying sword law weapon and preparing for it. He now suspected that this was a trap set by the evil corpse. The ferocious corpse glanced at the aggressive boy and turned his attention to the treasure map again. This is also my first time to open the treasure map. I just heard that it takes 7 days to open the secret realm. Half a month has passed now. I'm afraid this secret realm is not simple. Even the Foundation building overhaul would be jealous of the secret realm. At this point, the vicious corpse looked at the boy again. If you hadn't killed anyone that day, no matter how long it took, we would still have the upper hand. I'm afraid many monks have come to the north now. You have time to show off your rhetoric here, why not patrol the surrounding area and intercept and kill the monks who dare to approach? HMPH. The boy knew he was wrong and turned to look at Sandclaw beside him. Three Claw fellow Taoist, please go and patrol around. I will keep an eye on him. If there is any situation, I will use the fire talisman to remind him. Sanjiao hesitated slightly and nodded in agreement. It was obviously more suitable for the boy to stay behind. He was only a monk on the 8th level of chi refining and was weaker than the two of them. If he was not familiar with the formation, he would not be qualified to join this operation. He stood up with his sword, and the Three Claws were about to go east. Suddenly he thought that the boy was coming from the west, so he made a big circle in the air and flew to the west. 100 miles to the west from Dongjiaopo, there is a small county with 10,000 people, named Jing'an County. Since the Immortal Master store was damaged by a burst of explosions half a month ago, the entire county has been under martial law. The streets are deserted and no pedestrians can be seen. The county magistrate was kneeling in front of the hall, trembling all over because of a middle-aged man sitting in the hall. Are you sure the law weapon that person used was a skull? The middle-aged man looked at the kneeling magistrate in the hall with cold eyes. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. There are 2 heads, one male and one female. I dare not hide anything. The county magistrate put his forehead to the ground and did not dare to raise it. Fifth uncle, I have already guessed who it is. There were 3 young men standing in the hall, one tall and 2 short, and the taller one suddenly spoke out. With the heads of men and women as the law weapon, and using the poison method, and still looking like a child, it must be a poisonous boy. Hearing this, the middle-aged man tapped his index finger on the table, thoughtfully. The young man continued. It's just that the Baidu boy is often active in the Nanshan area. For some reason, he came to the north and killed my Lu family. The index finger tapping on the desk suddenly stopped, and the middle-aged man looked at the county magistrate. This matter has nothing to do with you, get up. Thank you, elder. The county magistrate stood up tremblingly and retreated behind a group of young people. The middle-aged man looked at the young people. If you dare to kill our Lu family, you will have to pay the price. Each of you will bring a few people and go through the northern land, using the fire symbol as a sign. Fifth uncle, do you want to ask the Lin family in Qinghai County for help? The tall young man suddenly suggested. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then refused. This is our Lu family's business. We don't need help from others. Even a chi refining independent cultivator can't deal with it. It's just a joke. Fifth uncle, please forgive me for being blunt, but it's been half a month now, and Baidu boy may have fled far away, and is no longer in the north. One of the short young men stood up and reminded him. Everyone looked stern when they heard this. This was a problem, but everyone subconsciously ignored it. This is why the independent cultivator and his ilk are so difficult to deal with. They kill people, seize treasures, escape to other places, wait for the limelight to pass, and then come out to act like monsters. The middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at the county magistrate who was shrinking behind everyone. This person was also a member of the Lu family. He was just an ordinary person without spirit root and had no means of communication. He relied entirely on ordinary methods to convey messages, so the time was delayed for a long time. The middle-aged man sighed slightly. Let's look for it first. If we can't find any clues, we can go to Black Rock City to issue a reward. What's the use of a reward order? These rogue cultivators all carry thick bounties on their backs. Single quote. The short young man thought to himself and wanted to say more, but was pulled by the tall young man beside him. Seeing the suggestive look in his companion's eyes, the short young man was slightly startled and said no more. Dongjiaopo, the murderous corpse of nurturing spirit, whose eyes were closed in the shadow at the bottom of the slope, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. The boy meditating not far away also noticed and raised his head. The motionless treasure map in midair suddenly vibrated, and then there was a loud noise, and the treasure map exploded into pieces. A ray of golden light burst out in the explosion. Wherever the golden light passed, the space was shattered one after another. As the golden light dissipated, a ring of circular space cracks that covered the sky and the sun appeared in the sky. The central space covered by the annular cracks quickly collapsed, and space cracks of various sizes quietly emerged, in which the light of the formation could be faintly seen. Rich spiritual energy spurted out from the cracks in the space, forming circles of spiritual waves that spread around. For a moment, the situation changed. Ha ha, the opportunity is mine. The boy laughed and soared into the sky, wrapped in blood clouds, and headed straight for the crack in space. The murderous corpse frowned slightly, and after suddenly seeing a ray of light coming from the horizon at great speed, his expression relaxed slightly. After the light stopped not far away, the corpse smiled. This trip to the secret realm, I have to rely on the three-clawed fellow Taoist. Standing with a sword in 3 claws, his eyes flashed. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, I hope fellow Taoist will abide by the agreement. Natural, the vicious corpse responded, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Qinghai County. Lin Sheng was strolling down the street with a leisurely expression. He had just had a conversation with the monk Jafu and gained a lot. He was now in a very happy mood. Suddenly he raised his head as if feeling something, and saw a white mist covering the sky and sun appearing on the horizon. What is that? Single quote. As soon as Lin Sheng had doubts in his heart, the white mist that was far away in the sky arrived over the county town in the blink of an eye, and the sky turned dark. Without thinking too much, Lin Sheng quickly offered up the Vajra talisman. Before he could activate the talisman, white mist swept over his body. This is. Lin Sheng felt comfortable all over, as if he was soaking in a spiritual spring. All the pores on his body were opened, welcoming the baptism of spiritual energy. He had never felt such pure spiritual energy. The rank 1 spirit vein of the clan was the same as this spiritual energy. Nothing compares to law manifestation. There must be a treasure born. Lin Sheng's eyes flashed, and he took out the Qingfeng sword and was about to rise up with the sword. Suddenly he thought that he was just a monk at the 4th level of qi refining. His magic power was limited, so he should just stand on the ground. The spiritual wave came and went quickly. Before Lin Sheng could feel it carefully, the spiritual wave had disappeared into the horizon. Several figures flew up from the city and appeared in midair. They were Lin Yan and others from Zuim. Is there a spiritual being from heaven and earth born? Single quote. Lin Yan looked thoughtfully at the direction in which the spiritual wave was going. Suddenly she saw Lin Sheng on the ground, smiled charmingly, and leapt down. Why did 5th brother come out of the spirit medicine pavilion today? But you want to come to my Zuim. Lin Yan twisted her waist and walked over, looking at Lin Sheng lovingly. Feeling the desire rising for no reason in his heart, Lin Sheng looked helpless. Aunt Yan, can you not use your charm skills on me as soon as you see me? You will make me unable to control you. What can't you control? Lin Yan's eyes were dark. I can't help but complain to third uncle. Lin Sheng smiled shyly. He will definitely skin you and cramp you. HMPH. Lin Yan rolled her eyes. What do you think of this strange situation in the world? What do I think? I stood on the ground and watched. Lin Sheng thought to himself and touched his chin. There must be a baby born. How about we work together to find out? Lin Yan suggested. No, there was such a big movement, and I don't know how many monks rushed over. Lin Sheng refused decisively, and he, a small 4th level qi refining monk, went to join in the fun. The way to live forever lies in fighting. How can you live forever if you don't fight when you have the opportunity? Lin Yan showed an expression that hated iron. Haha, Aunt Yan, go ahead and fight, otherwise you won't join in the fun. Lin Sheng chuckled, turned and left. Fighting for opportunities, afraid of giving opportunities to others. Single quote. In the spirit medicine pavilion, Lin Sheng closed his eyes and practiced the Qi entrainment technique. As this wave of spiritual energy swept by, the world was still filled with a little spiritual energy, so he had to absorb it. The red storage bag Lin Xingzang brought did not contain spiritual stones. In addition to the usual healing pills and talismans, there was also a barrier-breaking pill and a new rank 2 supreme-grade Yin Thunder talisman. When the baby was born, Lin Sheng had some confidence with 2 Yin Thunder talismans in hand, so he did not activate the golden light array in the spirit medicine pavilion because he knew that a large wave of monks would soon appear in Qinghai County. How can we wait until we don't do business now? 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. In 3 days, 6 groups of people came to the spirit medicine pavilion. Some were buying elixirs and talismans, while others were selling law weapon spirit medicine. However, among the buyers, there is no longer the cultivator who spent hundreds of spirit stones. Each one of them searched hard and had to negotiate for a single spirit stone. Even so, the inventory of elixirs and talismans sent by Lin Xingzang, which could be sold for several years, was almost exhausted. Lin Sheng sent 3 messenger pigeons in a row to ask the family to restock. Lin Xiaoji was laughing so hard these days that his lips were almost crooked, because all the transactions these days were recorded in his account books. It turned out that he had kept Lin Sheng's account books intact, leaving them for the family to check in the future. This scapegoat, he doesn't carry it. Lin Sheng is also in a very good mood these days. After all, he has made a lot of money from spiritual stones. In the past, monks who could not see each other appeared together in groups. One of the Qi refining youths named Lu impressed Lin Sheng even more because he took out 3 low-grade law weapons at once. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng didn't have many spirit stones in his store, so he couldn't eat them and could only watch them. The young man left disappointed. In normal Shushan Fang City, the price of a low-grade law weapon is about 500 low-grade spirit stones. A middle-grade law weapon costs 1,500 low-grade spirit stones and upwards, and a high-grade law weapon depends on the specific power, ranging from 3,000 to 5,000. Low-grade spiritual stones vary. Law weapon can generally be used at will only by the foundation building overhaul. The Qi refining mid-stage monk can only play it a few times, and only the Qi refining late stage can barely control it. A monk who can take out 3 low-grade law weapons at once is definitely not a simple person. Lin Sheng has memorized that person's face and will stay away from him in the future. Today's Northland is in chaos, there are fightings everywhere, monks die every day, and then new ones come. The spiritual wave 3 days ago was not caused by the birth of the baby, but the birth of the secret realm, which caused changes in the world. Lin Sheng also learned about it from the customer 2 days ago. Secret realm exists for as short as 1 month and as long as half a year. This has led to more and more monks in the city. Disciples of famous sects are more restrained. Independent cultivator with no background puts a piece of cloth on his face. Start your rogue cultivator routine as soon as you put it on. Not everyone has the courage to compete for opportunities in secret realm. If they can't seize the opportunity, they can't seize you. There are more and more people fishing in troubled waters. Another 3 days passed, and finally the foundation building overhaul stationed in Black Rock City could no longer sit still and came to Qinghai County. With the majesty of the foundation building overhaul, no one dared to cause trouble in the city anymore. Qinghai County finally ushered in peace, but the wilderness outside the city was still extremely bloody. 5th brother, what's the name of that senior from foundation building? Lin Xiaoji held the account book with a curious expression on his face, and the maid standing guard in front of the hall also listened carefully. I don't know what he is called, but others call him Han Perfected Being. Lin Sheng lowered his head to check the changes in the formation patterns on the formation plate. The world is not peaceful at the moment, and there must be no problems with the life-saving formation. Foundation building monk, we don't know if there will be a foundation building day. Lin Xiaoji said with emotion on his face. After the inspection was correct, Lin Sheng put away the array and looked at Lin Xiaoji. I don't know if I can foundation building, but if you hold the account books all day long, you will definitely not be able to build the foundation. Lin Xiaoji's face turned red and he was about to put the account books into his storage bag. Lin Sheng waved his hand to stop it. Don't put it away, bring it to me to check and see if you have any misremembered accounts. Lin Xiaoji took a step back after hearing this, with a look of vigilance on his face. I can't remember it wrong. I checked it many times. As he spoke, he put the account books into the storage bag at lightning speed. If the account book is shown to Lin Sheng, the numbers in it will change inexplicably. Lin Xiaoji has suffered losses several times. Lin Sheng had a look of pity on his face. The child was older and it was no longer easy to fool him. Excuse me, do you collect anything here? A dirty young man suddenly appeared in front of the spirit medicine pavilion. He looked uneasy and his eyes were erratic. It was that young man. Lin Sheng recognized at a glance that the person in front of the door was the young man in linen clothes who was scared away by the maid. At this time, the boy's eyes were still bruised. He must have been beaten, which showed that he was not living well these days. What do you want to sell? Lin Xiaoji frowned. The person in front of him looked more like a beggar than a monk. A trace of panic flashed across the young man's face. Seeing Lin Xiaoji's eyes becoming more and more impatient, he turned around and was about to run away. Lin Sheng had been paying attention to the young man. When he saw that he was about to run, he jumped behind the young man, grabbed his shoulders and pulled him into the store. With a bang, the door closed. Why are you running away, kid? We don't eat people. Lin Sheng frowned. The boy disappeared last time. There was no way he could run away this time. He wanted to see what the boy's purpose was. The young man turned pale and said in a weak voice, I just want to sell something. Why are you selling something? Take it out and take a look. Lin Sheng looked at the young man with an expressionless face. The young man looked hesitant. You won't steal my baby, will you? Oh, the Lin family has been open for business for so long. When did you snatch someone else's treasure? Take it out immediately. If you are deliberately amusing us, I will hang you at the East City Gate to expose you to the sun for 3 days. Lin Sheng threatened in a cold voice, which made the young man tremble all over. He moved his hands very quickly and took out a piece of iron as big as a palm from his arms. What is this? Law weapon fragment. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. He felt a faint aura on the iron piece, which looked like the product of the law weapon's collapse. Is this the treasure you are talking about? Lin Xiaoji's eyes widened. He was already sure that this young man was here to entertain them. The young man looked anxious and hurriedly defended, it's really a treasure. It will appear as long as it drops blood. As he spoke, he bit his tongue suddenly and spit out a mouthful of blood at the iron piece. When the blood comes into contact with the iron piece, it disappears visibly to the naked eye, as if it is absorbed by the iron piece, and then a special symbol appears on the iron piece. This. Lin Xiaoji looked curious. Is it really a treasure? Haha, it's just a fragment of the law weapon spell. Do you think this is your treasure? Lin Sheng held the piece of iron and looked at the young man with a half smile, but his heart was filled with confusion. He had seen the symbol on the piece of iron from Monk Jafu, and it was suspected to be ancient Sanskrit. I said, how could it be a treasure? Only you, a rookie in the Immortal Cultivation world, consider it a treasure. Lin Xiaoji suddenly realized and looked at the boy with contempt. Isn't it? The young man woke up from a dream, looking depressed. Are you an independent cultivator? Who is your master? Lin Sheng tossed the piece of iron in his hand and continued without waiting for the boy's answer. Looking at your appearance, I guess you don't have a master. That's all. I am the most kind-hearted person. This secret book, just take the evergreen technique. It will be enough for you to practice until the middle stage of qi refining. Lin Xiaoji was confused by Lin Sheng's words. He looked at Lin Sheng with confusion on his face. He really couldn't understand why the fifth brother did this. The young man took the secret book with a confused look on his face and did not react for a moment. He originally wanted to sell a few spiritual stones before buying the secret book for cultivating immortality. Unexpectedly, he got the secret book directly. Is that really a treasure? The young man's eyes were fixed on the iron piece flying up and down in Lin Sheng's hand. Lin Sheng didn't care about the young man's thoughts and casually put the iron piece into his storage bag. Fifth brother, that piece of iron. Lin Xiaoji was curious, and when Lin Sheng glanced over at him, he quickly shut his mouth. Happy transaction. Lin Sheng looked at the young man again, smiled slightly, raised his hand, and the door of the spirit medicine pavilion opened. After a moment of silence, the young man left the spirit medicine pavilion. Elegant hall on the second floor. Lin Xiaoji endured it for a long time, and finally couldn't help it anymore. Fifth brother, is that iron piece a treasure? Lin Sheng looked leisurely as he made tea. What do you want to say? If it's really a treasure, I'll kill that boy. Lin Xiaoji's face flashed with a fierce look, changing his shy look before. Oh, if you kill that young man, do you want to kill the maid downstairs as well? Lin Sheng glanced at Lin Xiaoji and continued to make tea. Lin Xiaoji said nothing after hearing this. If he said that they should be killed together, then where would he put himself? Should he be killed too? Thinking of this, he quietly watched Lin Sheng make tea. After a long time, Lin Sheng pushed a cup of tea in front of Lin Xiaoji. There are many kinds of treasures. Spirit stone is a treasure for the poor, independent cultivator, and spirit medicine is also a treasure for the dying. In that boy's hands, the piece of iron is just rubbish. In my hands, it might be of some use. Lin Xiaoji was still a little unconvinced. Uncle San said that the fight for opportunity is a fight of life and death. We must kill them all, otherwise we will only breed tigers. That boy knows that the iron piece is a treasure, and he will definitely come to cause trouble for you in the future. If he gets strong enough to come and cause trouble for me, I'll just give it back to him. Lin Sheng picked up the tea and took a sip. It was slightly bitter, with a hint of astringency. I don't understand. Lin Xiaoji shook his head. Lin Sheng put down the teacup. You have to learn to make friends with strangers and turn enemies into friends. I think that young man is also a person of luck. Giving him the secret of everlasting youth is to introduce him to the beginning. If he can really walk on the great Tao in the future, he will not care about his past feelings. I have only kindness and no hatred for him. If he dies halfway, there is no need to mention it again. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiaoji asked, what if he goes to Demon Tao? What if he becomes an ungrateful and murderous person? If he is stronger than us, then let him slaughter our Lin family. As the third uncle said, cultivating immortals means fighting for one's life. Isn't it normal to fail to fight? Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Lin Xiaoji frowned when he heard this. He always felt that something was wrong, but for a while he had no way to refute. In the secret room, Lin Sheng looked solemnly at the porcelain bowl on the table, which contained iron pieces soaked in blood. The iron piece emits a faint red light in the blood, flickering on and off, as if it is breathing, and strange characters appear on it from time to time. Lin Xiaoji's face was pale at the table. He was holding a knife in his right hand, and there was a deep bone-visible wound in the palm of his left hand. At this time, the blood in the wound had condensed into a cocoon. Fifth brother, what's written on it? Lin Xiaoji couldn't help but ask. He didn't recognize the characters flashing on the iron plate at all. Lin Sheng shook his head. I only know that this is ancient Sanskrit. I don't know exactly what it says, but I guess it may be a skill inheritance or a spell called divine ability. Why are the exercises recorded on this broken piece of iron? Or should we inform the clan? Maybe others can recognize it. Lin Xiaoji expressed his thoughts with doubts on his face. It may be the fragment of a certain inherited law treasure. People in the clan are very confused, so it's better not to contact the clan for the time being. Lin Sheng looked at Lin Xiaoji and smiled, indicating something. Lin Xiaoji hesitated and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to fifth brother. Lin Sheng put away the iron piece. Don't worry, I know someone must know the words on it. Just take a good look at the store and wait for me to come back. Lin Xiaoji responded repeatedly. As soon as Lin Sheng walked out of the secret room, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and ordered again. I am going to the nameless temple in the bamboo forest outside the city to see the monk Jafu. If I don't come back tonight, please inform the clan immediately. Quote. Lin Xiaoji nodded solemnly. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, turned and left. As soon as he left the county seat, Lin Sheng felt a few malicious glances from the dark. As he took out the low-grade law weapon Qingfang and held it in his hand, those glances gradually disappeared. The bamboo forest is not far from Qinghai County, only a few miles away. With Lin Sheng's brisk steps, he arrived at the bamboo forest in a short time. Walking on the bamboo forest path, Lin Sheng was filled with emotions. In the past, he only came here to offer incense and ask for blessings, but today he came here to seek opportunities. Could it be that he worshipped Buddha frequently and was favored by the Lord Buddha? Without any further thought, the nameless little temple appeared in Lin Sheng's sight. The door of the temple was ajar as usual, and the surroundings were unusually quiet, not a single sound of insects could be heard. Is this temple usually so quiet? Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, and he didn't know if it was a psychological effect. He felt that the Wuming temple had become a little abnormal, and his pace also slowed down slightly. As the temple door got closer and closer, the sound of fighting came from the courtyard. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was a little too worried, and everything was as usual. He carefully looked around the small temple. There was a light mist in the air. Maybe it was this mist that drove away the mosquitoes around it. After hesitating in front of the temple door for a long time, Lin Sheng slowly stepped forward and opened the temple door. Brother Lin is here. When the two playful little monks saw Lin Sheng, they immediately ran up to him happily and hugged his thighs. Lin Sheng had a wry smile on his face. He had forgotten to buy candies when he was in a hurry today. He rubbed the head of one of the young monks and said, "The candy seller is sick and did not come out of the stall today. Is your master here?" The two young monks looked disappointed when they heard this and let go of their hands. One of them pointed to the temple. "Master is meditating in the back room." Lin Sheng rubbed the little monk's bald head vigorously. "Seeing how miserable you are, I will bring you double candies next time. Go and play." When the two young monks heard this, they cheered and ran away happily. When Lin Sheng came to the backyard, he saw monk Jafu standing in front of the door holding Buddhist beads and smiling. "My little friend's arrival today really surprised the poor monk. I wonder what's going on, little friend." In the past, Lin Sheng came to the unknown little temple to burn incense at the beginning and middle of the month, but now it was uncharacteristic. It was not surprising that the monk Zhou was doubtful and asked directly why. Lin Sheng did not hide too much, and went straight to the point. "Master, when I look at the Buddha statue in the temple, the upper body is naked, but is it inscribed with ancient Sanskrit characters?" "Exactly." Monk Jafu nodded slightly. "It is indeed ancient Sanskrit." Lin Sheng thought to himself that he had read the scriptures in the temple before and saw that the Sanskrit characters in the books were very different from the Sanskrit characters on the Buddha statues, so he made this guess. "My little friend, why do you have this question?" The monk who knew it did not lose his smile. "But my little friend, I have seen this text somewhere else." Lin Sheng suddenly felt vigilant. "Master, does he know that Han perfected being? Nature?" Lin Sheng pretended to be regretful. "Today the Korean perfect being came to my shop and asked if there were ancient Sanskrit illustrations. I was willing to pay a high price to buy it. I thought of the master." "That's it." Monk Jaku looked surprised, then shook his head and said, "To be precise, this text is not ancient Sanskrit." "Huh." Lin Sheng looked surprised. "Do you know that?" The monk smiled and saluted. "I would also like to invite you to come in and drink tea. I will allow this poor monk to pour it carefully with you." Lin Sheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After listening to it, Lin Sheng roughly understood the reason. To be precise, the text on the Buddha statue is not ancient Sanskrit, but ancient magic script. In ancient times, worlds collided, causing a demonic cultivator to descend into this world from a rift in space. He committed a heinous crime and caused many forces to join forces to strangle him. When his body was about to die, demonic cultivator had an epiphany and used demon Dao divine ability to reshape his body, willingly put down his butcher knife and help the world. The powerful cultivators who were united at that time were not willing to push too far, and after 3 chapters of agreement, the demonic cultivator was left to fend for itself. After that, the demonic cultivator kept his promise and founded Buddhism and Taoism to help the world. It has been passed down from generation to generation and has developed over thousands of years to this day. Sanskrit was born out of the ancient magic script. Then why are ancient demonic patterns carved on the Buddha statue? Lin Sheng looked confused. Since it is a Buddha statue, it should be carved with Sanskrit characters. Monk Jafu looked solemn. Everyone has a demon in his heart. Only by destroying the demon can he become a Buddha. Being possessed by demonic characters reminds those who see the Buddha that as long as there is a Buddha in their hearts and they put down the butcher's knife, they can become a Buddha. Lin Sheng was silent when he heard this. The relationship between demons and Buddha really made him speak a truth. He was really capable. If it is an ancient magic text, wouldn't the iron piece be a demonic cultivator? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and then looked at Monk Jafu. "Master, does he have an illustration of this magic text?" Seeing the inquiring look in Monk Jafu's eyes, Lin Sheng quickly added, my Lin family is willing to buy it at a high price. If I can make good friends with Han perfected being, I will remember the kindness of Master today. Do you know that the monk pondered for a long time after hearing the words, and took out a jade slip from the storage bag. It doesn't matter, my little friend's heart is towards my Buddha, and this poor monk is willing to form a good relationship with me. Thank you, Master. Lin Sheng accepted the jade slip with a grateful look on his face, but he was filled with ecstasy in his heart. Monk Jafu smiled and nodded, looking quite transcendent. Lin Sheng put away the jade slips and exchanged his cultivation experience with Monk Jafu. After a few casual conversations, Monk Jafu changed the subject. I heard that there is a secret realm opened in Dongjiaopo. Why didn't you go? Haha, didn't Master go too? Lin Sheng smiled, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, but didn't drink it. Haha, I am an old poor monk. I have no intention of fighting for opportunities anymore. I just hope that I can have a few spirit root disciples in my lifetime and be satisfied. Hehe, Master's thoughts are similar to mine. I have no intention of fighting for opportunities. I just want to marry a few spirit root girls and have a few children. Haha, my little friend is quite an interesting person. Hehe, I'm not a funny person, just a common person. Under the little monk's desperately waving arms, Lin Sheng gradually disappeared at the end of the path. Walking on the bamboo forest path, the smile on Lin Sheng's face slowly disappeared. Do you know there is something wrong with the monk? Single quote. As for what the problem was, Lin Sheng couldn't tell, but he always felt a vague malice during the chat. That shouldn't be the case. If the monk really has a problem, he can't show his hostility, right? Single quote. Lin Sheng couldn't understand. He had never felt such malice when he had exchanged experiences with Monk Jafu in the past, but today when he spoke about ancient Sanskrit, this malice appeared. Be careful. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng took the initiative to raise the Qingfang sword and walk with the sword. After a few breaths, he swayed slightly and fell down in the city. After flying a short distance, most of the spiritual energy in his body had been consumed. It was still a bit reluctant to control the Qingfang sword with his current mana. Ignoring the visiting glances from around him, Lin Sheng walked quickly and rushed back to the spirit medicine pavilion. Ever since the foundation building was overhauled and perfected being took office in Qinghai County, no independent cultivator without a long-sighted mind dared to cause trouble in the city. As for why Han perfected being didn't go to the secret realm, Lin Sheng didn't know much. He just heard rumors that it was related to sect forces. Ever since Lin Sheng left, Lin Xiaoji's heart had been lifted, and he looked at the street outside the door from time to time, praying that Lin Sheng would come back soon. Seeing that the sky was getting dark and there was still no sign of Lin Sheng, Lin Xiaoji felt even more tormented. It was rumored that he had taken out the spirit beast bag and put the pigeons back again and again, causing them to become languid. Brother Jia, look, the fifth brother is back. The maid standing at the door suddenly lit up her eyes and shouted. She was arranged by Lin Xiaoji to wait at the door of the store and had been standing there for a long time. Lin Xiaoji felt slightly relieved and hurriedly walked to the door. Fifth brother, you. Lin Sheng waved his hand to interrupt Lin Xiaoji. Listen to me, you pretend to be me and stay in the room at night. If someone breaks the formation, you say you went to see Han perfect being. Do you remember? Quote. Oh, remember. Lin Xiaoji nodded quickly. Just in case, I'm going to hide out for a few days. Lin Sheng said and threw the store storage bag to Lin Xiaoji. You can look after the store these days and close the store if you can't decide. Lin Xiaoji put away his storage bag and looked at Lin Sheng worriedly. Fifth brother, where are you going? Lin Sheng smiled leisurely, turned and left. It's not that he can't trust Lin Xiaoji, it's just that he doesn't think it's necessary. After leaving the spirit medicine pavilion, Lin Sheng turned around and walked into an alley. After a while, a rough-looking independent cultivator walked out of the alley and wandered slowly towards West Street. The Lin family in Qinghai County has two banners, one is Spirit Medicine Pavilion and the other is Zuimengfang. If he doesn't hide in Spirit Medicine Pavilion, he will naturally go to Zuimengfang. If there was really something wrong with the monk, he would definitely come to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to look for Lin Sheng. If he couldn't find him, he would naturally think that he was hiding. Where can I hide? You can't hide in Zuimengfang, another site of the Lin family. What is the difference between this and hiding in the spirit medicine pavilion? Knowing that the monk would definitely search elsewhere and ignore Zuimengfang, Lin Sheng naturally wanted to do the opposite. This wave, I'm in the atmosphere. Lin Yan left Qinghai County on the day the Linglang broke out and her whereabouts are unknown. Now she is more than half a month old and she doesn't know whether she is alive or dead. Zuimengfang was handed over to several other female cultivators from the Lin family who stayed behind. Naturally, they all knew Lin Sheng. After opening a nun, Lin Sheng revealed his identity and then kicked the female cultivator out under her sad eyes. Everyone is jealous of my primordial yang. Is it so easy to win my primordial yang? Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly thought in his heart that the monk's primordial yang and primordial yin are both good things. Taking supplements can improve his cultivation, so naturally his primordial yang cannot be thrown away to these witches casually. Since the opening of Secret Realm, the busiest place in Qinghai County now is Zuimengfang. People from all walks of life gather here, and several independent cultivators have joined Zuimengfang. Several small trade fairs were also held during the period, and all parties were quite satisfied. The most dangerous place is undoubtedly the safest place. Lin Sheng still doesn't believe it. Even if he knew that the monk had found this place, would he still dare to do it here? There are so many fellow-minded people in Zuimengfang making trouble here, and they are attacking them in groups. Don't you want to die? An undisguised voice came from outside the house. Lin Sheng simply set up a small formation to isolate visitors and took out the ancient magic text illustrated book to check it out. The number of ancient magic texts is not too much. There are only 1,000 words in the illustrated book. Lin Sheng took out the iron piece and soaked it in the blood bowl that had been prepared. The blood was naturally contributed by Lin Xiaoji. After comparing it with the illustrated book, it took several hours for Lin Sheng to be able to translate the exercises on the iron plate. The skill on the iron piece is called Four Desires, Buddha and Demon Phase. It is not a training skill, but divine ability. The four emotions of joy, anger, sadness and resentment are used to condense the true demonic form. Each emotion will create a demonic form. The more emotions are collected, the stronger the true demonic form will be. When the demonic skill is completed, it can be used the great divine ability of the heaven and earth demonic appearance. This magical skill cannot be mastered overnight, it takes years and months. Moreover, Lin Sheng discovered that this magic technique has the biggest problem. It can only collect the emotions of the recently deceased, and it must be a monk who can use the last emotions of the deceased to condense the soul to create the demonic form. Each demonic form is made up of the accumulated souls of monks. It is indeed an ancient magic skill. It forcefully forces people towards the great demon. But I just want to be a stupid. What should I do? Lin Sheng hesitated while holding the piece of iron. Anyone who kills will always be killed. It is not easy to become a devil. It would be a pity to pass up such an opportunity. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and suddenly the candlelight in the room trembled for a moment and then returned to normal. Who? Lin Sheng shouted coldly, jumping up and looking to the side. Hey, little friend, didn't you say that you want to give the ancient magic text illustrated book to Han Perfected Being? Monk Jafu walked out of the shadows of the room with a smile on his face. Did Han Perfected Being be confiscated? Little friend took it back again. Alarm bells rang in Lin Sheng's heart. This was the biggest crisis he had ever faced in the world, but Lin Sheng forced himself to calm down and smiled. Why are you here, master? I came here especially for this. Monk Jafu pointed at the iron piece in Lin Sheng's hand without concealing it. Oh, what should I do? If master wants it, just take it. Lin Sheng threw the iron piece to Monk Jafu without hesitation. He had already memorized the formula, and the iron piece was of little use. Monk Jafu caught the iron piece with a surprised look on his face, and looked at Lin Sheng carefully up and down. It's a pity, if this didn't happen, I would like to become a close friend with my little friend. Lin Sheng's face turned cold when he heard this. Master, what do you mean? His right hand calmly reached for the Qingfeng sword on the table beside him. At this time, it was too late to get the Yin Lei talisman from the storage bag. Alas, this magic power cannot be born. Little friend, please put down the butcher knife. Monk Jafu watched Lin Sheng's movements unmoved, as if he didn't care at all. Master, do you want to fight with me here? You must know that this is my Lin family's Zuimengfeng. Lin Sheng held the Qingfeng sword in his hand, but the law weapon did not bring him the slightest sense of security. The monk in front of him was clearly only in the middle stage of qi refining, but it made Lin Sheng feel extremely dangerous. Haha, the poor monk is old and exhausted. He doesn't fight with his friends, but only gambles with his life. As he spoke, Monk Jafu suddenly raised his hands and formed a strange seal. Lin Sheng had been guarding against Monk Jafu, and when he just raised his hand, he suddenly drew out the Qingfeng sword, pouring every last bit of mana in his body into the law weapon, hoping to achieve success with just one blow. As soon as the sword left his hand, he heard Monk Jafu whisper softly, "Silent." Time seemed to be paused. The flying Qingfeng sword was frozen in the air. Lin Sheng touched the storage bag and couldn't move. He watched helplessly as a halo of light floated out from the forehead of the monk Zito and headed straight for the door. My little friend, the poor monk accepts your physical body. When the poor monk becomes a Buddha, he will ferry you back in the long river of time. The words of the monk Jafu rang in his ears, and the light ball disappeared into his face without any touch. Lin Sheng felt dizzy for a while, and the room in his vision became upside down and distorted. Why did Monk Qi Refining lose his consciousness from his body? Am I going to die here? Single quote. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a little sad. He died before leaving the army, that's all. Let's just think of it as a dream. Just when he was about to accept his fate, Lin Sheng suddenly came to a realization. In the dark, he saw a flash of silver light in the topsy-turvy and chaotic space. You are not from this world. Monk Jafu's panicked voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. Of course not, you piece of shit, why don't you get out? At this time, Lin Sheng was speechless at all and could only curse in his heart. It's a pity, it's a pity. Amidst a sigh, Lin Sheng saw a halo of light slowly dissipating in the upside-down and chaotic space. His head suddenly felt a sharp pain, and Lin Sheng hit the ground with his legs and fainted. It hurts me too. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Sheng sat up holding his head, feeling a sharp pain in his mind like a knife. Lin Sheng discovered the problem when his spiritual consciousness looked inside himself. In the sea of consciousness, there were countless memory fragments, large and small. They pricked the entire sea of consciousness full of holes. No wonder he was in such severe pain. Lin Sheng endured the severe pain and began to absorb the memory fragments scattered in the sea of consciousness. This process lasted for 3 days before he absorbed all the memory fragments. It turns out that Monk Zhuo had an adventure when he was young and learned a secret technique called soul-stealing method, which can seize the bodies of other monks, but it can only be used once in a lifetime, and failure will result in death. It should be noted that the method of seizing the body is a spell that only the nascent soul true monarch can master. It can be taken 3 times in a lifetime. After 3 times, the nascent soul will be destroyed. Moreover, nascent soul has many restrictions on body seizing. Just one of them, requiring the spirit root technique to be combined, is already a huge obstacle. The soul-stealing method is completely unreasonable. It means taking over the body and swallowing the spiritual consciousness. It is equivalent to resurrecting the whole life. The only restriction is that it must be from the same world. Hey, I won this round. Lin Sheng looked pale and smiled proudly. Luck was also part of his strength. Now that he has swallowed the spiritual consciousness of Monk Zhuo, Lin Sheng's spiritual consciousness has grown more than 3 times. First he obtained the ancient magic power, and then he obtained the soul-stealing method. Now he has inherited the memory legacy of Monk Zhuo, and his spiritual consciousness has grown countless, which is really a big gain. No wonder everyone loves being a rogue cultivator. Such huge profits would make the master painter cry. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart, and suddenly saw the body of the monk Zhuo on the ground. His heart moved, and he stepped forward to touch the body. He remembered that there was nothing good in the storage bag of the monk Zhuo. After looking through the storage bag, in addition to some elixir talismans and a few scriptures, there were also more than a dozen low-grade spiritual stones. Apparently the monk had been saving them for a long time. He doesn't even have a law weapon. He's really just a poor guy, and the dozen or so low-grade spiritual stones have long been ignored, but it's better than nothing. A few days later, Lin Sheng took Lin Shaoji to the little nameless temple. Brother Lin, master has gone out for something and is not in the temple. The 2 young monks ran to them excitedly. Lin Sheng smiled and handed over the 2 packs of candies. I won't be looking for your master today. Brother Lin, are you here to give us candies? The little monks took the candies with happy faces and couldn't wait to remove the sugar coating and stuff them into their mouths. Lin Sheng rubbed the head of the younger monk. Brother will never come again. The 2 young monks looked at Lin Sheng ignorantly. Brother Lin, are you going to other cities? Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely, turned and left. The 2 of them were walking along the path among the bamboos. Xiaoji, I can take care of this small temple in the future. Lin Sheng said softly. Lin Xiaoji already had some guesses in his mind, and said with a grin, okay, 5th brother is indeed a person who worships the Buddha and has the heart of a bodhisattva. Lin Sheng turned his head and glared at Lin Xiaoji beside him, then took out a jade slip from his storage bag. This is the divine ability on the iron piece. You can decide whether to practice it or not. Lin Sheng did not burn the complete divine ability, but only took the anger demonic formula. Practice. You must practice. Wouldn't it be foolish not to practice even if you have divine ability? Lin Xiaoji looked excited and opened the jade slip to check it out. This is magic. That's why I want you to think carefully. It's not that easy to be a demonic cultivator. Lin Sheng looked sideways at Lin Xiaoji. In the future, your enemies will come knocking on your door. Maybe the 3rd uncle will skin you and cramp you first. 5th brother, don't scare me, you know I'm timid. Lin Xiaoji felt a chill running down his spine, and he couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the cruel family practices in his clan. Hey, okay, I won't go into the city, you go back. While chatting, the 2 of them arrived at the city gate. 5th brother, you want to? Lin Xiaoji looked solemn. Lin Sheng looked solemn. The way to immortality lies in a fight, and I am going to fight for it. The carrier pigeon flew back yesterday, and Uncle Six is already on his way. Why not wait until Uncle Six arrives before going? Lin Xiaoji looked hesitant. Relying on family strength, this is not my great Tao. Lin Sheng looked arrogant and walked away with his sword. Behind him was Lin Xiaoji, who was standing there with a face full of admiration. After flying 2 miles away, Lin Sheng quickly landed. I'm just kidding, won't we really have to fight for opportunities when Uncle Six comes? Single quote. I just want to catch fish and practice my martial arts. Great opportunity, whoever wants to fight for it will fight for it. Single quote. Chapter 11. Kai Leonzi. How dare you sneak attack on my 5 immortal sect disciples, the elders of our sect will never let you go. In the forest, a young monk was seriously injured and lying on the ground, with a look of hatred on his face. There were 7 or 8 large holes on his back that were deep enough to show bone, and blood was trickling out. Noisy. A green light exploded on the young monk's forehead. With a cruel smile on his face, Kai Leonzi picked up the storage bag on the corpse and floated away. After the tea time, the tree trunk 100 meters away from the body suddenly twisted. Lin Sheng, dressed in black, looked at the direction in which Kai Leonzi was leaving, and walked out with sadness. My dear, I didn't expect that this sinister rogue cultivator turned out to be the famous Kai Leonzi, and his methods were so vicious. Single quote. Looking at the corpses of the 3 disciples of the 5 Immortals sect on the ground, Lin Sheng couldn't bear to express too much emotion. He quickly used the 4 Desires demon art and tapped the mangled face of the young corpse with his index finger. A black circle of light as big as a palm emerged from the corpse's face, and the resentful face of the young man was looming in the circle. Lin Sheng looked surprised. This young monk was full of resentment, and his spirit of resentment was much greater than others. With the pulling of the magic power, the spirit of resentment turned into a wisp of smoke and got into Lin Sheng's nostrils, and then submerged into the black demon species in the dantian. At this time, there were 4 red, gray, white, and black demon seeds floating in Lin Sheng's dantian. Among the demon seeds, the true form of the demon was conceived. The red devil represents the happy devil aspect, the gray devil represents the angry devil, the white devil represents the sad devil, and the black devil naturally represents the resentful devil. Now among the 4 demon seeds of joy, anger, and sorrow, only the demon seeds of anger and resentment glow slightly, while the demon seeds of joy and sorrow are dim and lifeless. Lin Sheng concocted 2 more corpses in accordance with the law, but unfortunately this time only one of the corpses extracted a resentful soul the size of an egg. The goal has been achieved. Lin Sheng used the breath-gathering method to secretly leave. He would not be able to contain the corpse, so he could only let it explode in the wilderness. If he caused trouble because of his good intentions, he would be asking for trouble. Lin Sheng has been fishing in troubled waters for 3 days in the wild and has ordered more than 10 corpses. Including today's harvest, he has only obtained 7 groups of emotional souls. 6 of them are resentment souls, and only 1 is an anger soul. The souls of joy and sorrow are even more. Never seen it before. It can be seen that most of the monks in this world are full of resentment, and their minds are full of fighting and killing. Can't they be happy? Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng remembered the night in Zuim. Fang. After he swallowed the consciousness of monk Jafu, he decided to learn magic skills. There is no other reason, just because in this world, if you don't kill people, people will come to kill you. Instead of passively resisting, it is better to take the initiative and become a demonic cultivator. It is worse than being a salted fish. The corpse of the monk Jafu was the first experimental subject. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng did not extract any emotional soul from the corpse of the monk Jafu at that time. He really thought that monk Jafu was an eminent monk who had tried his best to test the devil, and that all 4 elements were empty. Otherwise, how could he not be able to draw out his emotional soul? After several days of fishing in the wild, Lin Sheng realized that not every corpse could extract the soul. The probability of success was only about 70%. Lin Sheng walked cautiously in the forest, occasionally looking up at the sky. The cracks in the annular space in the sky were already visible to the naked eye. After traveling intermittently in the past few days, he had already approached the edge of the secret realm. If it weren't for the superb breath condensing technique that comes with the chi refining technique passed down from his family, Lin Sheng would not dare to go fishing. He is just a small 4th level chi refining monk, and there is no comparison with those independent cultivators who have been famous for a long time. The closer we got to the secret realm, the more fighting became less frequent. It seemed as if everyone had restrained themselves and did not want to fight to the death in front of the secret realm. At this time, Lin Shengmao was in a tree. Fortunately, he had learned the Mu Chun method, otherwise he would not have been able to hide in the tree. At the same time, he also saw several people of the same mind. Some were hiding in trees, some were hiding in the soil, and some were hiding in rocks, all motionless. They thought they were hiding well, but in Lin Sheng's eyes, their every move could be seen clearly. Clearly. You're so bad at holding your breath, but you still want to catch fish. It would be nice not to be touched. Single quote. Just as Lin Sheng's thoughts came to his mind, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of an explosion. It turned out that a monk hiding in the soil was blown out. Where are the rats hiding here? An ancient fragrant spirit boat descended slowly, and out of it came a beautiful female cultivator wearing a white underskirt. Behind her were 7 female disciples also wearing white underskirts, all of whom were as beautiful as flowers. Good guy, 1 chi refining Zochin, 3 chi refining late-stage peaks, and 4 chi refining mid-stage peaks. These female cultivators did not hide their spiritual energy fluctuations at all, and they did not know which major sect they were disciples of. Lin Sheng was secretly speechless and did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. Fortunately, he was far away from the spirit boat and would not be too nervous. Fairy, spare your life. I'll leave now, leave now. The monk in the middle stage of chi refining who was blasted by the spell repeatedly begged for mercy, showing no backbone at all. You are really worthless. I am a chi refining monk, and you are also a chi refining monk. To beg for mercy without a fight is a real embarrassment to us men. Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly despised it. HMPH, people who practice Taoism are upright and honest. They must have unkind intentions if they hide. The beautiful female cultivator looked solemn as she took off her sword and killed the male cultivator who was begging for mercy without mercy. Senior sister is right, this person must be the demonic cultivator. That's right, I think this person has a sinister look and looks like a rogue cultivator. He is definitely not a good person. Sisters, kill the enemy quickly. A group of female disciples shouted and raised their flying swords one after another, killing the male cultivators. Seeing 7 law weapon flying swords flying toward him, the male cultivator looked desperate. He didn't even have a law weapon, so what could he use to fight against them? The outcome was doomed. Under the attack of the flying sword, he didn't even leave a whole body behind. Good guy, 8 against 1 of justice, you are worthy of being a disciple of the great sect. Single quote. Lin Sheng witnessed it with his own eyes and was shocked. Lin Sheng was not the only one who witnessed this with his own eyes, there were also several other fellows. However, compared to Lin Sheng, who had some confidence, the other brothers did not have much confidence. When the flying sword attacked the male cultivator, as if they had agreed, they suddenly jumped up and fled in all directions. The one with the flying sword was riding the flying sword, the one with the spirit beast was riding the spirit beast, and the one with nothing was relying on his legs. Lin Sheng even saw a man riding a big black pig. The pig was obviously an ordinary beast. HMPH, you want to run away? The beautiful female cultivator sneered, took out a golden bell, and jingled it into the distance. The sound of the bell echoed in the forest, and the fleeing monks fell to the ground one after another. Lin Sheng was in a trance when he heard the sound of the bell, and his body swayed, as if he was about to fall. At the critical moment, the resentment demon in his dantian suddenly trembled, and Lin Sheng suddenly felt strong resentment in his heart and woke up from his trance. I almost got caught. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly frightened and quickly meditated on qi condensation, operating the qi condensation method to the extreme. The sound of the bell gradually stopped, and the female disciple began to clean the battlefield. The beautiful female cultivator held the bell law weapon, feeling a little surprised and uncertain in her heart. She looked around, and she felt a strong resentment just now, but it suddenly disappeared again. Is it an illusion? The beautiful beauty cultivator secretly thought to herself that she practices the art of forgetting love and is very sensitive to emotions. Sister Ning, there are 5 rogue cultivators and 3 storage bags in total. A group of female disciples flew onto the spirit boat and reported their results. Senior Sister Ning did not respond, but still looked at the surroundings vigilantly. Senior Sister Ning. The female disciples looked confused. Senior Sister Ning scanned the surroundings again, and after finding nothing, she looked at the female disciple. You share the contents of the storage bag equally. Are there any of those monks who are on the rogue cultivators wanted list? The female disciples shook their heads, maybe they were really a group of independent cultivators. Forget it, let's go, Secret Realm has been open for a long time, we can't waste time here. Lin Sheng watched the spirit boat go away with a feeling of relief. As soon as the spirit boat left, several sneaky figures came quickly from the forest. They checked the bodies on the ground, cursed a few times and then left quickly. After waiting for half a stick of incense and seeing that no one appeared again, Lin Sheng walked out of the big tree. From the 5 corpses, Lin Sheng actually pulled out the emotional souls from all of them, 3 groups of resentment, 1 group of anger, and for the first time, a group of mourning souls appeared, lighting up the sorrow demon seeds in the dantian. The sorrowful energy was provided by the male cultivator who was beaten by justice. This shows how desolate he felt before his death. It is not in vain that Lin Sheng had to put his body together with great difficulty. Although some organs and limbs were missing, they were probably caused by the flying sword was smashed into pieces, but there was still a whole body. The journey of cultivating the Tao is extremely cruel. If you are not careful, the Tao of life and death will disappear. Lin Sheng had a look of emotion on his face and disappeared into the forest again. Little junior sister, where do you want to run? Junior brother Zhang is already dead, so just follow me, hehehehe. The lewd words came from not far away. Lin Sheng, who was walking with his breath in check, couldn't help but prick up his ears and listen, and his steps became faster. Don't even think about it. If you come here again, I will purify myself for you to see. A frightened and sweet female voice came from the forest. Just hearing her voice, Lin Sheng guessed that it must be a beautiful woman. Otherwise, why would this senior brother laugh so lewdly? Okay, then you can purify yourself. Senior sister's body can also be enjoyed slowly by senior brother. What kind of tiger wolf talk is this? Single quote. Lin Sheng was shocked, this person didn't even let go of the corpse. No, don't come here. The woman's voice became more and more excited. Lin Sheng hurriedly and slowly ran to the source of the sound. He looked over. By the creek, a pretty and graceful female cultivator was entangled with a male cultivator. The clothes on the female cultivator were torn and messy. In broad daylight, in the bright universe, there are people who do such beastly things. Lin Sheng was about to sacrifice his sword for a sneak attack when he heard the female cultivator panting, "Senior brother, are you feeling well? It feels so comfortable." The male cultivator breathed heavily and kissed her wildly. Is junior sister's body soft? Soft, so soft. Do you love me? Love, I love you so much. Okay, then I will take the life of senior brother and junior sister. The panting female cultivator showed a sharp look in her eyes and put a claw on the back of the male cultivator's head. The male cultivator screamed and was about to explode, but his waist was clamped by the female lead's slender legs. As the sound of bone cracking sounded, "Ah!" The male cultivator screamed, and his head was pulled off directly, and his brains spattered all over the floor. HMPH. The female cultivator stretched out her red tongue and licked the fingers stuck to her brain, with a proud look on her face. "How can you, a useless person, be worthy of me?" Then he hummed an unknown ditty, put away his storage bag, arranged his clothes a little towards the stream, and ran towards the forest in panic. "Help, can someone help me?" After seeing the female cultivator running away, Lin Sheng slowly sat down with his back against the big tree. After a long time, he said with emotion, "Newbie." He also wanted to stage a heroic rescue of the beauty, but it turned out to be a fishing master, who was obviously just a female cultivator in the early stage of chi refining, but she backhandedly killed a male cultivator in the late stage of chi refining. Thinking of the female cultivator's sharp hand bones and legs full of explosive power, Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly. The female cultivator should be a physical cultivator, otherwise it would be impossible to clamp the male cultivator with the strength of her legs alone. Physical cultivation is actually quite advantageous among those in the same realm. The only drawback is that it requires close contact. Who would have thought that a woman with a slender figure and a delicate figure could be a self-cultivation practitioner? The world is deteriorating, and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart, walked to the stream, and pulled out the emotional soul of the corpse. Lin Sheng looked surprised when he saw a red halo emerging from the face of the corpse, which turned out to be a spirit of joy. "Your boy's Tianling cap has been lifted, how can you still be so happy?" Lin Sheng clicked his tongue in surprise and unceremoniously inhaled the joyful spirit into his nose, lighting up the joyful devil in his dantian. "Is it because I was generally in a happy mood before death?" Single quote. Lin Sheng looked at the corpse thoughtfully. From the sudden attack of the female cultivator to the lifting of the Tianling cover, the speed was extremely fast, and it was completed in the blink of an eye. Probably he died as soon as panic arose in his heart. Overall, he was still happy. After all, he took over his junior sister's body. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng nodded slightly. This should be it. It was rare to be able to draw out the joyful spirit. This perfected being show was not in vain. Normally, the joy and spirit of corpses are still rare, if so. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked at the direction the female cultivator was leaving, his heart moved, and he quickly chased after her. Dark clouds covered the sky, rumbles of thunder sounded, and after a while, huge raindrops fell. Lin Sheng looked up at the sky. There was little rain in the north, and the rain was a bit strange. However, compared to this strange rain, the female nun from body refining not far away deserves more attention. Fellow Taoist Lin, put on this raincoat and don't freeze. A young man with an honest appearance put a quartz raincoat on the body refining female cultivator who had just opened her human and heavenly soul. "Thank you, senior brother son, just call me Mayor." Lin Mayor looked weak and tightened her tight-fitting raincoat to cover up the large area of naked spring. "Okay, Mayor, my senior brother are going to chase the bad guy. I won't let him escape. Don't worry." Senior brother son scratched his head, with a hint of shyness on his face. "Well, thank you." Lin Meyer lowered her head and leaned her slender body close to senior brother son. "Are you worthy of the surname Lin?" Single quote. Lin Sheng hid in the trees not far away and cursed secretly. This witch's acting skills were really great. She could perfectly portray the weak look after being insulted. I felt pity for her. It's a pity that the demon girl pointed in a random direction. It's strange that senior brother son's fellow apprentices could catch bad guys, but they might only get a corpse when they come back. Is there such a stupid cultivator in the world? Single quote. Lin Sheng looked at senior brother Sun, who was at a loss as Lin Meyer's body approached, and sighed in his heart. At first glance, she looks like a disciple of the sect who has just stepped into the secular world. She has no experience in the world. She is just a female cultivator in the early stage of qi refining. Why should she be alive after being humiliated? With well-developed limbs and a simple mind, he deserves to die. His path to immortality is full of troubles, and it is people like you who will be eliminated. Single quote. Lin Sheng had no interest in jumping out to remind the stupid brother. Firstly, he wanted to collect souls, and secondly, he suspected that he might not be the opponent of the witch. His eyes moved to Lin Meyer's slender hands, and Lin Sheng felt a chill in the back of his head. Boom! A thunder sounded. Coming. Lin Sheng's heart moved. Ah! Amidst the thunder, Lin Meyer let out a sweet cry and threw herself into senior brother Sun's arms. The raincoat on her body naturally slipped off, revealing a large area of spring light. The torn and messy clothes became transparent and seductive in the rain, giving her a unique charm. Tisk, 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 wet temptation, I don't know if I can withstand it. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, seeing senior brother Sun's embarrassed look, he knew that this stupid big guy would definitely not be able to withstand it. Mayor, you. Senior brother Sun, I'm so cold, can you give me a hug? Lin Meyer raised her head and looked at senior brother Sun. Her beautiful eyes were full of mist, her face was pale, and her delicate body was trembling in the rain. Senior brother Sun was greatly shocked, and finally wrapped his arms around Lin Meyer's delicate body. It's over, there's no hope. Single quote. Lin Sheng shook his head secretly. Now there is only one last question left, when will the demon girl take action? In the rain, the two cuddled tightly together, like a couple in love. After a while, the rain gradually stopped, and the dark clouds covering the sky also dispersed. The rain came and went quickly. The sun shone on the earth again, shining on the two of them, forming a rainbow. Senior brother Sun looked at Lin Meyer's beautiful face in his arms and was a little crazy for a moment. Meyer, can you come back to the sect with me and become my Taoist companion? Lin Meyer's face looked miserable. I am no longer worthy of you. I don't care. Senior brother Sun blurted out. Senior brother Sun, I respect you as a man. Lin Sheng admired him deeply. I don't believe it. Lin Meyer shook her head. What do I have to do to make you believe it? I want to see your sincerity. Lin Meyer slowly slid her fingers on senior brother Sun's chest. I'm coming. Lin Sheng perked up after hearing this. How can you see sincerity? Senior brother Sun smiled bitterly. Giggle, I can do it. Lin Meyer smiled sweetly, and suddenly dug her fingers into senior brother Sun's chest, and she took out a red and steaming heart in an instant. Senior brother Sun's face was full of horror, and he died. Lin Meyer smiled, crushed the heart in her palm, took out a storage bag from the body, and left humming an unknown ditty. Lin Sheng's face was filled with joy, he had finally waited for the finale. After seeing Lin Meyer's figure disappeared, he quickly rushed out to extract the soul. He had to be fast, otherwise he would be scapegoated when his fellow apprentices came back and bumped into her. There is nothing. Lin Sheng was a little unhappy. This time he failed to extract the soul from the corpse, and he wasted a lot of time watching this scene. After looking at the direction Lin Meyer was leaving, Lin Sheng hesitated and followed her. Lin Sheng was a little jealous of Lin Meyer's body refining technique. He was looking forward to Lin Meyer kicking the iron plate, and maybe he would be able to catch it when the time came. As expected, the Lin family's qi condensation technique was quite skillful. Lin Sheng relied on the qi condensation technique to follow Lin Meyer without being noticed by any monks. Lin Meyer is also a good actress. She can be weak, pungent, charming, and aloof at her fingertips. She can be called a versatile witch. Lin Sheng harvested 7 groups of souls along the way, and Lin Meyer was even more ruthless, harvesting at least a dozen storage bags. However, not everyone is a stupid cultivator. There are still smart people. Some people turned around and ran away when they saw Lin Meyer, and some even attacked directly without saying hello. Lin Meyer, with her body refining technique, was able to turn things around in a desperate situation, showing the enemy weakness first, and then striking later. One of the monks in the late stage of qi refining and 3 monks in the middle stage of qi refining were killed by her. The pair of white palms were scratched and cracked, and the long legs were kicked and exploded. Lin Sheng witnessed with his own eyes half of a monk in the middle stage of chi refining being kicked into a bloody mist. This woman definitely has a terrifying body refining technique. With this body refining technique, the monks in the chi refining late stage will be kicked to death if they are not careful. Lin Sheng's eyes were so hot that he took out the Yin Thunder talisman several times and wanted to make a sneak attack. It would be perfect if he could seriously injure this woman and then force her to use the body refining technique. Unfortunately, after hesitating several times, Lin Sheng did not take action, because this woman fought with ease every time. It felt like she was forced into a desperate situation, but she could turn defeat into victory in the blink of an eye. It would be embarrassing if he failed to kill the tiger but was killed by the tiger instead, so Lin Sheng kept waiting for a perfect opportunity. 3 days have passed, and Lin Meyer has killed more than 20 monks one after another. Whether they were independent cultivators or disciples of the sect, they all treated them equally and killed them without any hesitation. Later on, she didn't even act anymore. When she saw the monk who was alone, she stepped forward and kicked him, and her movements were full of blood. Lin Sheng's expression has become more and more solemn these days. He can feel that Lin Meyer's aura is getting stronger and stronger. Every time she kills someone, the blood in her body becomes thicker. If this continues, is it possible that we will have a fight with the foundation building? Single quote. Lin Sheng was startled by the thoughts in his mind, and now he became more cautious, and the tracking distance was also slightly longer, for fear of being noticed by Lin Meyer, who was becoming more and more frightened. These days, Lin Meyer collects storage bags just like following the goods, and Lin Sheng follows suit and extracts the soul of the corpse, which makes people numb. Now the resentful demon species in his dantian has appeared as a demonic shadow. The face of the resentful demon phase is like that of Lin Sheng. The demon phase is covered with a layer of armor. If you look closely, you can see that some of the scales are actually transformed by the soul, and you can see the distorted and resentful human face. Lin Sheng can now use the power of the resentful demon phase. As long as he uses the demonic power, a shadow of the demon phase will appear on his body. As for the lethality against the enemy, he has not yet tried it concretely. The days are getting better and better. It would be better if he could sneak attack Lin Meyer and seriously injure her, Lin Sheng thought happily. 3 more days passed. On this day, a familiar face appeared in Lin Sheng's sight. That sinister and evil temperament was none other than rogue cultivator Kai Leonzi. Kai Leonzi's evil reputation was relatively loud among the Northland generation. He only robbed the disciples of the sect, but did not target the independent cultivator at all. Therefore, the disciples of the sect did not catch Lian Chizi several times when they exterminated demons, but he was defeated every time. Escape and ascend to heaven. Being able to escape from the foundation building overhaul several times proves that Kai Leonzi is quite capable. He knows the divine ability called Kai Soul Refining Light. It is said to be divine ability, but it is actually a relatively powerful spell. Now that Lin Meyer bumped into Kai Leonzi, Lin Sheng felt that there was a great drama. In the forest, Kai Leonzi turned his head and looked at Lin Meyer, who appeared on the branch with a gloomy look, then threw the body in his hand away. There were more than 20 corpses lying on the ground. Judging by their clothes, they should be disciples of 2 different sects. Did Kai Leonzi make a mistake? Single quote. Lin Sheng, who was hiding not far behind Lin Meyer, frowned slightly. As the secret realm was opened longer and longer, all the disciples of the sects in the southern part of Qi State had appeared in the north. Some people come here for secret realm, but some people don't. Seeing the corpses scattered in the field, Lin Sheng suspected that this might be a sect war, otherwise Kai Leonzi would definitely not be able to achieve this level by himself. Lin Meyer also had a thoughtful look on her face, and it was rare that she didn't immediately go up and kick the person. Lin Meyer didn't move, and Kai Leonzi didn't move either. The two of them just looked at each other quietly, which made Lin Sheng very anxious. Where are you two flirting with each other? Still not taking action. Single quote. Perhaps the cry in Lin Sheng's heart moved the heavens. Lin Meyer suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Kai Leonzi, kicking Kai Leonzi's head in the air with her round and tight thighs. The two were only 100 meters apart. Lin Meyer rushed in front of Kai Leonzi in the blink of an eye, and a green mana wall appeared in front of Kai Leonzi. With a loud bang, the mana wall shattered under Lin Meyer's kick, revealing Kai Leonzi's sinister face. He raised his hand and pointed, and a wisp of green light shot out from his fingertips. Instantly it hit Lin Meyer's face. Lin Meyer had no intention of dodging at all, and kicked out again. Green light exploded on her face. At the same time, a muffled sound rang out. Kai Leonzi retreated hastily and condensed the divine light to protect his body. However, Lin Meyer kicked the body and destroyed the protective body. The divine light struck his arm and flew out like a kite with its string broken. Lin Sheng did not expect that Kai Leonzi was not kicked to death by Lin Meyer. However, after receiving this kick, Kai Leonzi obviously did not feel well. His left arm was hanging, obviously broken. On the other hand, Lin Meyer's side, the green light did not cause any real damage to her. When the green light exploded, a layer of rich blood appeared on her face to block the attack. But the blood energy consumed was not without cost. Lin Sheng clearly felt that Lin Meyer's aura suddenly dropped a lot, and most of the blood energy she had gathered around her through killing people these days had also disappeared. The two faced each other from a distance, and for a while they didn't take any further action. May I ask if fellow Taoist is Kai Leonzi? Lin Meyer suddenly smiled coquettishly. Kai Leonzi's eyebrows were gloomy, and he raised his right hand and pointed it at Lin Meyer. Green light appeared on his fingertips again. Who are you? Lin Meyer was not panicked, and she flipped her hair on her temples. I, Lin Meyer, are strangers to fellow Taoist today. Haha, you attacked me for no reason, and you just want to let it go. How can there be such a good thing in the world? A cold light flashed in Kai Leonzi's eyes, and green light burst out from his fingertips, shooting towards Lin Meyer. Good. Lin Sheng applauded Kai Leonzi loudly in his heart. This man is truly a role model for our generation. Fellow Taoist is so cruel. Lin Meyer looked aggrieved and turned around to run away. Want to run? Kai Leonzi quickly followed up. As long as he distanced himself from his body, he could completely consume the enemy to death with his Kai soul refining light. Previously, he was also accidentally kicked. He suffered a hidden loss and was kicked twice. One of them was running away and the other was chasing after them, but Lin Sheng, who was hiding in the dark and observing, had his brows jump. He followed the two of them closely and was almost thrown away several times. The scene in front of her was too familiar. A few days ago, Lin Meyer relied on this method to show her weakness to the enemy. She swung her tail and kicked a chi-refining late-stage monk to death. Kai Leonzi won't end up with the same fate, right? He survived the previous kick, but it would probably be bad if he was kicked again. Lin Sheng was hesitant. If Kai Leonzi was kicked to death, no one except Foundation Building Da Shoujun could deal with this witch. He suddenly thought of Senior Sister Ning who was driving the spirit boat. Maybe that person could compete with Lin Meyer. But I'm afraid Senior Sister Ning has already entered the secret realm, and with the character of a witch, she may not take the initiative to provoke her. Now may be the best opportunity. While Kai Leonzi is entangled with Lin Meyer, he can sneak attack with the Yin Lei talisman, which may seriously injure the demon girl. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's eyes turned cold and he picked up the Yin Thunder talisman between his fingertips. Bitch, you can't run away. Kai Leonzi fired out red soul refining lights from time to time while he was running. Lin Meyer was able to dodge a few at first, but then she accidentally hit the divine light on her back and immediately a big hole was blown. Lin Meyer screamed and fell from the tree. Lin Sheng's brows jumped when he saw it. The scene was so familiar, it was exactly the same. However, Kai Leonzi was obviously much more vigilant than the guy who was kicked before. Even though Lin Meyer was lying on the ground motionless, he continued to shine the red soul refining light, blowing big holes all over Lin Meyer's limbs and body. The blood flowed endlessly. If Lin Sheng hadn't been following Lin Meyer for a few days and was already familiar with her personality and state of her skills, he would have thought that Lin Meyer was dead. The injury was true, but she was still far from death. Lin Meyer's body seemed to be bleeding, but her blood was clearly condensed and not dispersed. Lin Sheng could feel it clearly. Kai Leonzi also stopped at this time. After several attacks, the mana in his body was also a little weak. He quickly took out the elixir and stuffed it into his mouth to restore his mana, without even stepping forward to check for a while. Time passed by minute. Some of the monks who were attracted by the commotion of the fighting changed their expressions and fled after seeing Kai Leonzi sitting cross-legged in the field. They were just a bunch of rabble, and Kai Leonzi looked disdainful. Those who have the ability have already entered the secret realm, can they still hang out outside? Lin Sheng was not in a hurry. He hid aside and waited quietly. At this time, there was a new change in the game. Kai Leonzi was too sophisticated and might actually be able to kill Lin Meyer. All he had to do was appear last, and while Lin Meyer was still breathing, he could throw the Yin Thunder Talisman at Kai Leonzi. Kai Leonzi had a good reputation, and there might be many treasures in the storage bag. This time, he would have both fish and bear's paws. Take it. A rank 2 supreme grade Yin Thunder Talisman was the full blow of Foundation Building's early stage overhaul. He didn't believe that Kai Leonzi or Lin Meyer could catch it. You must know that Foundation Building's overhaul and Qi refining monks were in the same sky and on Earth. If one Yin Thunder Talisman fails to perform, Lin Sheng can only run away. Even if he has a second one, he cannot use it easily. After a long time, Kai Leonzi opened his eyes and saw Lin Meyer lying motionless on the ground not far away, with a cruel smile on her lips. The green light smashed open Lin Meyer's body again, and Kai Leonzi made it clear that he wanted to blow Lin Meyer to pieces before going over. Finally, Lin Meyer couldn't help but jump up. Before she could even take 2 steps forward, the green light penetrated directly through her chest, causing her pretty face to twist and deform in pain, and she fell to her knees on the ground. The difference in realm is clearly reflected at this moment, so what about physical cultivation? He is just a monk in the early stage of Qi refining. If he cannot get close, he is a lamb to be slaughtered. Seeing that the energy and blood fluctuations in Lin Meyer's body were getting weaker and weaker, Lin Sheng was slightly frightened. He couldn't wait any longer, this witch was really going to die. Lin Sheng suddenly rushed out of the darkness and held out the Yin Thunder Talisman. Kai Leonzi noticed him at the same time, and pointed the green light at him. The Yin Thunder Talisman in the air burned instantly, emitting violent spiritual energy fluctuations, and the spiritual energy turned into a jet black Yin Thunder and struck Kai Leonzi. The green light directed towards Lin Sheng hit the Yin Thunder and was immediately annihilated. Before Kai Leonzi could react, he was struck by the Yin Thunder that arrived in an instant. Without making any sound, he turned into nothing. Is this the power of the Foundation Building overhaul? Single quote. Lin Sheng looked shocked. He was about to use the Qingfang sword to make a last-ditch attack, but he didn't expect Kai Leonzi, who was at the peak of the Qi refining late stage, to disappear immediately. Unexpectedly, there was a huge difference between the Qi refining monk and the Foundation Building overhaul. Without enough time to sigh, Lin Sheng quickly picked up the storage bag on the ground and turned to look in the direction where Lin Meyer was running away. The moment he showed up to take action, Lin Meyer ran away. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured and unable to fly away and could only rely on her 2 legs. The 2 long legs are good for kicking people, but they are probably useless for escaping on foot. Lin Sheng gathered his breath and chased after Lin Meyer. After a few leaps, he saw the figure running in the forest. At this time, Lin Meyer's face was pale, her heart had been broken by the red soul refining light, and she relied on secret techniques to keep her heart beating. Now she no longer had any composure, and boundless fear arose in her heart. She felt the spiritual energy fluctuations of the Foundation Building's overhaul. She just ran away and didn't even see the Yin Lei Talisman. The major overhaul of the Foundation Building has obviously been agreed not to end. Who is that person? Single quote. Lin Meyer was frightened and turned around to look back. She happened to meet Lin Sheng's eyes and fell to the ground in fright. Why don't you run away? Lin Sheng stopped and smiled, but this smile was extremely evil in Lin Meyer's eyes. Senior, please save my life. Lin Meyer knelt down and kowtowed, her face full of prayer. She only thought that the fluctuation of Lin Sheng's cultivation level in the middle stage of Qi refining was due to the Foundation Building overhaul and was deliberately hidden. Spare your life. Haha, it depends on your performance. Lin Sheng touched his chin with his right hand. The left hand hidden in his sleeve held a Yin Thunder Talisman. Even though Lin Meyer looked seriously injured, he did not lower his guard. Lin Meyer quickly took out a blood-colored jade slip from the storage bag. Her mind was racing, and only this jade slip could arouse the interest of the foundation building overhaul. I must have been too reckless these past few days, which attracted the attention of the foundation building overhaul hidden here. Single quote. Lynn Meyer secretly regretted it. It's so easy to succeed. Single quote. Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly. He took the jade slip and spread it out in the air. Sure enough, there was a body refining method recorded in it. After putting away the jade slips, Lin Sheng looked at Lin Meyer, who was kneeling on the ground with a low eyebrow, and thought about how to deal with this witch. When Lin Meyer saw that Lin Sheng was silent and looked handsome, her heart moved. I would like to serve as my master and serve you in the future. Serve me as your master. Ha ha ha. Lin Sheng laughed dryly. He still wanted to live for 2 more years, and a witch who could knock out the chi refining late-stage monks with one kick was not so easy to deal with. I know a little bit about the art of dual cultivation, which can help my seniors to further their cultivation. Lin Meyer continued to increase her weight, and it was not a loss to be a concubine for a foundation building overhaul. Do you want to practice dual cultivation with me? Lin Sheng looked at Lin Meyer with interest. After seeing her nodding in recognition, he waved and said, "Come here and let me touch you." Lin Meyer smiled coquettishly, knelt down in front of Lin Sheng, raised her head, and even stuck out her tongue to please him. Lin Sheng smiled and stretched out his right hand to touch Lin Meyer's head. Lin Mei obediently rubbed Lin Sheng's palm with a flattering look on her face. Suddenly she felt an extremely strong resentment in her heart, which instantly rushed into the sea of consciousness. The next second, he died of anger. Lin Sheng had to withdraw his hand with an expressionless expression. You are beautiful, and you are quite beautiful when you think about it. In the cave, Lin Sheng inserted the Qingfeng sword into the ground at will, and looked at the cave that he had taken out with the Qingfeng sword with a look of satisfaction on his face. Then Lin Sheng took a big stone to block the entrance of the cave, briefly arranged a covering formation, and began to take stock of the gains of being an Oriole this time. First, a total of 37 blank storage bags were harvested, and they could be sold for more than 100 low-grade spiritual stones when sold at the market. There are more than 600 low-grade spiritual stones in Kai Leonzi's storage bag, 3 low-grade flying sword law weapons, and 2 low-grade shield law weapons. Their quality has been damaged to varying degrees. Each law weapon is roughly the same size. It can be sold for about 100 low-grade spirit stones. There are 3 pieces of unknown animal bones, which can be used as artifact refining materials, and more than a dozen medicinal herbs for alchemy, among which there is actually a 100-year-old blanchet plant. I didn't expect that the century-old medicinal material Kai Leonzi could be used. I don't know if it was robbed or bought. Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. This kind of medicinal material is very popular in the market. It will be bought almost as soon as it appears. The price is variable, but it is roughly around 500 low-grade spirit stones. If someone wants it, it can be sold for thousands. It is not impossible to obtain a low-grade spirit stone. Finally, there are some elixir talismans that monks always prepare, and Kai Leonzi also has a lot of them in his storage bag. Among them, the one that made Lin Sheng's eyes light up were 3 bottles of spirit pill, with 15 pieces in each bottle. The spirit pill is a rank 1 elixir that can enhance the efficiency of chi refining monks in absorbing spiritual energy. In Shushanfang City, the price of a spirit pill is about 15 low-grade spiritual stones, and it is generally not easy to buy, so it is those who are willing have a monopoly. With these 3 bottles of spirit pill and finding a place with abundant spiritual energy, Lin Sheng is confident that he can break through to the 5th level of chi refining within a year. After emptying Kai Leonzi's storage bag, Lin Sheng still had some unfinished ideas, but unfortunately he couldn't find the secret book of Kai Leonzi's soul refining light. He was very envious of this spell that could hit wherever he wanted. Throwing Kai Leonzi's storage bag aside, Lin Sheng picked up Lin Meyer's storage bag. This girl was instantly killed by him with magic power, and he also contributed a ball of joyful soul. Obviously she died very happily. Lin Sheng was undoubtedly very satisfied with the power of the 4 desires demon art that he tried for the first time. The demonic phase appears and resentment breaks out. 8 words can summarize the divine ability of the resentful demonic phase. Lin Meyer, a female cultivator, definitely has a secret. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng is not a major cultivator of the foundation building and cannot release his spiritual consciousness. Naturally, he cannot search Lin Meyer's soul. Lin Meyer's storage bag collection is much poorer than that of Kai Leonzi. There are only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, 2 low-grade flying swords law weapon, and no alchemy artifact refining materials. Although there are many elixir talismans, but they are all low-quality goods, which are difficult to make people's eyes shine. Lin Sheng thought for a moment and understood that the people Lin Meyer killed were all people who fished in troubled waters and hardly had any assets. Naturally, they were different from Kai Leonzi, who specialized in robbing sect disciples. However, being able to acquire a body refining method is still somewhat rewarding. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and took out a blood-colored jade slip, which recorded a body refining technique called blood chi technique. If you want to practice this kind of physical technique, you should soak your whole body with monster blood, immerse yourself in the animal blood to practice, control the pores of the whole body to absorb the animal blood, flesh refining the body, and take the blood activating pill together, the effect will be better. This technique has a total of 7 levels, and each level requires 7 days of practice. After 49 days, the physical technique will be perfected, the blood and energy will be generated by itself, and the physical strength will be comparable to that of qi refining Dzogchen monks. This technique has no bottlenecks and is very simple to practice. It can be said to be a quick body refining technique, and the blood slips record in detail which types of monsters' blood are more suitable. Lin Sheng put away the blood slip and thought deeply. This blood energy method did not surprise him much, and even felt a bit useless. The blood activating pill is a relatively expensive rank 1 elixir that is highly sought after by body practitioners. The price of a single pill is about 15 low-grade spiritual stones, and it is extremely popular. With Lin Sheng's current financial resources, it is not a big deal to buy some blood activating pills. Too difficult. The main problem is that the monsters recorded in the jade slips are many of the rank 1 monsters that are comparable to the qi refining late-stage monks, and there are even rank 2 monsters. If you have the strength to kill these monsters, it will matter whether you practice the blood energy method or not. So important. If you go to the market to buy these animal blood, the amount of blood required by this method may attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives and cause unnecessary trouble. After thinking about it, Lin Sheng gave up his plan to practice the blood energy method for the time being. If there is a chance to collect some animal blood in the future, it will not be too late to practice again. Nowadays, the main practice is still the 4 desires demonic art. Compared with this ancient demonic art, the blood and energy method is not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Lin Sheng's inner knowledge Dantian, among which the resentment demon species is undoubtedly the fastest progressing, and has been shrouded in pitch-black demonic appearance, followed by the angry demon species and the happy demon species that shine with gray and red light, and their cultivation progress is roughly the same. Only the sorrow demon seed can be activated, with an inconspicuous white light. This is thanks to the monk who was beaten one by Sister Ning's justice. It was he who contributed a mass of mournful soul. Lin Sheng was very satisfied with the progress of his practice of the 4 desire demonic skills, and his hard work these days was not in vain. The secret realm will be open for more than a month now, and it may be closed when it will. It is necessary to push forward the progress of the practice of the 4 desire demonic skills while the monks are still in the north. Lin Sheng smashed the boulder blocking the door with a sword and left quietly. In order to catch a good fish, he did not dare to stop for a moment. 3 days later, Lin Sheng looked at the group of people speeding past in the forest in the distance, a trace of surprise and uncertainty flashed across his face. The 6 people galloping in the forest were members of the Lin family, led by Lin Xingzang. The spiritual energy fluctuations on each of them were not concealed, and they seemed to be chasing something. Lin Sheng was not surprised that his 6th uncle Lin Xingzang appeared here. Based on his understanding of Lin Xingzang, it would be strange if he had the chance to be born but not. But what Lin Sheng was a little confused about was why Lin Xingzang and others didn't enter the secret realm but were chasing something outside. Could it be some great opportunity? Looking at the retreating figure of Lin Xingzang and others, Lin Sheng did not follow him. He raised his head and glanced at the space crack in the sky. The crack still showed no sign of shrinking or closing. After these days of fishing, Lin Sheng found that there were fewer and fewer monks wandering in the forest. The occasional monks who appeared were in groups. Even if 2 groups bumped into each other, they would turn around and leave with restraint. In 3 days, Lin Sheng did not gain anything. It seemed that after so many days of development, the monks who should be eliminated were almost eliminated, and the survivors were all human spirits. This group of people are not smart enough to enter the secret realm. Instead, they are waiting outside, waiting for the monks to come out of the secret realm. In the past few days, a few poor people occasionally flew out of the secret realm, and naturally they were attacked by a group of people. Those with some ability can still control the law weapon and escape, but those without the ability will naturally end up dead, and their bodies will be beaten to ashes. Lin Sheng even saw a qi refining Dzogchen monk participating in the siege of a qi refining monk, which was really shameless. This fish is getting harder and harder to touch. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart. It is said that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, but the degree of danger has also risen sharply. He is a little hesitant now, whether to enter the secret realm or not. If he enters the secret realm, regardless of the danger, what should he do when he comes out? There are a bunch of Lao 6 waiting outside. If you don't advance, the 4 desire demonic skills will stagnate, and you won't be able to swallow a single soul these days. Secret realm has been open for so many days, and I don't know how long it took for the monks to rush in. I guess it must be easier to fish than outside. After thinking about it, Lin Sheng still rejected the idea of entering the secret realm and took the storage bags of Lin Meyer and Kai Leonzi. He had a great harvest and there was no need to go in and take risks. Now that he is only 18 years old, he still has plenty of time to practice, and there is no need to fight for opportunities. Having made up his mind, Lin Sheng no longer hesitated and headed towards Qinghai County while holding his breath. The next day, Lin Sheng appeared outside the city of Qinghai County in a dusty state. From a distance, he saw the Forbidden Air formation emerging in the sky and the flow of people lining up to enter the city at the city gate. Nowadays, a new baize flag is flying at the top of the city in Qinghai County, and the black stone city flag that used to be planted at the top of the city has disappeared. Why did Qinghai County become like this? Single quote. Lin Sheng was confused and quietly blended into the queue, listening to the conversations around him. It turned out that in the days after he left, the alliance of hundreds of clans settled in Qinghai County. Today, Qinghai County is no longer Immortal City, but Shushanfang City in Qinghai County. As for the 100 Clans Alliance, it is the alliance of immortal cultivating families in Qi State, known as the 100 Clans. In fact, there are only a few that are truly powerful, and most of them are just makeup. The Lin family is also a member of the 100 Clans Alliance, ranking 13th. The Lin family, the Qi refining family, is ranked 13th, which shows how much influence there is in this alliance of hundreds of tribes. But why the alliance of hundreds of clans settled in Qinghai County and transformed it into Shushanfang City made Lin Sheng a little confused. Northland is just a bitter cold place with a small population base. Wouldn't building Shushanfang City here be like drawing water from a bamboo basket? You must know that building Shushanfang City is not just about enclosing a piece of land and planting a flag. To build Shushanfang City, you must first set up a spirit gathering array to maintain the concentration of spiritual energy in Shushanfang City. Secondly, you must set up a protective array to prevent people from causing trouble in the city. For example, the Forbidden Air Array is one of the protective arrays, kind. All of this will cost a lot of spirit stones, and the last and most critical thing is that there must be shops in the market and people must come to spend money. Qinghai County, which became lively because of Secret Realm, is just a flash in the pan and will not last long. Lin Sheng couldn't figure it out, and soon it was his turn as the crowd moved around. Where do you come from? You need a low-grade spirit stone to enter the city. There is no time limit for your stay at the moment. 2 middle-term Qi refining male cultivators in black law enforcement uniforms looked at Lin Sheng with some arrogance. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Dongshuan Peak Lin family, Lin Sheng. The 2 male cultivators both looked stunned. One of them took out a thick book, flipped through it, and showed a look of shame on his face. It turns out that it is the fellow Taoist of the Lin family who is in front of me. I am disrespectful and disrespectful. Fellow Taoist, please come in. Lin Sheng nodded and walked towards the city with a calm expression. These people from the cultivating family naturally have a sense of superiority. Whether they are disciples of the sect or independent cultivators, they always look arrogant when dealing with them. They will only be polite to people who are also from the cultivating family. The Qi state was supported by the alliance of hundreds of races, and the human sovereign emperor of Qi state was also appointed by the alliance. To a certain extent, the emperor's turn was truly realized. As soon as he walked into the city gate, Lin Sheng felt a strong spiritual energy coming towards his face. Today, Qinghai County has undergone earth-shaking changes. The dirty streets have become tidy. All the beggars on the roadside have disappeared. The pedestrians on the road are also well-dressed, and the majority of them are monks. Not all monks are in Fang City. If there are no mortals, who will do the dirty work? While Lin Sheng was looking at the surrounding shops, a teenage boy walked up to him with a slightly reserved expression. "Senior, is this your first time coming to Qinghai County? Do you need a guide?" Lin Sheng smiled and declined. He had lived in this city for 3 years and there was nothing he didn't know about. The young man could only leave with disappointment. Who has the greatest influence on the changes in Qinghai County? That was undoubtedly the Lin family. Lin Sheng saw 4 or 5 elixir shops along the way, and all the businesses looked pretty good. As for the spirit medicine pavilion, Lin Sheng saw Lin Xiaoji standing in front of the door soliciting customers from a distance. Unfortunately, most of the monks just looked at the shop and turned around to leave. The decoration of Spirit Medicine Pavilion is still too poor. Compared with other shops, it pales in comparison. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed slightly and stepped forward. "Xiaoji, it seems that you are doing your job well as the shopkeeper." Lin Xiaoji, who was originally depressed, suddenly became energetic. He turned his head and looked back, and met Lin Sheng's smiling eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoji's eyes suddenly turned red. "Fifth brother, you are finally back." Lin Sheng frowned when he saw this, and suddenly a bad premonition arose in his heart. What happened? "Aunt Yan is dead." Lin Xiaoji's voice was filled with tears. Spirit Medicine Pavilion, 2nd floor, elegant hall. Lin Sheng put down the teacup and glanced at Lin Xiaoji, whose eyes were filled with tears. He looked displeased and said, "Look at your virtues. You are a teenager. Hold back your tears." Lin Xiaoji wiped away his tears, lowered his head and remained silent. Lin Sheng was a little surprised by Lin Yan's death, but he was just emotional and did not feel any sadness. From the moment Lin Yan went to Secret Realm to look for opportunities, everything was doomed. The battle for opportunities was so cruel. Lin Sheng and Lin Yan did not have a particularly deep friendship, but Lin Yan had some relationship with Lin Xiaoji's biological father. As for what the relationship was, Lin Sheng did not know, but judging from Lin Xiaoji's reaction, this relationship may not be simple. Uncle Lu went to take revenge, right? Lin Sheng rubbed Lin Xiaoji's head. He thought of Lin Xingzang and his group he had seen earlier. "Yeah," Lin Xiaoji replied dully. "Every member of the immortal clan of the Lin family will be planted with a soul curse, and a life card will be stored in the clan. When a person dies, the card is broken and the soul is drawn. Soul guidance does not mean to connect the soul, but to leave a breath on the murderer. The Lin family can see that breath through the specially made law weapon, so they can naturally take revenge and complain. Generally, families with some background would do this. Otherwise, the Immortal Cultivation world is so big, and a clan member is killed outside without even knowing who the murderer is. To a certain extent, some rogue cultivators did not dare to kill the family disciples. At most, they could just grab things and run away, and the people would still be alive. If Lin Yan was really killed, it would only prove that the other party was also a ruthless character and was not afraid of revenge from the Lin family. But now that Lin Xingzang is leading the team, it probably won't develop into a plot of the gourd boy saving his grandpa. Lin Xingzang is a man who can fight like a lion against a rabbit with all his strength. How's business these days? Lin Sheng changed the topic to save Lin Xiaoji from being immersed in grief. There is almost no business, and it is all taken away by other stores. They are all well prepared. We do not have any advantage at all. When talking about business, Lin Xiaoji immediately became sad. As expected, Lin Sheng took out the storage bag he had prepared and handed it to Lin Xiaoji. Inside were some elixir talismans that he could not use, as well as some damaged law weapons. You can sell these things in the store. It doesn't matter if the price is slightly lower. 80% of the proceeds will go to me, 10% to the public, and 10% will be considered as your hard work. Lin Xiaoji opened the storage bag and looked at it suspiciously. his eyes immediately widened. Fifth brother, how many people did you rob? What are you talking nonsense about? I picked these up. Lin Sheng looked displeased. Lin Xiaoji pursed his lips with disbelief on his face, but he put away the storage bag very quickly. Lin Sheng did not explain that he had picked these things from Lin Meyer and Kai Leonzi's storage bags with a clear conscience. The business of Zuimengfang should not be affected, right? Lin Sheng asked casually. It is understandable that there are people in Spirit Medicine Pavilion trying to grab business and it is difficult to do business. A place for entertainment like Zuimengfang has no cost, at most it is some wear and tear charges. Lin Xiaoji sighed. Now that Zuimengfang belongs to the Li family, it counts as a share of the profits for our Lin family. What about the female cultivators in the clan? Lin Sheng asked back. The Lin family was weak, so this kind of thing was unavoidable. Being able to get a share of the cake was probably because of the face of the 100 Clans Alliance. The alliance of hundreds of clans has always been an external alliance. Internally, it still emphasizes the law of the jungle, and weakness is the original sin. Naturally all the female cultivators in the clan quit, and those who joined later naturally turned to the Li family. Lin Xiaoji said with red eyes again, Lin Yan was dead, and Zuimengfang was gone. The two flags of the Lin family are so easy to pull up. Single quote. Lin Sheng was filled with emotion, and suddenly saw Lin Xiaoji starting to cry again, so he quickly drove him out of the room. Get out and cry. As night fell, Lin Sheng left the Spirit Medicine Pavilion and walked towards North Street. I heard from Lin Xiaoji that a night market with stalls on North Street is now planned in the city, and stalls can only be set up at night, and there is no stall management fee. Lin Sheng didn't go to set up a stall. After all, he had a shop. He just went to see if he could find some good goods. Now that Qinghai County Beizu Alliance has taken over, you have to pay a store management fee to open a store. Regardless of whether the business is good or bad, you will receive 10 low-grade spirit stones every month. Without some capital, you can't even open a store, so more independent cultivators have chosen set up a stall. Going to a stall to pick up leeks is a very technical job. There is a lot of moisture inside. After all, only a few people buy the treasures, and most of them are fakes. And not everything is easy to buy. Sometimes if you buy a law weapon, it may be dirty goods, and it is common for someone to knock on your door. Lin Sheng walked around in a circle, stopping to check out several stalls with more people, and got a general understanding of the night market. No wonder the alliance of hundreds of clans doesn't charge stall fees. If it charges stall fees, there probably won't be many people setting up stalls. What these stalls sell are some weird things, and all of them boast that they are natural treasures, and they are just some independent cultivators with little experience. With his family's upbringing and Master Jafu's experience for most of his life, Lin Sheng could tell the truth from the lie at a glance. For example, one of the stones that glowed red was said by the stall owner to be firestone, a good material for artifact refining. Lin Sheng could tell at a glance that it was just an ordinary stone that had been illuminated by magic. As a result, the stone was bought by a monk who was in the early stage of qi refining for the price of 5 low-grade spiritual stones. As soon as the buyer left, the stall owner closed the stall on the pretext of something going on. Then Lin Sheng watched helplessly as the stall owner ran to another corner, changed his appearance and started selling ice essence stone. The world is deteriorating, and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart. He no longer had the mood to continue shopping. With this time for shopping, he might as well go back to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to practice hard. The spiritual energy in Qinghai County is now richer than before. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly saw a very familiar person. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was the young man selling wordless iron tablets. At this time, the young man's clothes were clean and he was no longer dirty and slovenly. He was lowering his head to read a book. There was also a stall in front of him. On it were several talismans and bottles of elixirs, all of which were inferior goods. Lin Sheng's heart moved and he walked up. Fellow Taoist, do you still remember me? The boy who was reading a book suddenly raised his head. The voice was too familiar. It's you, the shopkeeper of Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The young man looked surprised, with a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect fellow Taoist to still remember me. Lin Sheng sighed and sat on the small bench in front of the stall. He couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the nervous young man in front of him. Fellow Taoist is still the same as before. He is born in Shaolin. I don't know the name of fellow Taoist. Tianyu, the young man replied in a low voice with a slightly relaxed expression. Tianyu. Lin Sheng looked up and down at the young man's small body and couldn't help but praise, what a good name. Tianyu grinned upon hearing this, showing his big white teeth. Lin Sheng rummaged through the things on the stall and sighed with emotion. Tianyu, you are doing well now. You are selling elixirs, talismans, and talismans. Tianyu's face showed solemnity. Thank you, sir, for giving me the skills to cultivate immortality. Tianyu will never forget this kindness. No, I didn't give it to you, I exchanged it with you. Do you still remember the wordless iron piece? Lin Sheng shook his head and retorted. Tianyu nodded repeatedly. How could he forget that piece of iron? Lin Sheng showed a wry smile. Oh, Tianyu, you have heard me. That piece of iron has a lot of history. Tianyu frowned when he heard this. Why do you say that, sir? Let me ask you, where did that iron piece come from? Lin Sheng said calmly. I picked it up. Tianyu didn't hesitate. He pointed to the north. I picked it up in the mountains. Picked it up. Lin Sheng looked confused and felt suspicious. Tianyu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I went up the mountain to cut firewood that day and picked it up on a river beach. It was still shining at the time. Sir, what is the origin of that piece of iron? As he spoke, Lin Sheng carefully looked at Tianyu's expression and saw that his expression was natural and did not seem like he was telling lies. Then he sighed. Oh, this is a big deal. Do you know the great Buddhist temple in the north region? After seeing Tianyu shaking his head, Lin Sheng said slowly, the northern territory is at the other end of the Shiwen Mountains. The great Buddha temple is one of the righteous leaders of the northern territory. This piece of iron is related to the inheritance of the great Buddha temple. Do you know the nameless temple in the bamboo forest outside the city? There is a monk from a big Buddhist temple living there. That day you brought the iron piece over. I saw that the symbols on it were somewhat similar to the Buddha statues in the temple, so I asked him, what do you think happened? Quote. He snatched away the iron piece. Tianyu looked hesitant. That's right. Lin Sheng had a look of regret on his face, thinking that even you kid would rush to answer. The monk said that the iron piece belonged to his Buddhist temple. I fought with him for a few moves and lost, so he snatched it away. What a pity. Tianyu also looked full of regret. Lin Sheng pretended to be ashamed. Tianyu, you have to be careful. After the monk took away the iron piece and asked me where I came from, I naturally told you. He said that everyone who knew this iron piece would die. Ah, but Tianyu, you don't have to worry. Although I am not able to defeat the great monk, he was also injured by me. He should not appear again in the short term. Lin Sheng spoke to calm Tianyu, who looked a little flustered. Thank you, sir, for telling me about this. Tianyu will never forget it. It's getting dark now, so I'm going to close the stall. As Tianyu spoke, he put the elixir talisman into the package. There was not even a storage bag, and he looked shabby. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng found it quite interesting and took out a storage bag and gave it to Tianyu. This is for you. If anything happens in the future, feel free to come to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to find me. Tianyu's eyes lit up and he took the storage bag. Thank you, sir, I'll note it down. Well, let's go. Lin Sheng smiled and watched Tianyu disappear in a flash, as if there was an evil ghost chasing him behind him. Did I scare him too hard? Single quote. A trace of shame appeared in Lin Sheng's heart, but it disappeared in the next second. If you don't get scared, you won't be successful. I've been scared since I was a child. Single quote. After visiting the night market again and finding nothing good, Lin Sheng returned to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Since the Lin family withdrew from Zuim, some of the female cultivators in the clan have gone to other places of the Lin family, while some have still stayed in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to wait for the situation to change. This is very difficult for Lin Shaoji. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion itself is a two-story building, which does not occupy a large area and only has 2 or 3 rooms for rest. Naturally, those female cultivators from Drunken Dream Workshop didn't dare to grab Lin Sheng's room, so they were squeezed into the same room with Lin Shaoji. Lin Xiaoji slept with his eyes open these days, for fear of being poisoned by some witches. Even though the maid's room was empty, these female cultivators turned a blind eye and had their ulterior motives written all over their faces. When Lin Sheng did not return, Lin Xiaoji made some calculations. If Lin Hao and Lin Sheng both died in an accident in order of status within the clan, it would really be possible for him to carry the banner. In fact, he could barely be regarded as the third member of the new sect of the Lin family, otherwise he would not have been brought out by Lin Xingzang for training, but his position did not seem so secure. Hello, fifth brother. Fifth brother went out shopping. Fifth brother, do you want us to practice with you? Hearing the coquettish voices of the female cultivators downstairs, Lin Xiaoji didn't even have to guess, it must be Lin Sheng who was back. When Lin Sheng didn't come back, these female cultivators stayed in their room practicing every day, never leaving the door. As soon as Lin Sheng came back in the morning, these female cultivators immediately changed their minds, greeting the guests who entered the store, and serving tea. Pour the water and even the clothes on your body become much cooler. Spirit Medicine Pavilion, which originally had little business, suddenly had a few charming female nuns to support its facade, and its business became much better. But looking at the customers who entered the store with their eyes almost falling into ditches, Lin Xiaoji knew that these people didn't want to buy anything at all, they just came here to feast their eyes on it. Everyone who came was a customer. Even if he didn't buy anything, it was good to increase the popularity of the store. Lin Xiaoji simply turned a blind eye and ran to the second floor to stay. Compared to Lin Xiaoji, who is not firm in determination, Lin Sheng is easy to pick up, and he can get wet with rain and dew. He will not refuse this kind of seductress who comes close to her. After teasing her a few times, she will leave gracefully, completely ignoring the resentful looks behind him. Xiaoji, what are you doing hiding in your room alone? Lin Sheng pushed open the door, sat down at the table with a smile, picked up the teapot and drank heavily to quench the fire in his heart. There's no business anyway, so it's better to be alone and not see anything. Lin Xiaoji was not interested. Fifth brother, how was your visit to the night market? They are all just trying to fish in troubled waters and cannot get on the stage. Lin Sheng looked disdainful and put down the teapot. Recently, you should pay more attention to the alchemy formation diagrams. It would be better if you could collect some experience on alchemy and formations. Lin Xiaoji looked confused. Fifth brother, do you want to learn alchemy and formation? Of course, Lin Sheng answered in the affirmative. A month ago, he would not have dared to have such an idea. Now that his pockets are bulging, he naturally has more ideas. Also, take advantage of the large number of people in Qinghai County and put up a bounty to collect as much blood as possible from the 3 rank 1 monsters, Manticore Tiger, Unicorn Lion, and Thunder Bear. You can use these spirit stones first. Lin Sheng said and threw Lin Xiaoji a storage bag with 500 low-grade spirit stones in it. Why are you collecting so much animal blood? Do you still want to learn how to make talismans? Lin Xiaoji checked the storage bag and was slightly shocked by the number of spirit stones. Don't worry so much, I will tell you later. Lin Sheng had no idea of explaining, and he was too lazy to explain. His previous idea was misunderstood. If he collected too much animal blood personally, he would be targeted by interested parties, but collecting animal blood in the name of his family was reasonable. Moreover, the blood collected is all rank 1 beast blood, which has no great use except as a talisman-making material. It will not attract too much attention. People who are interested can only think that the Lin family wants to cultivate talisman masters. Lin Sheng also plans to promote the blood energy method to the family, and it is best to split it up and sell it. The body refining method of qi refining stage probably has no background involvement, and it will have no impact if it is spread. However, this matter will have to wait until Lin Xingzang comes back. Talk about it in detail. You have made such a great contribution to the family, so it is reasonable to use more training resources, right? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought proudly that if the family really considers selling the qi refining method, the price of animal blood will probably rise sharply, and he can take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. I'm such a business genius. Single quote. Fifth brother, why can you touch the teapot and laugh? You still laugh so weirdly. Lin Xiaoji carefully put away the storage bag, looked at Lin Sheng with a strange smile, and subconsciously shrank his neck. Lin Sheng glanced at Lin Xiaoji and touched his smooth chin. I thought of some happy things. Okay, I'm going to retreat. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Okay, fifth brother, walk slowly. Lin Sheng returned to the room, simply set up a covering formation, and then walked into the secret room. The secret room is only a secret room in name. In the eyes of the monks, the ordinary secret room can be seen at a glance and has no effect. Lin Sheng was just looking for psychological comfort. Now that Qinghai County has become Shushanfang City, the intensity of spiritual energy is naturally not what it used to be. With the help of the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy in the city has barely reached the intensity of rank 1 low-grade spirit vein, which is enough for Lin Sheng to practice. Lin Sheng had already planned to spend 2 years fishing and practicing in Qinghai County. After reaching the 5th level of qi refining, he would rent a cave mansion in Black Rock City for retreat. Black Rock City has a rank 1 high-grade spirit vein, and combined with the spirit pill, Lin Sheng is fully confident that he can reach the 6th level of qi refining within 3 years and reach the peak of the mid-term qi refining. This is the first 5-year plan set by Lin Sheng. The focus is on the first 2 years. In these 2 years, he will not only practice the blood qi technique, but also preferably practice the 4 desire demonic techniques until the demonic phase is manifested, to the point where it is now, rather than just a phantom. 7 days later, Lin Xingzang returned. In the elegant hall, Lin Xingzang put down the bloody jade slip with a look of deep thought on his face. This body refining technique is indeed something extraordinary. It is not only simple to practice, but also enables qi refining to fight qi refining late stage. But this technique has a fatal flaw, that is, it costs a lot of spiritual stones. If you want to soak your whole body in beast blood to practice, you will need at least a ton of monster blood. The price of rank 1 monster's blood on the market is roughly 10 low-grade spirit stones per 100 kilograms of blood, and 1 ton requires 200 low-grade spirit stones. This is the price of a rank 1 monster tamed by ordinary monks. If you collect the blood of a specific monster, the price may double. Although the rank 1 monster recorded in the blood slip does not belong to the rare category, it is extremely difficult to encounter within the territory of Qi State. Several monster mountains in Qi State are all training grounds for disciples of sects. Monsters have been cut off one after another. Most monsters have learned to hide, and only unscrupulous beasts are showing off. If you want to collect animal blood, you can only issue high-priced rewards. Naturally, some people will go to the dangerous Shiwen Mountain to try their luck. If it doesn't work, you can use the blood of other rank 1 beasts instead. This method can also be regarded as the foundation of our clan. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Xingzang put away the blood-colored jade slips and looked at Lin Sheng with a look of relief. This method consumes a lot of money. Although it cannot be promoted to the entire clan, it can still select some outstanding clan members for training. Xiaowu, you did a good job. It's what I should do if I can provide some help to the family. Lin Sheng looked at Lin Xingzang with a smile without being arrogant or impatient. Lin Xingzang couldn't help but nodded when he heard the words, feeling deeply pleased. For a moment, the two stared at each other, and the atmosphere became weird. That's it. Where is my reward? Single quote. Lin Sheng cursed in his heart and decided to remind Lin Shengzheng. Uncle 6, I feel that my practice has slowed down recently, and I don't know if I have reached a bottleneck. Lin Xing looked surprised. Oh. If your cultivation progress is slow, go out more and broaden your mind. I think the North Street night market will be very lively. Yes, North Street is quite lively. By the way, Uncle 6, do you think I can buy barrier-breaking pills on North Street? It shouldn't be available. If you want to buy the barrier-breaking pill, you have to go to Blackstone City to buy it. Lin Sheng felt a little helpless. Lin Xingzang looked like he just couldn't understand. He stopped beating around the bush and went straight to a showdown. Uncle Lu, I'm dedicating the blood and Qi Dharma to the clan, so why don't you express your gratitude? Unexpectedly, Lin Xingzang sighed slightly when he heard this. Hey, Xiaowu, I won't hide it from you. If a month ago, there were some resources in the clan, but now there is nothing. Is it because of the actions of the 100 Clans Alliance this time? Lin Sheng's heart moved. Yes, the renovation of Qinghai County has cost a lot of money, and our Lin family has also had a hand in it. Speaking of this, I'm also curious, why is Qinghe County being transformed? Is it related to the secret realm in Dongjiaopo? Lin Sheng asked the question that had been on his mind since he came back. There were many opinions and rumors. If a monster wave breaks out in Shiwanshan Mountain, Qinghe County will serve as the frontline fortress. It is also said that Qi State wants to cede the southern land to Yu State, so it must develop the northern land. Each one of them was said vividly, just like the truth. Lin Xing showed a solemn look on his face, took out a formation flag from his storage bag, deployed the rank 1 mystery formation to isolate the outside world, and then said slowly, yes, it is indeed related to Dongjiaopo's secret realm, because the president of secret realm it has existed for hundreds of years, and this place is the closest city to secret realm. Survival for hundreds of years. Single quote. Lin Sheng was shocked. If the Dongjiaopo secret realm lasts for 100 years, wouldn't it lead to more power competition? Lin Xingzang nodded slightly. That's right, so the alliance of hundreds of clans has made arrangements in advance. If a war breaks out, they can rely on Qinghe County to counterattack. The secret realm only lasts for 1 year at most. Why can the Dongjiaopo secret realm last for 100 years? Lin Sheng expressed his confusion. He felt that this matter was a bit strange. Lin Xingzang shook his head. I don't know either. This matter was said by several foundation building overhauls in the alliance. It should be true. Isn't this a game? Let the people from the alliance of hundreds of clans jump in. Lin Sheng frowned. There are 3 countries in the immortal cultivation world of Dongzhou, namely Qi, Yu and Zhao. Qi is the weakest, headed by Evergreen Sect and Zonqing Sect. Each of the 2 sects has a fake pill patriarch. The power of the Yu Kingdom is second, with countless sects large and small, all worshipping Profound Heaven Sword Sect as their sect, and there is an ancestor named Gold Core. The Zhao state is the strongest. There is only 1 sect in the territory, the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, and the sect has 2 Gold Core ancestors, black and white. It doesn't matter, even if it's a game, the Lin family, just won't participate. Lin Xingzang said with a look of regret on his face, it's just a pity for Lin Yan. Then he took out a cyan bracelet from the storage bag and handed it to Lin Sheng. You can keep this for protection. Seeing the middle-grade law weapon Jasper ring, Lin Sheng knew that Lin Yan's revenge had been avenged, so he silently took the Jasper ring and put it on his hand. The Jasper ring is somewhat different from other law weapons in that it can be activated actively or passively. Just because it can store mana for a long time, it will passively activate the protective shield when faced with a sudden attack. It can be regarded as a small supreme grade among law weapon. It's a pity that even with this passive law weapon to protect her, Lin Yan still died, which shows how cruel the fight for opportunity is. Lin Sheng did not ask how Lin Yan died. There was no point in asking. The dead people were gone, but the living people still had to move on. Lin Xingzang left after explaining a few more words. As the representative of the Lin family, it was naturally impossible for him to live in the spirit medicine pavilion. The alliance of hundreds of clans had prepared a good cave mansion for each tribe in the city. Lin Sheng was originally qualified to live in the cave mansion, but he felt that it was not that simple and he was afraid of getting involved in some conspiracy, so he chose to stay in the spirit medicine pavilion. As the days passed, Lin Sheng, in addition to his normal cultivation, occasionally went out to catch fish when his cultivation was boring, and collected the souls of a few poor people. His little life was very nourishing. 1 month later, Dongjiaopo's secret realm came under the compulsory jurisdiction of the 100 Clans Alliance. With Dongjiaopo's secret realm as the center, a safe zone was set up with a radius of hundreds of miles. No one was allowed to fight here. At the same time, 100 monks are limited to enter the secret realm every day, and an entrance fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones is charged. Within the secret realm, one is responsible for life or death. Naturally, some people were unwilling to do this operation of the 100 Clans Alliance and roped in the 100 Cultivators Alliance. As a result, the 100 Cultivators Alliance, which many rogue cultivators had high hopes for, only existed for 1 night before being casually suppressed by the Foundation building overhaul. Overnight, all the rogue cultivators in Dongjiaopo disappeared, everyone became harmonious, and those scenes of drawing swords and slashing at the slightest disagreement were gone forever. Lin Sheng expressed that he was very hurt by this and that he could no longer touch fish. However, the monks who came to the north were generally in favor of the actions of the 100 Clans Alliance. After all, low-level monks accounted for the majority. Think about it, you just found a spirit medicine in the secret realm, and you left the secret realm humming a tune happily. Suddenly, you were robbed by a waiting rogue cultivator, and you had to pay for your unlucky life. Is this justified? Therefore, the alliance of hundreds of clans forcibly set up a safe zone, which greatly protected the low-level monks. After all, the distance from Dongjiaopo's secret realm to Qinghai County is only 100 miles, so safety is guaranteed. Now, well-informed monks from the Yu and Zhao countries have begun to appear frequently in Qinghai County. The alliance of hundreds of clans has shown a great pattern in this regard. As long as the spirit stone is handed over, they will be treated equally without considering whether they will become enemies. In order to make the monks' travel more convenient, the alliance of hundreds of clans spent huge sums of money to set up a teleportation array in Qinghai County to connect to Blackstone City, which is 500 miles away. However, the teleportation price is extremely expensive. Teleporting from Blackstone City to Qinghai County requires 1 low-grade spiritual stone, but teleporting from Qinghai County to Blackstone City requires 10 low-grade spiritual stones. You must know that a spiritual farmer's annual income from farming is only 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Excluding the part handed over to the master, he can only save 5 low-grade spiritual stones. This is a good master. It is normal for the black-hearted ones to take 70%. After watching the recent operations of the 100 Clans Alliance, Lin Sheng suddenly realized. The alliance of hundreds of clans has turned Secret Realm into a business, making money every day. There is a fee to enter the city, a fee to enter the Secret Realm, and a fee to use the teleportation array. You get good things from Secret Realm, you must sell them, right? The nearest city, Qinghai County, is definitely suitable for you. If you don't want to sell, but must take it away, it will not be safe to leave Qinghai County. Why the teleportation array in Qinghai County only connects to Blackstone City and not other cities further away? Lin Sheng thinks this is a deliberate move by the alliance of hundreds of clans. If someone really obtains a coveted treasure, he may not be able to leave the northern part of Qi State. In Qinghai County, the alliance of hundreds of clans will not take action due to shame, but it may not be possible in Black Rock City. Black Rock City's foundation building overhaul, Perfected Being, is an independent cultivator. He is not a member of the alliance of hundreds of clans on the surface, but it is not clear whether he is a black glove of the alliance of hundreds of clans in private. As the days pass, most monks' daily lives are actually very boring, except for practicing. Those with resources and background, such as Lin Sheng, and family help can continue to practice in seclusion. Those who have no resources or background will either farm land for the big family, raise animals as spiritual farmers, and become spirit beast masters to save spiritual stones to buy training resources. Either go to some dangerous places to hunt animals and collect herbs to hit the opportunity, or simply start the rogue cultivator business. Nowadays, rogue cultivator business cannot be done from Dongjiaopo to Qinghai County, so they can only do some legitimate work. The land in Qinghai County is barren and the spiritual energy is thin. It is definitely impossible to farm, but it is close to the Shiwen Mountain, and hunting animals can be done. Since Qinghai County became Shushanfang City, monks who did not go to the Secret Realm to hunt for treasures on weekdays went to the Shiwanda Mountains to hunt beasts. After hunting monsters, they came to Qinghai County to sell them. After earning spiritual stones, they went to the Dongjiaopo Secret Realm. Treasure hunting, over and over again. This led to the boom of the monster-selling market in Qinghai County. All kinds of monsters were dragged to the market for sale, and the prices dropped lower and lower. Lin Xiaoji easily collected all the monster blood that was offered as a reward. It's just that the low-grade spirit stones cost a lot, reaching 1,113. Even the spirit stones earned from the law weapon, which Lin Sheng entrusted Lin Xiaoji to sell, were invested in it, and he also spent some money out of his own pocket. After 3 months, the 5th floor of Spirit Medicine Pavilion. There is a 2-meter-high transparent crystal bucket in the room. The bucket contains blood that has turned somewhat black. In the blood, Lin Sheng stood naked with his eyes closed and stood on one leg in a strange posture. The pores around his body were inhaling and exhaling according to a certain pattern, and the blood was repeatedly sucked into the pores and spit out. As time passed, a vague blood energy appeared around Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood energy all over his body exploded instantly. He suddenly stamped his left foot on the ground and jumped into the blood bucket. Lin Ji, who was waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward and put on Lin Sheng's coat. Congratulations, young master, for your great achievement. Lin Sheng squeezed his arm and felt that the skin was very tough, and the muscles under the skin were filled with explosive power. Now that the blood energy method has been completed, if he does not take the initiative to control it, blood mist will involuntarily surround his body. Is this the benefit of certain animal blood? Single quote. Lin Sheng was in a good mood. He glanced sideways at the slim girl next to him and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her blushing face. What do you call me, young master? Call me again. Godfather. Lin Ji's already blushing face turned even crimson after she responded, like the sunset on her face, and even her ears were already red. Well, you're so good. Lin Sheng smiled, pinched Lin Ji's little face, then turned and left. Lin Ji is the maid of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. She was taken under Lin Sheng's command 2 months ago and given the name Lin Ji. Today's Spirit Medicine Pavilion is no longer the 2-story building it once was. It covers an area of 1,000 square meters, with 5 floors above ground and 1 underground floor. There are more than a dozen members of the Lin family resident in the store. The Lin family's earlier investment in the alliance of hundreds of clans has now paid off. Firstly, the area of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion has been expanded. Secondly, the Lin family can also get a share of the overall income of Qinghai County and Dongjiaopo. Lin Sheng walked down the stairs, and Lin Xiaoji's eyes lit up in the lobby, and he hurriedly greeted him. Fifth brother, you are finally out of seclusion. Have you mastered the skills? What did you call me? Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows. Fifth brother. Lin Xiaoji hesitated and was about to turn around and run away, but was grabbed by Lin Sheng. What's your name, fifth brother? I want to call you foster father. Lin Xiaoji's eyes widened when he heard this. If you do this again, I will tell Uncle Six. Lin Ji covered her mouth and snickered when she heard this. After Lin Sheng turned his head and glared, he quickly lowered his head. Lin Sheng turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoji with a sad expression on his face. Xiaoji, tell me how I treat you. I gave you spiritual stones and exercises, but you are not willing to call me foster father. Lin Xiaoji frowned, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. The fifth brother really had nothing to say to him, but how could this adoptive father be called out? Xiao Wu, when did you develop such a quirk? Lin Xingzang suddenly appeared on the scene. He looked over with a half smile, feeling the faint power of blood emanating from Lin Sheng's body, and he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Lin Xiaoji breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Uncle Lu was out of the siege, he ran away in a flash. How can this be a quirk? This can obviously build relationships and enhance feelings. Lin Sheng said matter-of-factly, then turned to look at Lin Ji. Don't you think so? Lin Ji's pretty face turned red, and she responded in a low voice, Mister, my godfather is right. Huh, yeah. Lin Sheng frowned slightly but then nodded with satisfaction. The young master is too elegant. He is a layman, and the title of godfather sounds nice. Lin Xingzang had a look of emotion on his face when he heard this, shook his head and turned to leave. He could no longer understand the thoughts of today's young people. Times have changed. Seeing Lin Xingzang disappearing at the door, Lin Sheng sighed slightly, turned to look at Lin Ji, and said seriously, Uncle Lu is old, and his thoughts have been imprisoned by his decaying body, but my thoughts are the most advanced and most advanced. Great. Can you understand? Lin Ji nodded in understanding. It seems you don't understand. Lin Sheng shook his head and walked towards the street. Lin Ji's eyes lit up when he saw this and he quickly followed. He had been staying in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion for dozens of days and was almost sick from boredom. Today's Qinghai County is becoming more prosperous day by day, and the scale of the city is constantly expanding. There is no other, only people. I am afraid that 70% of the monks from the Immortal Cultivation world in Qi Kingdom have gathered in Qinghai County, all wanting to try their luck in the secret realm. There were people coming and going on the street, and 8 out of 10 people were monks. The remaining 2 ordinary people were probably relatives and friends of some monk or members of a cultivating family who came to the city to make a living. The alliance of hundreds of nationalities added an outer city based on the original Qinghai County, and the inner city maintained the layout of 4 streets in the east, west, south, and north plus the central county government. The current central county government has become the headquarters of the alliance of hundreds of nationalities. There are 4 more gates on the inner city wall. Together with the original 4 gates in the southeast, northwest and northwest, there are 8 inner city gates in total. Each inner city gate corresponds to an outer city street, collectively called Fang Street. The shops on Fang Street are only for rent, not for sale. You can get 5 low-grade spirit stones per month, but you don't have to pay the store management fee. At the same time, the Beiji night market in the inner city has also been moved to the outer city. The alliance of hundreds of clans has designated an area for the monks to set up stalls daily, and no longer limits the stall setting time, but at the same time, stall management fees are charged, 1 low grade per month. Spiritual stone. The alliance of hundreds of clans cut another monk's leak in terms of shop rental and stall management fees, which made Lin Sheng admired and envious in his heart. Unfortunately, it is currently impossible to learn. Lin Sheng was walking on the busy streets and felt quite deeply in his heart. In the past, Qinghai County, which even the monks could not see, is now as popular as the sacred land. This shows how important the word opportunity is in the eyes of the monks. Lin Ji blinked her big, watery eyes, looking here and there, hearing the sounds of various sellers and shouts, and she looked quite excited. Sure enough, women love shopping. Single quote. Lin Ji's excited expression was naturally caught by Lin Sheng, but unfortunately he was short of money and spent all his spiritual stones to buy animal blood and blood-activating pills. He also owed the clan more than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The spiritual stones in this clan are all spent on blood-activating pills. The blood-activating pills that assist the practice of blood energy method require a total of 49, which corresponds to the 49 days of the practice cycle. It took a lot of effort for the Lin family to acquire blood-activating pills. Normally, blood-activating pills are in short supply, and they are sold in a few pills on the market. It was difficult for the Lin family to receive dozens of pills in a short time, so they finally hired a rank 1 alchemist. It took several batches of blood-activating pills to finally get enough. In order to perfect the blood energy method, Lin Sheng spent more than 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. This is what the cultivating family can afford. If he were to be an honest farming spiritual farmer, he would never even think about it in this life. This is not about cultivating immortality, this is clearly Krypton gold. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and after walking around the market, he returned to the spirit medicine pavilion with Lin Ji reluctant to leave. Why go shopping if you don't have money? You still have to practice diligently. Single quote. Spirit Medicine Pavilion, 5th floor. Lin Sheng sat cross-legged on the futon, holding the Alchemy Dao Xingxin in his hand and looking at it attentively. Lin Ji knelt behind him, squeezing his shoulders, and at the same time stared at the Alchemy Dao Xin with her big eyes. In front of Lin Sheng was a brand new red 3-legged alchemy furnace. The furnace was not a high-quality product, but it was also out of the ordinary. The original alchemy furnace had been sold by Lin Sheng in the shop. Now this alchemy furnace was given by his third uncle Lin Konglong. Knowing that Lin Sheng wanted to make alchemy, Lin Konglong was quite looking forward to it. Blood Chi Secret Realm has already given him a surprise, who says there can't be one more surprise. If the clan can produce a rank 1 alchemist, the Lin family's status will be even stronger. It's a pity that Lin Konglong didn't know about Lin Sheng's 3 years of alchemy experience. If he had known about it, he would never have given away the alchemy furnace. After a long time, Lin Shengruo realized something and put it aside and took out the spirit fire toad from the spirit beast bag. Looking at the golden spirit fire toad in his palm, Lin Sheng showed a fierce look on his face. If you don't control the heat well today, I will cook you and eat you. When the spirit beast heard this, his body trembled, and his little head moved up and down quickly. He had been in the dark spirit beast bag for almost half a year, and he was about to be threatened when he came out. It was extremely sad to think about the life of the toad. Lin Ji pinched her shoulders and looked curious. Is this thing the spirit fire toad? He looks quite intelligent. Lin Sheng casually threw the spirit fire toad to the ground, and the latter quickly crawled under the alchemy furnace and lay down, raised his head and opened the toad's mouth, and the flames faintly appeared in it. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng looked satisfied. It seemed that the spirit fire toad needed to be frightened, and then he threw a low-grade spirit stone into the toad's mouth. Low-grade spirit stone is to help bring a touch of spirituality to the fire breathed by the spirit fire toad. Ordinary fire cannot make elixirs. Making elixirs with ordinary fire will only scorch the medicinal materials. Only spiritual fire can melt the medicinal materials. After preparing the preliminary work, Lin Sheng was about to start refining the elixir. He had been practicing the blood-activating elixir for 3 years, and he was naturally preparing to refine the blood-activating elixir this time. Lin Sheng took out the medicinal herbs from the storage bag and arranged them one by one. Some of them were obtained from previous fishing, some were contributed by Lin Xiaoji, and some were borrowed from the store. They will all have to be returned in the future. The most difficult to obtain among these medicinal materials is the blood coagulation grass, one of the main ingredients of the blood-activating pill. Blood coagulated grass is the companion spirit medicine of monster. To get blood coagulated grass, you must first kill the monster. There are only 3 strains of blood coagulation grass, and their medicinal ages are 5, 8, and 10 years respectively. They are only enough to prepare 3 batches of elixirs. One of these 3 batches of elixirs must be successful, otherwise all the money will be lost. Success or failure, right or wrong, depends on this. Single quote. Lin Sheng closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Lin Ji immediately knelt down and did not dare to disturb him. After a moment, Lin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, and the furnace lid flew up at the same time. The spirit fire toad, which had been watching Lin Sheng's every move, suddenly spit out flames and baked the furnace body. Lin Sheng waved his hand, and several medicinal plants flew into the alchemy furnace, and the furnace lid immediately flew back onto the lid. Through the observation port between the furnace bodies, Lin Sheng carefully observed the changes in the medicinal materials, and carefully controlled the injection of spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. As time passed, the temperature in the room rose rapidly, and several medicinal plants slowly melted and began to merge with each other. Seeing this, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up and he immediately threw a 5-year-old blood-curing grass into the furnace. As soon as the blood-curing grass entered the furnace, it immediately liquefied and seeped into the merging liquid. Lin Sheng looked nervous. Now he had reached the most critical step, the aura rejection. With the continuous injection of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy began to seep into the liquid medicine, and the impurities in it were revealed due to the injection of spiritual energy. What Lin Sheng had to do was to control the spiritual energy in the furnace to peel off the impurities that appeared in the liquid medicine. Let it vaporize in the alchemy furnace. This process extremely tests the monk's mental concentration. If the foundation building is overhauled, it will be easier to release the spiritual consciousness. As a chi refining monk, Lin Sheng can only observe the changes in the liquid through the observation port. If he is not paying attention, he will ignore any emerging impurities. The higher the level of the refined elixir, the longer this time will be. During this period, the spiritual energy injected into the elixir furnace cannot have any fluctuations. If there is any fluctuation, the furnace will explode. As a rank 1 elixir, the refining time of the blood-activating elixir is approximately 3 hours. The more impurities removed during this period, the higher the probability of successful elixir refining. 3 hours later, under the gaze of Lin Sheng's bloodshot eyes, the alchemy furnace made a muffled sound and the furnace lid flew up. Lin Ji wiped the sweat from her cheeks and quickly stepped forward to check. At this time, she was in the hot room, and her whole body was soaked with sweat. How is it? Lin Sheng sat motionless, staring at Lin Ji closely, with a little expectation in his heart. Lin Ji hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. Godfather, there is only powder in the alchemy furnace. Failed. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked puzzled. He clearly followed what Alchemy Dao said in his experience, putting in the auxiliary ingredients first and then the main ingredients. Why didn't he even refine the waste elixir this time? Has Xiaoji been deceived? Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and waved his hand. I'll try another furnace. The spirit fire toad quickly raised his head and pointed at his mouth. Upon seeing this, Lin Sheng took out another low-grade spirit stone and threw it into the mouth of the spirit fire toad. There is no earth fire at the moment, so you have to spend spirit stones to rely on the spirit fire toad. Fortunately, the spirit fire toad swallowed a lot of ordinary fire in the past, so there is no need to worry about the lack of fire yet. 3 hours later, the alchemy furnace made another muffled sound, and the furnace lid flew up. This time, before Lingzi could step forward to check, Lin Sheng had already taken the hot alchemy furnace into his hands. Failed again. In the alchemy furnace, there is a pile of steaming powder. When the elixir is completed, a spiritual light will appear in the furnace, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Lin Sheng has no way of knowing what has changed when the elixir is completed. It would be great if the foundation building was overhauled. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart. If his consciousness could leave his body, he would naturally know what happened in the alchemy furnace. Daddy, I have something to say. Lin Ji suddenly said weakly. Explain. Lin Sheng's heart moved and he looked at Lin Ji. Could it be that this woman saw something? Being stared at by Lin Sheng's naked eyes, Lin Ji twisted her sweaty body unnaturally, her pretty face flushed slightly. Dad, when you just made the elixir, I seem to be able to feel some special strands in the elixir furnace. The auras are merging with each other. Can you feel special spiritual energy? Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised when a flash of light appeared in front of Lin Ji and he reached out and put his hand on her head. Lin Ji panicked, and then she felt a hot mana circulating in her body, and a blush rose on her face. Lin Sheng checked Lin Ji's body inside and out, front and back, and found nothing unusual at all, which made him even more curious. Lin Ji's qualifications are mediocre. She is just a low-grade wood spirit root, nothing special about her, so why can she feel special spiritual energy? Could it be that he is hiding his physique? Single quote. Lin Sheng's heart moved, and he took a medicinal herb and put it in front of Lin Ji. What can you feel? Lin Ji tilted her head and looked at the herbs in front of her. She could feel that the herbs themselves were emitting a faint wave of golden spiritual energy. This herb exudes a faint golden aura. Golden spiritual energy. Lin Sheng repeated in a low voice. Just as his face was about to show a look of ecstasy, he forced it back. It's so good. I'm going to send it out. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked at Lin Ji with sharp eyes, but he didn't expect that the little maid who took him away would have such a surprise. But Lin Sheng couldn't feel anything about the Chidoyi Lin Sheng in his hand. Except for the older medicinal materials, he could feel the aura. He couldn't feel a trace of aura from the younger herbs, let alone their properties. Lin Ji definitely has a rare hidden physique. Lin Sheng is not sure what physique it is, but it must be related to spirit medicine. You can't tell others about this, otherwise you will be killed. Did you know that? Lin Ji, whose neck turned red at Lin Sheng's naked gaze, nodded quickly. Very good. Lin Sheng showed satisfaction and put the alchemy Dao experience into Lin Ji's hands. This alchemy Dao experience is given to you. You have to study it carefully. There is still a copy of the blood-activating elixir. You can refine the next elixir. Lin Ji's face was slightly panicked. Godfather, I can't do it. I have never made elixirs. Lin Sheng smiled and pinched Lin Ji's cheek. If I say you can do it, you can do it. Do you understand? Now go take a bath and follow me to the night market in the evening. Oh, Lin Ji's face turned red and she ran away holding Alchemy Dao's experience. I can't tell that this little girl's figure is getting more and more beautiful. Single quote. Lin Sheng watched Lin Ji run away, secretly feeling frightened. He turned around and looked at the spirit fire toad lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Now that he was in a good mood, he didn't put it in the spirit beast bag. You can only play in this room, and you can't go far. The spirit fire toad, which was lying on the ground like a dead corpse, suddenly kicked off its legs and jumped to the rafters. It looked around with big eyes. It had not eaten mosquitoes for a long time and it was going to have a big meal today. This bounce. Single quote. Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at the spirit fire toad, feeling slightly surprised. He was still so energetic after spitting fire for a long time. This spirit beast was truly extraordinary. Qinghai County is still brightly lit at night. In the eyes of the monks, there is no difference between day and night. Working at sunrise and resting at sundown is the life of a mortal. Under Lin Xiaoji's resentful gaze, Lin Sheng smiled and led Lin Ji away from the spirit medicine pavilion. Xiaoji, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like this? Suddenly someone from the tribe who entered the store saw Lin Xiaoji and asked in confusion. Fifth brother borrowed 50 low-grade spirit stones from me. Lin Xiaoji's face was full of pain. Oh, It's just a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. It's a trivial matter. Fifth brother will definitely return it to you in the future. The tribesman smiled and comforted. But he just borrowed 116 low-grade spiritual stones from me and hasn't returned them yet. Oh, I see, then you should be sad. The tribesman touched the storage bag in his arms and left quickly. A female cultivator ridiculed. If you don't want to borrow it, just don't borrow it. Can fifth brother still rob it? Lin Xiaoji's face was full of sadness. If I don't borrow it, he says that even if I refuse to invest, the spiritual stones I borrowed before will not be returned. What does investment mean? The female cultivator covered her mouth and snickered. Fifth brother's personality is different from ordinary people. It's understandable if he occasionally speaks some novel words. On the street, Lin Ji's face was full of curiosity. Godfather, what does investing mean? Lin Sheng thought for a while and explained. You can understand it as I use your spirit stones to buy spirit medicine, and then share some with you. Then why can't I buy it myself? Lin Ji was even more confused. Of course you can buy it yourself, but you can't, or it's more expensive. Lin Ji shook her head. I still don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You'll understand after a while. Lin Sheng grinned and walked towards the stall area. Lin Ji's special physique made Lin Sheng think about many possibilities at the time. Since he was particularly sensitive to the aura of medicinal materials, wouldn't it be better to go to the market to pick up missing ones? Maybe you can achieve spiritual stone freedom overnight. When the two of them walked into the market where stalls were set up, Lin Ji immediately understood Lin Sheng's thoughts. Feeling the scrutinizing eyes from all around, she panicked slightly and quickly stepped forward to carefully grab Lin Sheng's sleeve. Lin Sheng turned to look at Lin Ji, who looked slightly confused, and couldn't help but smile. After all, Lin Ji was just a young monk on the second floor of Qi refining, so he was naturally a little afraid of these stall owners in the market who were full of evil spirits. Don't be afraid, just follow me, Lin Sheng said, wrapping his arms around Lin Ji's soft waist. The latter was shocked, and then his body immediately softened, half leaning on Lin Ji's arms. After walking a few steps, Lin Sheng suddenly saw a strange-shaped object on the stall, which looked like a ginseng, and then whispered, "Look at that thing." After waiting for a few breaths and receiving no response, Lin Sheng frowned and looked sideways, only to see Lin Ji leaning dizzy in his arms and looking at him with blurred eyes. "What are you looking at me for? I have spirit medicine on my face. Look over there." Lin Sheng was immediately furious. Oh, Lin Ji was still intoxicated in fantasy, but after Lin Sheng's instruction, she immediately came back to her senses and glanced towards the stall. There is no spiritual energy fluctuation. After Lin Ji glanced at it twice, he whispered in Lin Sheng's ear. I don't know if this little girl's lips touched her ears several times on purpose. Lin Sheng retracted his arm and glared at Lin Ji, pretending to be stern. When he saw the aggrieved look on the latter's face, he said softly, "Now it's your turn to hug me." Oh, Lin Ji's aggrieved look disappeared immediately, and she stretched out her hand with a proud look on her face. It's not about my waist. It's about my arms. Lin Sheng looked helpless and corrected Lin Ji's wrong behavior. Pay more attention to the medicinal materials on the stall. If there is anything special, remind me. Lin Ji happily hugged Lin Sheng's arm and nodded. The two wandered around the night market for a long time, but Lin Ji did not find any buried medicinal materials. Most of the medicinal materials were priced slightly lower than the normal price of the store. Of course, there were also some medicinal materials that were deliberately faked and sold at high prices. Do all the monks in this world have a pair of discerning eyes? Single quote. The more Lin Sheng shocked, the less confident he became. It was so difficult to pick up the slack these days. After passing a few more stalls, Lin Sheng suddenly felt his arm being pinched. Daddy, look over there, that stall is selling food. Lin Sheng followed Lin Ji's gaze and saw an irregular-shaped soft plastic object placed in the corner of the stall. Sure. The aura emitting from it is densely packed, but I can't tell what its attributes are. Lin Ji responded in a low voice. Lin Sheng patted Lin Ji's little hand, indicating that she didn't need to squeeze it anymore, and then walked towards the stall. The stall owner at the stall was taking out items one after another from the storage bag, including elixirs, talismans, ores and animal bones. He seems to be an adventurous cultivator. Single quote. Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly. As soon as he walked to the stall, he suddenly saw that the small bench in front of him looked familiar. He immediately looked at the stall owner, who also looked over at the same time. The two looked at each other, and even though the stall owner was wearing a hijab, Lin Sheng recognized him at a glance. Isn't this the Tianyu fellow Taoist? There was a hint of curiosity in his vigilant look. There was no mistaking it, it was definitely him. Tianyu fellow Taoist, we meet again, your appearance is quite unique. Lin Sheng smiled and sat down on the small bench. Seeing that the two seemed to know each other, Lin Ji felt a little curious and took the initiative to stand behind Lin Sheng and squeeze his shoulders. Hee. Tianyu took off his scarf and showed a silly smile. He looked at Lin Ji with envy in his eyes. Sir, you are so lucky. Haha, why did you take off this scarf? Don't you keep wearing it? Lin Sheng chuckled, with a teasing look on his face. Tai Niuhan smiled and scratched his head. Since you are here, sir, it means that the great monk is not looking for trouble. Sir, if you are not afraid, then I am not afraid either. Yes, you have courage. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, and then changed the subject. Where have you been these days? I often wander around the stall market and I haven't seen you. Lin Sheng was obviously making this up. He was practicing the blood energy method in seclusion, how could he come out and hang out? Tianyu hesitated for a moment, and then said calmly, these days, I went to the mountains to hunt monsters, and I came back a few times. Maybe the time was not coincidental, so I didn't meet you, sir. So that's it. Lin Sheng looked stunned, and then asked with concern, is it dangerous in the 100,000 mountains? Sir, you really know how to joke. How can hunting monsters not be dangerous? Tianyu looked embarrassed. Isn't this nonsense? That's right. Lin Sheng felt slightly embarrassed, but his expression did not change. As long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. Seeing Lin Sheng's eyes wandering around the stall, Tianyu looked proud. What do you want to buy, sir? Do you like any of the items on my stall? Well, there are indeed many kinds of items. Lin Sheng nodded in admiration, then suddenly raised his head again, his eyes fixed on Tianyu. You got these all while hunting monsters. Seeing that Tianyu's eyes were a little evasive, Lin Sheng knew in his heart that the monster hunting was really hunting monsters. As for occasionally changing the target to a human being, it was probably going on. I'm afraid this person is not a simple person. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and then smiled and said, Tianyu, I think you are only 15 or 16 years old. If you don't mind, just call me fifth brother. It's awkward to always call me husband. Tianyu's face lit up when he heard this. Okay, fifth brother, if you like any of the items on this stall, just take them and I will honor you. We have been apart for 3 days, so we should look at each other with admiration. Single quote. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Sheng's eyes. What had Tianyu experienced to make him become smoother? He pointed at the strange soft rubber thing that Lin Ji mentioned. What is that? It looks a bit strange. Tianyu followed the direction of Lin Sheng's finger and was stunned when he saw the soft glue, then picked it up and handed it over. I don't know what this is. I found it in a rogue cultivator's storage bag. It felt soft and a little cold to the touch, so I kept it. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and took it. The soft glue was soft and comfortable to touch, but it was a little cold. There was a stinging pain in his palm, and he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Fifth brother, do you know what this is? Tianyu looked curious. I don't know. Lin Sheng shook his head and looked at Tianyu. This thing should be extraordinary, and I don't want to take advantage of you. You can tell me a price and I'll buy it. When Tianyu heard this, he was about to refuse, but seeing Lin Sheng's serious expression, he hesitated and said, Fifth brother, just watch the bid. This thing is useless in my hands anyway. Well, to be honest, I don't know what this thing does. Well, I bought it for 5 low-grade spiritual stones. What do you think? Okay, it all depends on what brother 5 wants. 5, Godfather, what is that thing? Lin Ji slyly stuck out her tongue. She almost called her by mistake just now, otherwise she would have been punished again. I don't know either, but you said this thing is strange, and I spent 5 low-grade spirit stones on it. Lin Sheng held the soft glue in his hand and glanced at Lin Ji. If this thing turns out to be a mortal thing, I will strip you naked, hang you up and whip you. When Lin Ji heard this, her pretty face turned red and she spat, "My godfather loves to scare people." Ha ha. Lin Sheng's eyes were frivolous and he smiled without saying a word. In the spirit medicine pavilion, Lin Xiaoji was sitting behind the counter with a sad face. Suddenly he saw Lin Sheng returning, and his eyes lit up. "Fifth brother, is my investment successful?" When Lin Sheng heard this, his face was full of displeasure. "Call me foster father, no matter how big or small." As he spoke, he threw the soft glue in his hand onto the counter. Lin Xiaoji pretended not to hear anything and looked at the soft glue on the counter curiously. "What is this?" "I don't know either. Go and ask Uncle Six to come out and take a look. Maybe he knows him," Lin Sheng said and sat on the wooden chair next to the counter. A trace of hesitation flashed across Lin Xiaoji's face. "Then my investment. We haven't spent all the money yet. Call Uncle Lu quickly." Lin Sheng took the tea brought by Lin Ji and took a sip. "Can you return the unspent spiritual stones to me?" Lin Xiaoji asked cautiously. Lin Sheng, who was drinking tea with his head down, immediately raised his head when he heard this. He couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Xiaoji's pitiful expression, and then took out the storage bag and threw it over. "Okay, the remaining spirit stones are all in there. As an adopted father, I am going to get rich. Can I forget you, my adopted son?" "I didn't say I wanted to be your adopted son." Lin Xiaoji immediately smiled broadly as he took the storage bag, retorted and ran to the back hall. After a while, Lin Xingzang walked out of the back hall. "This thing." Lin Xingzang picked up the soft rubber object and looked surprised. "What is this thing? Can Uncle Six see something interesting about it?" Lin Sheng suddenly became interested. "I think this thing should have some origins, but I don't know it either." Lin Xingzang said and shook his head. "You don't know why you are acting so surprised." Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, stood up and took the soft rubber thing from Lin Xingzang's hand. "Forget it, I will study it myself." Lin Xing put his hands behind his back with a smile and stopped Lin Sheng, who was about to leave. "Xiao Wu, there is something I want to hear your opinion on." Lin Sheng was confused and turned around to listen. "Uncle Six, please speak." A glint flashed in Lin Xingzang's eyes. The head of the family decided to put the blood energy method for sale in the spirit medicine pavilion. This. Lin Sheng frowned when he heard this. He had thought about this before, but gave up after considering various other reasons. If the blood energy method is sold, it is impossible to encrypt the method based on the Lin family's background. Secondly, how should this kind of cheat book be priced? If the price is too high, low-level monks cannot afford it, but high-level monks may not be interested in it. If the price is too low, they will face the first problem of proliferation of exercises. Lin Sheng was about to object, but suddenly he saw Lin Xingzang's meaningful eyes, and his heart moved. "I'm afraid things are not that simple." Sure enough, Lin Xingzang continued. "The master of the family means to establish a blood pool in the spirit medicine pavilion and only teach the first 3 levels of the blood and energy method." "You mean we provide animal blood for others to practice?" Lin Sheng thought thoughtfully. He had mastered the blood and qi technique, so he naturally knew that the formulas for each level of the technique were not connected to each other. If you were told that this method only has 3 levels, some people would probably believe it. This would also prevent the blood qi method from spreading on a large scale. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The formulas were not related to each other, so could this method have more than 7 levels? Is it possible that it has some serious background? Could it be that some old monster deliberately released it to fish? The more Lin Sheng thought about it, the more likely it was that Lin Meyer was killed too casually. If he could stay and interrogate her, he might be able to find out something. It's too late to regret. Lin Xingzang was naturally unaware of Lin Sheng's psychological struggle. He continued. "That's right, we can provide ordinary animal blood, and we don't provide blood-activating pills. In this case, even if the skills are learned, it will not bring any advantage to our Lin family." Lin Sheng was in a bad mood at the moment, and he forced a smile. "We provide all resources, so what price can the monks get? Now, even if the price of animal blood is reduced, it is not cheap. I think it's better to stock up on some special animal blood and blood-activating pills now, and then package and sell the first 3 levels of the blood qi technique to make a huge profit." Lin Sheng now feels that the blood and chi method is the bait for fishing, and Lin Meyer also has a problem. Instead of being fished for, it is better to spread the blood and chi method and let everyone be a fish together. It doesn't matter if you guess wrong. After all, the Lin family has a complete 7-level blood energy method. Lin Sheng looked thoughtful, and after a moment he said slowly, I will discuss it with the head of the family again. Your idea is too dangerous. This Qinghai County is no longer the Qinghai County of our Lin family. Wealth can be obtained through danger. When the opportunity comes, we can't fight for it. How is it different from salted fish? Lin Sheng's face showed a serious expression. If it is done well, my Lin family's income from spiritual stones this time will be more than the previous decades combined. Lin Xingzhang looked at Lin Sheng speechless in a daze. After a while, he sighed quietly and turned around to leave the spirit medicine pavilion. After watching Lin Xingzhang leave, Lin Sheng was so worried that he took Lin Ji back to the room. As soon as I walked into the room, I heard a piercing sound in my ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of that familiar figure, and Lin Sheng suddenly stopped jumping back. I saw the spirit fire toad on the beam popping out its long scarlet tongue, rolling up the soft rubber thing in Lin Sheng's hand and putting it back. Lin Sheng did not stop him, but looked at the spirit fire toad with great interest. The spirit fire toad swallowed the soft rubber thing into his mouth. His body, which was only the size of a palm, was immediately doubled in size. Then he fell from the beam to the ground with a thud. His hind legs bounced twice and then became motionless. Died. Lin Sheng was stunned, and quickly stepped forward to check. Although the spirit fire toad looked lifeless, fortunately, the connection with its soul was still there, and Lin Sheng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The spirit fire toad is actually asleep. Is this soft rubber thing a strange beast called spirit medicine? Lin Sheng was curious. Alien beasts usually fall asleep when they are injured or evolved. This spirit fire toad didn't look like it was injured, but rather evolved. Dad, is this toad dead? Lin Ji looked regretful. What toad? This is a toad. Do you know what a toad is? Lin Sheng glared at Lin Ji fiercely and put the spirit fire toad into the spirit beast bag. Lin Ji stuck out her tongue. It looks just like a toad. It's not the same at all. My spirit fire toad is much more powerful. Lin Sheng murmured in a low voice, and then looked at Lin Ji. This soft rubber thing can be swallowed by the spirit fire toad. It is probably not a mortal thing. You can pass the test. But considering how sensitive you are to spiritual energy, I think your talent may still be in alchemy. From now on, you can make elixirs with me. I will obey my godfather's orders. Lin Ji responded softly. 7 days later, a muffled sound sounded in the room. Lin Sheng, who was practicing with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, only to see Lin Ji sweating with excitement, taking out a few pills from the pill furnace. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Lin Sheng slowly closed his eyes again. Nowadays, Lin Ji can successfully refine low-level elixirs, but the spirit fire toad is sleeping. Lin Ji has no chance to try to refine rank 1 elixirs, but being able to refine many low-level elixirs already makes her extremely happy. Night. There was a knock on the door. Lin Ji, who was studying the experience of alchemy Dao, raised his head in confusion. Just when he was about to ask who was at the door, Lin Sheng had woken up from his practice and opened the door to leave. Lin Ji lowered her head and was once again immersed in alchemy Dao's experience. In the secret room, Lin Sheng was setting up the missing formation. He turned around and looked at Lin Sheng, who was looking solemn, and said with a faint expression, "The third brother rejected your idea. It's too risky to take the wrong approach." Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. He did not expect that San Bo's decision was unexpected. He hesitated and said, "Is it possible that we should stick to the original idea?" Lin Xingzhang nodded and said slowly, "The Li family in Shushanfang City has alchemy books, the Xing family has talisman scrolls, and even the Xiao family who is married to us has rice cultivation skills. We, the Lin family, don't have any treasures to sell the store, so we can only follow behind and eat the leftovers. The blood and chi method is suitable to be used as the treasure of our Lin family, rather than a one-off business. When people talk about the Lin family in the future, the world will think of the blood and chi method." Lin Sheng frowned slightly when he heard this. "Uncle Six, do you think so too?" Lin Xing looked solemn. I do think this method is in the best interest of our Lin family. Lin Sheng sighed slightly. Hey, Uncle Six, have you ever thought about the origin of this blood and energy method? Is it involved in some whirlpool? When everyone talks about the blood and chi method, they will think of the Lin family, but this blood and chi method does not come from our Lin family. You must know that there may be something in it. Lin Xingzang waved his hand to interrupt Lin Sheng's words. Don't say any more. Our Lin family is just a chi refining family. If the opportunity is presented to us, we will give it a try. Even if there is some involvement in this, there is no need to be afraid when you and Lin Hao grow up. Lin Sheng sighed slightly when he heard this and said no more. He, don't be so pessimistic. I don't think this blood and energy method has any background. If it is really a major secret method, and can let you learn it easily. Do you really think that you are the son of destiny? Lin Xingzang smiled and took out a jade slip from his storage bag and placed it on the table. This is the revised blood energy method. What do you think? At that time, our Lin family will only need to provide ordinary animal blood and cultivate it with people. Why can't I be son of fortune? I've already transmigrated, but I'm still not son of fortune. Single quote. Lin Sheng picked up the jade slip on the table and cursed secretly. In the jade slips, all the last 4 levels of the blood chi method's formulas are deleted, as well as all the reminders about the special monsters and blood activating pills that assist in the practice, leaving only 3 layers of training formulas. Lin Sheng put down the jade slip and looked thoughtful. Even so, the first level of cultivation requires at least 1 ton of animal blood. Even if the price of animal blood is reduced now, collecting so much animal blood is not cheap. Is there really someone who can take out hundreds of low-grade spirit stones to learn this blood and energy method? Even if someone can do it, can he like this blood and energy method? Lin Xingzang sighed slightly. Oh, this is a problem, but the clan is already considering forming a demon hunting team. As he said this, Lin Xingzang looked at Lin Sheng with a half smile. Uncle Six, you don't want me to hunt monsters, do you? Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe my channel.